大家好，我是 LVG 的3叶。关于我们队友关系，其实更像是兄弟，然后不仅仅只是那种关系，因为我们平时相处下来也就跟开很多玩笑，然后平时娱乐爱好啊，一起大概都一样。因为我们关系好，我们会彼此更加信任，以及会自信，而不会用压力不自信的操作。甚至是因为关系好，如果即使你犯错了以后，带来的压力其实也没有那么大，可以及时的调整回来。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头。我没有键盘自己在玩。我人的手雷穿过剑魔无人生还。
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，连着冲了，动作是疯了，老周的围场就退散不口抗。执法是要我这种没病的人去跟队里的搞什么进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不但欠费的网费，等着机器管我当下。我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
We're in the top 5 of Asia right now. Lin Vision, the streak that just got broken. Got FlyQuest, Australia's finest, and then Rare Adam are fighting to be in with the best. You got elimination on the line.
我觉得是我们赛前准备还是没做好吧，然后今天大家的状态也不是很好。
I thought we were going to win. We didn't get our perfect A game yet. We're still trying to get there step by step.
然后如果真的我们输的话，我们应该会非常沮丧吧，我们会应该是会丢到2个名额。汉斯这个对手呢，就是枪法是比较准的。
3 kills from one of the young guns of the Huns.
LG's mechanical skill is through the roof. I think it's going to be a very tough game. We're keeping our expectations low, so we don't have as much pressure. If we think we're the underdog in this matchup, it helps with our mental state.
说我觉得96%的胜率吧。 剩下1%就不要太装逼了。
LG, only one of us can survive. Good luck.
It's second time we lose against Tyloo. I expected more from myself in this game. Us, the 3 younger guns, we have the nerf, so this is why you see ups.
我们刚刚赢了上一场比赛，感觉挺轻松的。
Somebody so fast. Will he be able to find it? Yes, he can.
My mindset, I'll try to reset. Ins and Lias, being older, they kind of reset faster. I think we should refocus on winning a game at a time.
看了，因为大家的竞技水平也不会说相差那么大，所以我觉得真正打起来还是看双方的一些状态吧。
We are now facing Rare Atom. I hope we can play with confidence again. See you on the server.
Acl X 好好享受在中国的比赛吧。
Hello and welcome back to the Asian Champions League. My name is Acl, of course, your host once again, and we're here in the penultimate day to see who will be booking their spots. Guaranteed, at the very least, 2 Shanghai wins here in both of our best of 3s will book those tickets to the big city, but it's still not the end of the road. We need to see after that who will be going to the final, who will be going to the 3rd place playoff. I'm joined, of course, by Tea Time and Yumi as always, as we bring you another set of games. But fellas, let's look at the past. How are we feeling off the back of yesterday?
I'm feeling great because look, we come into it seeing the teams we want to see step up, right? The underdogs in Huns and Rare Atom, and as weird as it sounds like to call them underdogs, they are now at this stage of the tournament, actually gave us convincing performances after what was a bit of a devastating start to the main event.
Yeah, underdogs of our favorites,
Yeah,
I guess is the way to put it, because we have high expectations for the Huns, we have high expectations for Rare Atom, especially for Rare Atom and the Huns have both missed out on the MRQs and both missed out on the major when they actually looked like they were in the right form to qualify. Now it seems like it's all about the hunger and the drive to not only do well this tournament, but also set yourself up for next season.
Yeah, exactly. And when we actually look at how our games now pan out for the day, of course, Linvision Huns to kickstart things, followed by FlyQuest Rare Atom. There's a pretty big debate to be said that we didn't expect Linvision to even be down here, right? GG How were probably the on-paper team to kind of pick up that loss, but obviously they were so good against Linvision. On the flip side, very decent argument to be made that Tyloo could have been down here as well. It was an incredibly close game between the 2 of them, but it was Tyloo who came out on top. So FlyQuest Rare Atom sets up a bit of a banger, and like we've kind of seen all the way throughout this lower bracket, elimination down the line, lost chances here. You take a loss, that is it. And in some cases, you know, for both kind of FlyQuest and Rare Atom, a loss here would actually be incredibly heartbreaking.
And I think we've gotten to the point where I finally don't feel happy to be saying goodbye to these teams, because it does feel like every single one of these teams deserves a chance to be in Shanghai, right? But unfortunately, we've got to make those choices, and with teams like Lin falling down into the danger zone where we maybe didn't think of them to get there, we could see some interesting upsets over here.
I think the only team that we could look at with of the ones we have remaining is the Huns, and being like, are they in the right mind? Do they have the right mental to actually continue to push past
they're
things?
keeping their expectations low, Michael.
So far, the answer has been no, but we had a good sign yesterday that maybe they're getting back on track.
It's true. I mean, it really doesn't paint a bright picture when they're even saying, we're keeping our expectations low so we don't get upset.
Isn't that a good idea?
It's like,
so you don't get disappointed.
Yeah, you can't break my heart if I've already broken it myself.
Like, damn, guys, have a little belief, right? You know, normally we're kind of critiquing the other way, saying like, oh, we're 100% going to win. We are the better side. We're like kind of critiquing the other way where you're overconfident. It's just like, guys, like, give us a bit of something here. Like, come on. But this has been a pretty common conversation for the Huns, right? Yeah. They've even said it themselves in basically every interview and every video we've done with them so far. They're in a crisis of confidence. They're really not in a good headspace at the moment. That God's Reign loss in the MRQ has absolutely kind of broken them as a team, and they've just not really been able to recover. But a very good win against Ninja. Expected, sure, but one that hopefully can bolster a bit of the confidence. We just need to see something, guys. Go back to if it's like a month ago, the Huns are a month ago, we could come into this game and we could make decent arguments of how they can break down a Linvision, and they've done it before.
Now, at the same time, I do also think about the Lin Vision that we saw in them, how they lost to JJ Hao. And as much as we took reassurances from the Ninjas win from the Huns, I personally take more reassurances from the Lin Vision loss versus JJ Hao. Because JJ Hao, the fact that they out-call and out-frag Lin Vision says a lot to me. That's a big level up for this team, which I did not expect. I don't think we've ever seen a Middle Eastern team reach this heights. And maybe Lin Vision are still as good, but maybe Huns actually pack a harder punch than we've seen so far.
Yeah, and traditionally Lin's win condition isn't just one fragger, one star that shows up. It's a very holistic looking roster, and so when we look at the loss to JJ Hao, it's that much more impressive that the extra muscle that JJ Hao brings was able to overturn them.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we have got here as well. Of course, started opening rounds of the Huns with a loss to GG Hao, Lin Vision taking down Ninja. As expected, that then led on to GG Hao taking down Lin Vision, to where we've kind of been now. If GG Hao booked their spot to Shanghai. Over in Group B, Tyloo with a 2-0 over Rare Atom, their domestic rivals, and actually pretty handedly in that one as well. And FlyQuest followed up with a 2-0 of their own as well. And that's where it's led to kind of where we're at now. Our games for today, as we've touched on, Lin Vision to take on the Huns, elimination on the line, but Shanghai on the line as well, and FlyQuest in the same stakes against Rare Atom. And I guess when we look towards Group B as well, fellas, you know, it's worth mentioning how well Tyloo have looked too. I mean, it's a great win. They've kind of ground through that FlyQuest game. It was close all the way up, booking their spot to Shanghai as a bare minimum. They're in a really good spot at the moment. Major qualified already. They've got to be loving life.
Yeah, and they very much were saved by the fact they won so many force buys in that series, because otherwise they'd be in the same place that FlyQuest is. So it's crazy how close things were, and that's why we have I guess raised expectations moving into that FlyQuest game later on.
Let's hone in a little bit on our first game of the day, this Lin Vision Huns game. And it goes without saying, fellas, that Lin Vision have got to be seen as the favourites coming in towards this sort of a matchup, right? They're a side who obviously the skill ceiling of them is so high. I mean, this guy on your screen as well, we expect big things out of him, and we have been all tournament long. Not always been the case and lived up to, but a very good side. And primarily, I think, safe to say to you, know, Zaka is always got, he's got the advantage, I think, in that head-to-head, right?
And I think as far as we consider this head-to-head team-wise, it's also important to consider where both these teams are coming from. They're obviously both invited teams coming into the tournament, but the Huns a replacement invite as well. This would be a team that we would have seen in the qualifier run, if not for, you know, whatever the Atox debacle and the like that come through into it. So it's going to be very interesting to see Huns going up against Lin Vision, who have always felt like they belonged over here, who have always thought that they are going to be fighting for that trophy, compared to the Huns, who not only are they having their crisis of confidence, they probably even have more reasons to doubt themselves, now thinking, should we even have been there?
But also the Colby Sue edition was served to be the catalyst for Lin Vision leveling up quite rapidly rather. So I mean, for us coming into the tournament, they had this long win streak, a lot of online officials, quite a lot of best of ones, but we had high expectations that catalyst had actually served to this chain reaction of wins for Lin Vision.
Let's talk about win factors for the Huns as well. The two that I'm actually looking towards were the two that were shown together on camera there as well, Zerolt and Cobra, right? These two have actually had really decent moments. I know we traditionally look towards Yami, but he's actually been so inconsistent, I think, throughout this tournament that, for me, if I'm looking at two, I'm actually looking at Cobra and Zerolt, and especially Zerolt, I'd say.
The promising sign for the Huns is that not only did Yami start to get engaged, though, 9 as well did seem to dictate the flow of combat. Like, he was calling very aggressive plays, he was very much a part of those plays as well. And to me, the Huns have to play with that confidence. If we're talking about them being in a crisis of sorts, then if they can't play up-tempo Counter-Strike, I'm worried that they are going to recede again.
And for the Lin side, I mean, you're looking out towards Starry, it feels like it's a fair comparison to be drawn with Yami in that regards, right? It's a Star player who we have put so much emphasis on to push the region forward, and yes, he's shown up and he's had his rounds here or there, but that inconsistency still plagues him. Zacher, yes, we've seen his ceilings, but I think we also saw the flaws of Zacher in terms of not being able to op and not being able to function outside of the system that Westmelon is making for him. He never felt like he was useless or missing shots or whatever, but it didn't look like this was a player who could take control of the server all on his own, which is sort of what we've touted his skill level to be at.
What's so cool about Lin, though, is that regardless of whether their stars are showing up, they almost always go through these double peaks. They're so good at organizing them on the fly, and you know, even if Starry is having a bad game, we saw in some of the nuke rounds, Westmelon is right behind him. One's calling a reload, the other one's covering, and often when Starry is having an underperformance, Westmelon is lapping up all of those kills because they set up in those crossfires.
Yeah, got a head-to-head here as well. Cobra, who you already brought up, but Westmelon, who's worth bringing up too as well. Recently, actually, his numbers have been fantastic. even in the losses, Westman is still putting up good impact and still really showcasing what he can bring to the table. So it's going to be very interesting. Of course, Cobra, we have put a lot of reliance on him to bring up numbers, and there's been a lot of talk about him being one of these next up players. If there was changes at that top end towards the Mongols, he might be in that consideration. And yeah, he's been fantastic. But Westmoreland, he's got a tough job to not only call this game and then also put up the numbers himself.
It's a lot of pressure to put on Cobra as the youngest player on the roster. Like, at least experience, definitely the most explosive, definitely a lot of potential, but we're putting a lot of importance on him as the least experienced of all of them.
And I think
it doesn't seem to affect him, though.
It doesn't affect him, but also at the same time, I do wonder if there are going to be problems for the rest of the teams more than for Cobra, and that's more of a it's a damning revelation to have that, hey, maybe it's not going to be Cobra and Zoral to let them down, who are players who you'd expect to be more inconsistent. It might be the rocks of, Nine, Bartek, and Yami who end up being the failure of this team, and I think that's what's making this such a shaky core right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at times we do worry about who can step up and when they can as well. The good news, I guess, is that last time they did play, it was the Huns who came out on top. But this was, back in February, so it was a fair decent time ago as well. But we are hoping for that level of the Huns. The Huns, prior to the MRQ, who actually were really competing for, top 5 positions within the region and actually starting to make a real decent name for themselves, Yumi.
Yeah, I just think as much as we want the Huns to do well, this Lin Vision squad just seemed like they have so much figured out. Like, the communication seems smooth. I think the only, I guess the major point that I have in contention of Lin Vision is that in that GG Hao game, they actually just left massive gaps in their CT defaults, and they just hoped that GG Hao wouldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, exactly that. We got a little video to bring you as well to hype you up for this game. So without further ado, check it out.
Lin Vision Gaming is obviously like the top 3 team of China, and then in Asia they're like top 5. Every single one of their players shoot very hard. Like, their mechanical skill is through the roof.
汉斯这个对手呢，就是枪法是比较准的，然后就是他们个人能力是有的。我会调整我们的打法，因为我们对打汉斯也是比较得心应手的。我们之前很多比赛都跟他们交过手了。他们的队伍是有他的风格，然后因为我们对他们了解还是比较多的吧，我们会打更多团队上的东西吧。
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be an easy game. If we think we're just the better team and we're the underdog in this matchup, I think it helps with our mental state. So I think it's gonna be a very tough game.
我们还是比较有信心的。我们会吸取上次比赛的不足，然后回去看录像，改善一下那个队伍的状态，然后应该是很容易信任，就是再打回去的。99%吧，那1%就不说了。
Luigi, I think we both came here expecting the championship. Only one of us can continue the tournament, so good luck.
没有什么想对德航说的吧，因为他们也打不过我们。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first team on stage from China, Lin Vision Gaming! And their opponent from Mongolia, the Huns Esports. Lin Vision Gaming versus the Huns Esports for a chance to play in the SPD Bank Oriental Sports Center. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, the teams are out, and some serious fighting words from Lin Vision. They give themselves a 99% chance to win, and we'll have to come back and see whether at the end of the game that 1% really did have an effect.
Not even any words to say to the Huns, just don't even expect to lose to them.
Yeah, it is really, I mean, they're expecting this to be
I really have to respect Westbound for that. I think one of the things that we really miss out on the Asian scene is some of that hardcore trash talk, and I really thought only Zacher was going to be the guy to come out and maybe say it, but for Westbound to say, hey, yo, we don't even care about you.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, we're still
crazy.
getting the other side as well out from the Huns, where it's like, we're just not going to put pressure on ourselves. We want to make sure we look after our mental state. I mean, it just continues to be the consistent factor of them. For fellas, let's move on to Veto discussions. Where do we think this one is going? Previously, when they did play, bearing in mind this was a while ago, Anubis Dust 2 and Nuke were on maps that came through. So what are we feeling for this one?
I'm really hoping that Huns does opt into a nuke personally. That is what I'd like to see. And then maybe an Inferno response from Lin Vision or Ancient. Either one of those maps I'd be happy with. Personally, I think Inferno is a little bit better over there. Huns does get the nuke up. And then maybe a Dust 2 decider is in my mind.
Yeah, get a Dust 2 pick though as well.
We definitely could, and wow, yeah, Lin are going to lean into it. But this was one of the
Ancient Champions League boys.
Yeah,
Might come back.
This is the thing. Like, this is the one problem I have with Lin, is that they would have looked at the game against GJ Hao and realized the gaps they had on that CT side. So they're hoping to rectify that coming into this game. But I'm also worried that maybe because they're so confident, there is also a chance they don't address that as an issue.
Yeah, the Ancient Champions League comes back out. So Nuke, Dust 2, Ancient. And I guess now with our Veto coming through, this is a good time for me to push you guys for a prediction. Yumi, I'll start with you. How are we feeling? What's the score?
I'm going to say Lin Vision 2-0. As much as I think Huns only had the option to pick into the nuke, I do think it's still a very, very strong map for Lin.
T?
I think this game is honestly going to be purely dependent on Yami for me in terms of what he can do on nuke, and I'd like to believe he can step up a little bit more coming into it. So I have Huns taking the nuke, but I'm still leaning into like a 2-1 for Lin Vision. I might change my mind when Ancient comes though.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to go 2-0 Lin Vision as well. I just feel at the moment, I'm still not convinced. The lack of confidence out from the Huns worries me. They're not even confident in themselves. How can I be confident?
I'm worried that Yami is going to struggle on that nuke as well.
Yeah.
Again.
It's a major concern, right? Because that's what the main isolation was from GG Hao too. But when you're comparing the Lin Vision style to what GG Hao does, you know, those individual fights that they like to make on GG Hao, Lin can do that and they can have these solitary lurkers, but I think those are more like one-man army plays.
My greater concern is that when a player is struggling, you have to find adaptations. You have to be able to call around it, and the Huns never did that. They just kept on throwing Yami at the problem, and they just said, you have to pick it up at some point, brother.
That's where I'm hoping the homework comes in, right? That's where I hope that they have had a few more things prepared specifically for Yami, because everyone else was operating on pretty high capacity, let's be frank, versus GG Hao getting a pretty deep scoreline versus GG Hao, who we've already established might have been the best team in the group, surprisingly enough. So I'm optimistic, but I think it's that optimism that's driving me forward. I don't necessarily think Lin Vision is a worse team on nuke than the Huns, but I think that they might be a worse prepared team.
Okay, fair enough. Well, a win here for Lin Vision, according to the VRS forecast, will put them up to number 24 in the world, which is kind of where you want to be. That top 24 is generally where invites come through the top event as well. For the Huns, a win here will put them up 7 spots into that top 30 at, well, number 30. So, again, a bit of a recovery off the back of a bad month. But in particular for Lin Vision, where they're at right now, that'll be good. We've got, of course, a bit of a crowd here as well in Yancheng, China, as this is Lin Vision, one of the staple teams of the region, and a game that can book your spot to Shanghai as well. And it looks like we're about to get this show on the road. Ladies and gents, it is our elimination and I guess qualification game for Shanghai to kickstart the day. It's Lin Vision taking on the Huns, and we begin our journey over on Nuke.
Thank you very much, Neo. Yes, this is both a qualification and a disqualification to Shanghai. But there's no guarantees that you make it all the way to those grand finals. Still another game to play here in Yancheng before we determine that. But at least you'll have your tickets for that third place decider at the minimum locked in.
It's going to be Zacher who hopes to start things off with the Eagles already taking a perch up at the hut door. Hans are hoping to remove, and with his leg spotted out, Cobra can get the kill. Westmelon providing support, but it's Call Me Sue who's still alive at the back of the bomb site. Such an influential player, but now as he's locked in, his only advantage is that the bomb isn't there. Emilia's rotation and another player right next to the smoke, it's Starry. Emilia covers off, and with Starry finding 1-2, suddenly 9 finds himself alone. The leader of Hans was trying to allay pressure from his team, and that means all the pressure might be on him. His clutch could be everything, but all he has on his side is time.
He at least has info now on both.
That'll help. Spots out Emilia initially, does get some good damage onto Sue as well. But still, Linvision know that they only need to cycle and juggle. No reason to actually take a peek. 9 can't close the distance, not easily at least. Emilia keeps taking the quick glimpses and will also take the quick shot. 3 kills for him on that rotation.
I mean, in that 2v1, they wanted to actually keep peeking, at least on sporadic timings, just so that they knew that 9 hadn't slunk his way into main somehow or hadn't escaped back lobby. Really good job from Call Me Sue, though. I mean, found his first kill, and once he spotted those 2 players at CT vent, never overswung. Always waited for his teammates to make the next move. Player rotating in from heaven. Another one that was kind of jumping around the smokes inside of Tetris.
That's one of the things that we have come to sort of praise about him so much. It feels like he has a little bit more of a complete package mentality than most rookies in the Asian scene would.
Yeah, solid decision making.
Combined with mechanics. Normally it's one or the other. Shout out to my goat Dim Sum.
I don't know about the decision making.
Well, I liked his util.
That's not decision making.
He decided to learn it, Michael.
Yeah, I guess so.
Straight Eagle or 2 on the T side is going to be their only real threat. It's not a threat that will be entertained, though.
Yeah, I remember for many, honestly, many seasons, we looked at Linvision on their nuke, and it actually was one of the maps that felt like they almost sometimes even had an edge over teams like, you know, your Rare Atoms, your Tylus.
Mongols.
Yeah. And quite a lot of that had to do with Westmelon, actually, just 100%. Being like a hyper-disruptive figure. But now he's leading and still doing a decent job of fragging as well.
Yeah, it's a good point you raise. I think one of the conversations I even somewhat miss having is that whenever it was sort of Linvision versus the Mongols and the like, I would be very hypercritical for Mongols picking nuke sometimes, even though it felt like Lin was always so much more comfortable on it. Felt like they were so much more fluid on it.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the way, that didn't really stay for me.
Yeah, and it also hasn't translated well in their recent officials either. It's their lowest win rate map for a reason, but you see the methodology of how it can be good for Lin. It's just those win conditions are sometimes missing.
Yeah. Huns are hoping they'll be missing over here as well. It's an early diagonal thrown out for Yami to see what he can find.
Early ult for Zacher as well.
And it's both players who have been heavily highlighted as crucial points of influence for their respective teams.
It's a very static start for the Huns. Through smokes, and I haven't actually been able to do anything with it aside from get Yami into this position at the back of main.
Now, this ramp that is completely empty does give Cobra a favorable duel if Emilia isn't able to take that initial peek. Emilia going all the way out towards ramp room would expose him to certain death. A hasty peek, and now Yami might have more of an opportunity to activate. 9 is looking to set up inside Hell, so the outside players will have to push forward rather than recede back, more likely than not.
Yeah, the further 9 gets, the more likely it is that the Huns call it quits on that lower side.
Well, Starry's demise makes it harder to have a rotation to come through either. It's only Zacher with the first off shot being missed. It's gone. He has to get out of here and try to save with Bartek spraying him through the door. That's not even an option. Westmelon next to fall on Linvision. That heavy investment of the AWP from Zacher is going to give them nothing. A pseudo bonus round, but it will go into the next with some problems of economy.
Yeah, really nice lurk there from Yami, getting his kill towards outer, and even with the space that they get, the fact that Emilia completely vacates ramp, courtesy of the fact they have a player down towards that lower side through the vents, it's just this massive gap. You have so much terrain and so much of the map to work off of if you're the Huns. The positions for Lin weren't actually great to compensate, and you know, I praised them quite a lot for their ability to sort of create these double swings on the fly. Because they were actually so isolated in this round, the Huns fully capitalized.
I know you brought up the double swing point, but one of the interesting contrasts is also when you compare it to the sort of execute heavy pack mentality that Huns goes for. It's obviously one of their big strengths, and it ends up being a crutch as well at times. Can very often look like a traditional 4 protect 1-esque situation. You think back to those old happy lineups. Westmelon, nice first kill. That's going to be an AK that he can have his eyes on, but making the actual crossover will prove difficult. Zerald finishes him off with the Molotov. Yami and 9 make sure that this early frag that they lose is not going to cascade.
Oof. Yeah, good reads from 9. I mean, got the tag as well onto Westmelon through the box, but was always keeping his eyes peeled on those secret steps as well. Knew that Westmelon wouldn't be the only one in defensive outer. There had to be something else, so not getting caught out by any of these trickier rounds. Lin put back on their behinds. Now the guns are out for the Huns. They've equalized. And I'll call it early. 35 seconds. And the Huns have finally spotted where Amelia is. It's an extended duel with Yami, but that AK will serve him well. Back to back since the real investments come out for the Mongolians. I just like that it's like slow, methodical working. You know, even this time they try and go for maybe an accelerated schedule to get the quick access to a potential heaven wrap. But once they realize where Westmelon is, they pump the brakes, they slow things down, and let Lin force the fight into them.
My only concern is that Lin in the last gun round actually managed to keep a lot of their utility alive till the very last minute. If not for Emilia's mistake in ramp room, it would have actually been a tough side take for the Huns. Now they don't have the AWP on the Lin side though, might be forced to use a little bit more of that util early on. Damage onto Cobra is good.
Yeah, that angle is so unfair. You can see Cobra never even caught a glimpse of him, but his parts of his body were exposed.
Pop open on the smoke, and 9 is continuing to threaten the CTs, trying to get sightlines in. It'll be Emilia who's much more careful about ramp, but in doing so, they do leave Yami with access to the secret stairs. So a lot of the map that he can look to exploit, but Zachar on the other side with only an M4, not the AWP this time, will have a harder attempt. What a shot from Cobra!
Yeah, that's dangerous. And you can see Starry's trying to get there in time, but hit by a flash, a Molotov as well blooming at his feet. And even if Zachar wanted to try and contain them from the secret steps, he now has to be that first response down to lower if the Huns decide to continue pushing ramp.
This might be troublesome though. Westmelon is in a great position with the MP9, and they're expecting a little bit more to come out from... Hut instead. 9 is lucky to keep his life, but now this is where I start to get worried, Michael. There's 30 seconds left.
They're waiting for Yami.
A lot of angles that could be overlooked in that. Meanwhile, Starry is hidden away as well. He's not too worried about that Heavens flare because of it. And now Starry and Westmelon, fantastic crossfire between them. They're going to be able to rip the Huns to shreds. Yami is too late in, and 9 tries to fight back, but the bombs are in their possession. Yami, there's too much to do, too many players to take down. It has to be a fight, and it's a fight he'll take. First skill found, but it's not Zachar to run. Knife out, he knows it's all about time, and he has all of it in the world.
He doesn't have time to plant. Oh wait, he got it down!
Techline out! Closing the distance. And now Zachar, who's been playing Ring Around the Rosies, might be the posy to fall down. The grenade to his feet, and now Yami, he's the one running away. How the tide turns, and HE to be exchanged, both unable to finish the job. But it's Zachar with the advantage, and Yami with the time. Zachar gets it done, Lin! We'll take that third.
I really didn't think Yami had time to plan. That must have come down to a microseconds. And still, it just ended up in this back and forth bout. Yami losing a lot of health. Even at 7 HP, he was so brazen with his peaks. As soon as he heard nades being pulled, that round constantly hung in the balance. The rawest of 1v1s where they both know where each other is. But there's Lin with those forward setups. The doubling plays, and Lin were just in a really awkward situation when they were in that 2v1 a player had to reload, they had to escape, they knew Yami was on their tails. And yeah, can't do anything but laugh. The whole situation was very odd. Not a traditional clutch, not a cerebral one.
Sometimes it's all about the muscle, Michael.
It was just so fast-paced. People were running and running at each other, running
and
away.
And it does leave Lin in a vulnerable state for this next round as well. But with Zacher staying alive and being able to purchase up the AWP, maybe that vulnerability is going to be short. So far, Huns have been able to find some good kills out to ramp, but Cobra this time will find Zacher at the same position. It wasn't Emilia that was the problem. It's the entire side of the map.
It's just Cobra in these entries. I mean, that's another ripper of a shot with Zacher on that AWP. And Lin will realize that rotating to Hell as support, trying to get eyes back on ramp, has actually served to make problems worse very often. So Emilia won't go exploring just yet. So the Huns have access to lower, and no one on Lin has made a move just yet. This may be a call to save if it does end up on a B plant.
9 will not overthink it this time. It's just about making sure that they can capitalize on that entry. Last round, of course, they went back into the mincemeat machine. And that call to save will come through. Of course, saving the AWP, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Emilia would, I mean, he can obviously float around. He knows that AWP was dropped towards ramp, but it's being safeguarded by Nine's AWP himself.
Yeah, and it's one of those places where Huns are likely going to be saving in ramp room regardless, so actually trying to contest that is foolhardy. Oh. That's okay.
Inconsequential. Right, third round here for the Huns.
And it could have been 4. We've seen 3 different gun rounds where we have had excellent entries into ramp room. And Linvision, they try changing things up this time. They try putting the AWP over there. You wonder if maybe the next response is to get aggressive elsewhere. They haven't had an outside push, a lobby push, anything like that yet.
Yeah, especially when they bring over a couple SMGs.
No better time.
Yeah, it would be a more proactive step. But I hardly blame them for trying to address the problem at ramp with an AWP. Maybe too shallow an angle, really, to make use of the weapon. But yeah, Cobra has been sharp on those duels. And I do think it is unfair to place as much importance on him as the youngest player, newest addition, least experienced.
Competition isn't fair, Michael. That's the problem, and maybe he is the one to rise for the occasion.
Also, we're in an era of, you know, young prodigies, so a lot to live up to.
And when you're an underdog team, you need a prodigy at times. Cobra was a risk for the Huns, there's no doubt about it. This was not a surefire player. His development has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's a year plus now since he joined the squad.
Cobra, in the meanwhile, and Yami have taken a fair bit of damage, courtesy of the spam from the CT side.
Yeah, a simplified cross, just a secret, and it will be fairly pack-heavy, but a couple of players still linger outside. So they'll explore lower, see if they can find an opening, put some pressure down, force some kind of a rotate out from Lin, but this doesn't seem to be the end goal.
More players than not are in the upper area of the map, and with 9 trading 1-for-1, the bomb is the problem. It was left actually behind at Red Room with the death of Zeralt. He wasn't the player to cross over, so Huns with 35 seconds are again in a difficult position, but somehow it's always ramp where they breeze through.
Again, that's just to establish a perimeter. Bartek can now get eyes from heaven if he so pleases, but now that Zacher's dealt with him, one less prong to the assault on A.
15 seconds, they need to accelerate, and 9 felt the heat a bit too much, so Westmelon and Call Me Sue were able to stabilize with the MP9s, and Call Me Sue finishes off Cobra as well. Again, it's an advantage found by the Huns, but at that 35-second mark, indecision is their greatest enemy.
It's also just, I mean, a good choice for Lin to come back through HUD. I mean, for them, they pushed forward once they lose outside control, and once it makes it to that 35-second mark, they're trying to be proactive and get ahead of the play there for the Huns. They catch them off guard, and even with a player on top of the HUD, a little bait and switch. You know, Westmelon teases a little bit, runs back, and Call Me Sue has him covered. Again, a lot of it does feel like these doubling plays are often revolved around Westmelon, whether he's coupling with players like Starry, Sue. You know, if there's space to be taken on the map, he is often accompanying one of the stars that he has on the team. And it's what does allow him to have quite a lot of, you know, good stats. You know, he's willing to take that first contact, but if he thinks he has a good timing, then he'll take it.
And they'll also take this hard-fought lead, come out with a lot more rifles into this one as well. And Starry might be looking to use his rifle. No, not getting aggro early on. A boost on the other side to 9's AWP. He had the right idea, but not the right timing.
Yeah, I think he spotted the barrel just as Zacher was peeking towards top of the silo.
Oh, beautiful from Zacher. He's been only falling to Cobra and no other, it feels like. Even in the last round, the kill onto Bartek was so good.
Seen quite a few deep peeks from 9. He's clearly trying to fish for openings outside with that AWP. Love that he's being a little bit more proactive. For a lot of his career, I mean, discussions around maybe being too much of a passive style AWPer, too by the book. But this is a moment where he is punished for that action. Now, Starry did receive a little bit of pressure. He heard Yami running towards him. He's already deployed his smoke, and so now this jump spot seems to be his best way in, but it's already being held by Cobra. Really fast reactions. Once again, another one of these entries for Cobra that puts the round back into the Huns' favor.
35 seconds, it's that dangerous time, and the bomb has nowhere to really go despite the entry. How do you get to the lower bomb site?
They'll come up.
You'd hope so, but that just closes out the timing even more. Westmelon still hidden away. Cobra is coming back over with the AWP to take the duel versus the MP9. It's not easy. He still gets it. And Sue's next. He'll be able to trade, but it's a difficult path to defend with. Bartek has been left behind as well. He is not expected in the slightest. And right at the nick of time, they'll get the bomb plot. Huns have been slippery. They've slid into this lower bomb site, and Zacher's got no choice but to save. Yeah. What a round from Cobra.
That was Zacher's way back in. He had to hit that quick shot, maybe put it into that 1-on-2, but without it, the round is done. Once again, Cobra, just a massive savior. Just phenomenal entries. Yeah, it's just 1 or maybe 2 kills in each of these rounds, but so much of them, I mean, they've all been incredibly influential. I mean, the entry lower just puts Lin into a little bit of disarray about whether or not it's going to be a B-side finish. And then the fact he comes up back secret.
I can't believe he gets a kill on Westmelon. Honestly, the Starry kill is also unreal. Most of these kills from Cobra are pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just perfect pre-aim as well from Cobra. Maybe Yami communicated that the double doors were opened while he was down on the lower side, and you know, gives Cobra all the information he needs. Yeah, I mean, his pre-aim there is perfect.
Quick scope as well. It's a good look for the Huns if it's going to be Cobra to lead the charge like this. We haven't really seen anyone lagging behind massively either. And where we talked about win conditions, it also felt like Huns had lost conditions that they needed to disable as well. And so far, pretty good job of it.
I think the biggest thing to note so far for the Huns is that just their time to kill is looking a lot better than it did earlier in the tournament. You know, even when we saw them against Ninja, it felt like players were getting more and more engaged. Here against Lin, I actually worried that the opening round Huns and the version that they displayed there was going to permeate again, because it felt like players were whiffing sprays, they were slow to fire. But they're really taking it to Lin right now. They're hitting some incredible shots.
Absolutely.
I mean, largely it is Cobra, but the rest of the squad are not lagging behind.
We've not seen any of them and thought you should lose this duel, but right now maybe they should be winning a few of these. It's a faster acceleration. Bartek is going to be unable to find the kill. Westmelon's 5-7 and Call Me Sue on the backside have made this disaster already. They still have control of the bomb. Emilia tries to take that away from them, and that's where Yami gets a chance to recover. 9 is the only player with healthy life, so he has to be the one to make a play now.
See him go hunting, and well, that's Yami with the bomb trying to distract at ramp, so that's now left in the view of Lin Vision. This up-tempo play from the Huns blowing up in their face.
I mean, you talked about time to kill over there. unfortunately, Bartek just not able to finish off that first.
He just didn't prioritize correctly. That's actually, it's a mistake, but it's less a mechanical one and more a rehearsed one.
Nine doesn't have a chance here.
Yep, another smoke. 3 players that can quickly respond.
No doubt that he's better off saving. Unless he's got his crosshair in the right position. Starry feels like he might have seen a ghost, though. He backs off.
It's still not worth it. Yeah, the save is right. If they'd given over a couple more free kills, doing the damage would certainly have its merits as well, given that this was not a full investment here for LinVision. But yeah, 9 will hold on to this AK, no problems. So Bartek's problem when he's jumping through all those smokes and coupled with the flashes is that the flashes, I mean, sure, he's trying to create a bit of chaos and a bit of a perimeter, but his priority should actually be dealing with the players inside of the site. His teammates are coming out of a narrow choke point inside of Hut, and it's because he turned around to try and deal with Westmelon as opposed to, you know, running past Tetris and trying to fight the site players or threaten Mustang, that those A site defenders actually have a much easier time just staring at Hut. So when the Hunt's trying to come out, they're chewed through a meat grinder. A lot of times you'll see entry players go for that. If they are gonna try and find this player inside of main, they'll actually very intentionally run at the main player. Bartek was kind of doing one thing and then his crosshair was going another way.
That's not a great set of smokes, and
No,
Zaka realizes it as well.
Far from ideal.
Well, it's an expensive fix.
That'll do.
HE to pop open, actually, funnily enough, because of the new smoke as well, they don't get any sightlines.
Yeah, I mean, there was an extra layer behind it, so far more than 1 HEs.
It's just the big brain strats, that's what it is.
I guess so.
Can Bartek pull out a Cobra over here? Call me Sue on the Jiggle Peak could be somewhat more exposed, but it's Westmelon to make a play and make a move. Zacher spots out the man, isn't able to get the kill. Felt like it was on it, but with the Molotov now deep, Zacher's been spotted. They know there's multiple players here. Amelia forced away as well, but this crossfire is deadly. 9 still gets 1. That is more than his fair share of work. Zerwald, information is all he needed, that Westmelon was still around. I cannot believe Yami's still trying to close the distance over here. They really feel the pressure of trying to fight, but in giving up this 3 versus 4, it's now down to 2. And Zerwald misses every single shot. He's been a quiet name.
Bartek
and this was his
disrupt.
chance, but maybe Bartek will be the one to rise to the occasion. It's head spotted, but none of them taken off. Westmelon at the door will take the knee, but the bomb defuse still comes through. LinVision, a clean retake.
Yeah, a little chaotic. I mean, with as much access as they have towards lower, the fact they get into these after plant positions where they can threaten the rotate on the vents, it is still a light concern here for Lin that they end up having to scramble in this manner. But yeah, they pull it together, they keep 3 alive. They're just happy they had enough of these kits, enough manpower as well to throw at places like ramp. Else, you know, those close range duels with Yami actually could have been a means through which Huns closed the round. So they're down to a half bar here on the Huns. Maybe looking for another one of these up-tempo plays.
Up-tempo has not worked out for them so far, and now so different. Call me Sue and Starry find the openers, and with Westmelon using this smoke to perfection, it is a Mongolian barbecue. And LinVision love to eat that. Actually quite tasty.
Yeah, a good way to address what they thought was likely from the Huns. If there was going to be another one of these fast plays, had they thrown a player through door, there were 2 players that were in position to try and deal with it. Maybe the main player would have been caught by the flash, but unlikely the one that's playing in front of the smoke would be caught the same. And so they had a very solid crossfire built up between not only the main and door player, but also between those 2 and the site. And so the Huns get picked to pieces. They just don't want to let a nice solid start to their T side suddenly fall flat towards the tail end of it.
It feels like it might have already. When you look at the utility that they're going to have going into this last round as well, I mean, it's not pretty.
Yeah, you'd be disappointed with an 8-4. You'd be okay with a 7-5. It is really on that CT side, really, for the Huns, where I'm hoping they've made changes versus what we saw before versus GJ Hao. And I'm really looking at Yami, who's off to a decent start.
Unfortunately, he does have a few people trailing behind. Zeralt and Bartek yet to have significant impact, and it would be a great round over here for them to show up and step up. Maybe Zeralt with more pressure than Bartek, but so far it's been only Cobra to really drive a few of these rounds forward. An early HE, and Komisu decides not to peek anymore. He's got no reason. Rather, it's Westmelon on the back of the bomb site. Bartek spam through the smoke, is going to connect, but not to the head.
They want this fight. They're sitting, waiting for the smoke to phase.
Cobra's the one who's always taken it, and right now is no different, but Zacher Strait does at least equalize. Starry takes it one further. Yami was looking for that fight, but he doesn't agree with what he's found. Zeralt spray transfer is going to be found wanting. It's 9 again, left a lonely man.
Yeah, another 1v3. And this time he will be given a duel. Last time he was hunting for players and really just couldn't find them.
Unfortunately, both times the real problem is the lack of the bomb.
Yeah, but he has time.
Zacher's covering off this shot. Unlikely that he's going to miss, and that's going to be the round that seals an excellent advantage for the Lin side. 8-4 at the turn of the half.
Yeah, this was always going to be a part of the risk of ending up on nuke. Sure, the Huns will feel confident. It's probably their best bet coming into this series, given how much of a tall order it would be to go against Lin, their weakest statistical map. But you see great things from Lin Vision. You see how proactive they are, how often they're coupled together. They're almost always guaranteeing trades, and if not, they're creating these fantastic crossfires that are going to chew through the brunt of the attack. And especially if you're playing this pack-based Counter-Strike, sure, you can, you know, try and account for all these deep angles, these timings that Lin are going for. But if you're caught off guard, suddenly you could be, you know, the pack is often, you know, 3 players with lurkers on the extremities. And once you lose that opening fight, then you're basically playing a 2-on-2 where most positions are known. So yeah, the Huns are going to be pretty sad that this T side didn't continue to extend for them, because they did have opportunities. They found their way into bomb sites. They cracked open. They found themselves in post plants.
Yeah, it felt like they were in a favorable position so many times, but this early drawn-out affair where they're letting 1 or 2 of their players look for this frag. I mean, it's weird to draw the comparison, but it kind of reminds me of like really old-school Na'Vi, where they let like Guardian and their main operas actually go look for fights. Unfortunately, that was also a team that really relied on the last 20 seconds to collapse onto a bomb set. It's very difficult to do that. Lin Vision had always taken control over lobby by the time that happened. They'd always had a good response somewhere else. And it never felt like the CTs lost control of the map, even if they're losing out a kill.
It's also just once these Cobra entries stopped happening so consistently on the ramp duel, then it felt like the options kind of dried up for the Huns. And sure, they'd still find kills towards Hell, but the wealth of opportunities that ramp seemed to offer them in those previous rounds was really a massive win condition. And it's only when they started exploring outside and, you know, sometimes losing those opening duels, they felt more contained towards those secret steps and the lower site. But they didn't feel as comfortable finishing on B in these full gun rounds.
It'll be the same story as every second half seems to tell. A pistol round that could decide the fate of the trailing team. Maybe a little bit more so for the Huns over here. Lin Vision feel unstoppable. And not as far as individual firepower is concerned. This is a very Lin style of winning. Always have your players in the right positions, keep control of the map, level-headed, trading.
But the positive for them is that when they played against GJ Hao, they had an 8-4 half where they started on T side. So their struggles were on CT against GJ Hao.
Well, Lin's got a lot of positives for them.
Yeah.
I feel like the silver lining is to be hunted for by Mongolian fans.
But also, Lin will understand that just because they have this 8-4, the game is not over yet, because they ended up losing that game to GJ Hao in double overtime.
Well, that's never fun.
So I gotta stay locked in. Sure, gonna feel great that you find your way into an advantage, given that the momentum seemed to shift in the way of the Mongolian side for just a little bit. Double dualies out for the Huns, both 9 and Cobra donning them.
It's going to be a reasonable welcoming party over here at ramp. Heinz playing initial point of contact. He's got Bartek behind him as well. But it's actually Cobra to find that first kill. Never something I'll stop saying, apparently. The first 2, in fact, go the way of the Huns. And as Zakar and company try to go back over to the ramp room, Kolmisu has realized his pistol round is lost. All he can look for are frags and cash. And right now, he'll get 1 of each.
Yeah, beautiful crunch called by the Huns. I mean, with Cobra getting his first kill hut, 9 receiving some pressure over at ramp. 9 makes the correct decision in calling over some additional support over from Hell, and suddenly Lin thought they might have had some access. They could isolate 1 duel, and then there were 3 staring down the same tight line. So Lin get decimated on their pistol. No real, I didn't really see like signs of intention from that round. They were obviously poking and probing, but once they found a player, they did want to establish that trade, just never got it.
5 Glocks and 3 MP9s, it's a match made in heaven. Zeralt is hoping that he is not going to be the fool to fall down. And maybe can be the farming man. Now that Incendiary does lock out a player, but Westmoreland is going to be unsuspected. He doesn't make a move.
Yeah, I thought he would take the timing once the Incendiary goes off behind him. But now this is a very hard angle to clear.
Teams are going to be taking their time. Their primary objective over here is to bleed out CT utility. Yami gets eye lines out on a leg. And a Millionaire bites, the roll to fall, Cobra to farm. And sure, the USP will be called to order, but he's got a lot of players to fight, and he's happy to take them all. A quick anti-eco ace. Why not for the young star?
Yeah, all 5. I said the fight for Zeralto was very favorable, but Westmoreland somehow overpowered him with the Glock, so if not for this ace and the cleanup here from Cobra, this could have been a weird situation where Lin could have maybe had enough space to even plant, dive down those vents potentially. So denying Lin any opportunity to establish more cash.
Cobra continues to be incredibly instrumental for the Huns. Lin Vision now come out with their full AK buy. It's going to be an early contest, potentially out towards ramp, quickly interrupted by the smoke. They do have an interesting call for the Huns. It's going to be 2 players going back over to Secret to see what they can find. 9 does not have flashes, so if they're going to be wanting those for the peak, it'll have to be Zeralt, and surely he doesn't dare to take that peak outside.
It's kind of a crazy call to go for as well, because if Lin had gone for a simple A play, that it would be effectively unguarded, only 9 that could offer up any real defense.
And with Bartek using all of his utility this early on, it might be something that Lin start to read. Another smoke being deployed back over to ramp room will, however, still force them away. That smoke's awkward, but Starry is the one to actually find Cobra elsewhere. Cobra getting aggressive outside, and Starry is hoping he's not traded. The call's been given over. Cobra's not the outside player normally. What's going on over here, guys? Investigate A. And in the meanwhile, that investigation will show that Yami outside is going to be holding down the longer angles. So it's time to fight the short ones. 45 seconds. Lin needs to make the play.
They've reset into a more traditional setup, but the player positions are maybe a little bit skewed. Yami will move in support to this A bomb site, but they're still playing 2 and 2 here on the side of the Huns.
I like this.
Reprioritize to ramp, but he's not gonna push. He's just instead getting that Incendiary down nice and early. Zeralt has a lot on his plate.
They're absolutely convinced it's an A play, and they are right. Zeralt only with 1. That's where Yami comes in. The step-up performance that was asked of him has now been delivered. CT side was where he struggled the most, and it feels like those struggles are over. Huns will not let Lin Vision step foot in the bomb site.
Yeah, the Huns almost make a critical error. I mean, they get up from Secret, they clear towards outside, and Cobra decides to keep pushing that initiative. There was nothing actually preventing the Huns from starting a player red and trying to go for the same kind of timing without having to pull the extra resources. But they were hoping that they would catch Lin on just a simple outside smokes, traditional cross, maybe try and burst through to main garage, and instead it comes off the back of Yami in this late round defense where Lin actually thought they might have identified a gap based on the player they found in the early round, only to be sorely mistaken. So just like that, dealing with the first gun round and now having a half buy to deal with now.
Ooh, that's not great. Those smokes used on one side makes it easier for Yami to continue racking up the numbers. Now those numbers are few, but they are still there.
Yeah, and while the bursts and the sprays are a little labored from many involved, still no problems for the Huns. Equalizing round, find themselves at 8-8, 4 straight coming out of the first half.
We'll be seeing an op come out from either side now, likely as well. I'm interested to see what 9 wants to do with his. I'm also curious about whether Lin are going to be able to have Amelia step up a little bit. It feels like ever since those early duels lost out to Cobra, he has fallen flat a little bit. We sometimes see average performances from Amelia, but very rarely a liability. Molotovs exchanging damage on either side, both Yami and 9. Rather, both 9 and Zacher unwilling to give up angles.
He does have to be careful in these outside duels. In that game against GJ Hao, really struggled. Kept being isolated. A free kill almost every round, but look how far Zeralte pushes, trying to get up the ladder, and Amelia will happily take a free kill.
That's their A-side player gone as well. Cobra reveals that there might be a player coming in from heaven. Zacher's watching out for him, but Bartek has found 2 somehow through the smoke. Now they just need to play safe, and Huns know it as well. Lin Vision are going to be lost.
He just kept tapping the weak side of the smoke and he comes away with 2. It's crazy.
Well, now it's been taken out. There's taps that go either way. Suze might be looking more impressive, but it'll still be a 3-on-3. Game's 1 on numbers though, and Cobra can't finish up his.
Good info play though, saw 2.
Yami now knows it's going to be a crunch likely coming his way. He looks out to Amelia initially. What a play from Yami! The young star of Mongolia has had his light dim in recent years, but this is a quick reminder to the supernova he can be.
And that's the perfect target selection that he had. He knew that there were 2 players coming in from main, but he also didn't want to guarantee that they had that trade lined up. Goes for the isolated fight first, and then looks for more, and they happen to line up for him. All that damage that Cobra did, helping to make Yami's life that much easier. And if we talk about the Huns and their crisis of confidence, getting these plays to fall their way, getting these massive multi-kills, especially on the stars that have been struggling, I don't think there is that crisis in this map.
I really suspected that there would be a change going into the CT side, but even I could have imagined how wild it would be. We're seeing Yami being proactive early on, be it from risky sprays through smokes that could come back to punish him, sure, but then the amount that he's moving across the map, the amount that we see him actually going back into the A side, in through main and the like, this is a completely different look to what we had versus GG Hao, where he was largely static behind.
He just kept on picking these fights back red.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like he was, that was his one thing that he was doing. Maybe he tried to change the icebox some rounds, didn't work. So yeah, just a small reeling back of Yami's positions to be less aggressive, but even if Yami is getting all these multi-kills, I don't think it can be underestimated just how much Cobra is contributing, not only in his decision-making, but the kills he's been finding, the information he's gathering.
Yami hears those footsteps, and now he's caught between angles. Zeralte is the one to actually find kills. It's damage all over the shop, though. The shop is still open. Lin. Lower bombs are taken over. Westmelon chasing down 9, and 9 is frantically trying to defend himself in any way possible. Westmelon comes in with 2. Could have been 3, but it at least allowed the bomb to be planted. Tech 9, it's his only weapon that he wants, but Cobra comes in again. Snakes it home, saves the day.
Oh my goodness, that was extremely frantic. You could tell 9 was in full panic as the opposing in-game leader was running him down, but Westmelon gets there in time to provide support. It's just simply not enough. They don't have any room to breathe. The Huns were quick on their coattails, and they have been roundless since coming into this T side. And I didn't think they'd have to worry about it, given the great T side they showed against GJ Hao, but the Huns are clearly leveled up.
If we are going to see anything, it feels like it has to come in through Starry and Westmelon, the 2 Big veterans, a fantastic round where Staria is allowed to make a play before the smokes bloom, but 9, a critical shot missed. He's not been required in this D side, but rather the CT side, but he cannot falter now. Zacher, head's been tickled, but Bartek can't do more than that.
Now he is able to provide some support on this lower side. The problem is that he's going to have to deal with not only ramp, but the prospect of the secret aggression as well from Double and from Decon. Westmelon, a great entry, and that's the sole defender dealt with. Now taking a lot of damage to the Molotov, but this will and should be a call to save here from the Huns. First round that Lin Vision finally break through, and it comes off the back of a nice kill outside, but also finding that solitary player in B. And listen, them getting access to Secret while finding a kill only makes the Huns' defense stretch that much more thin. So you could sympathize with Bartek in that situation for sure. He knew he was receiving no support.
Excellent round comes through, but you wonder what the response is going to be from the Huns. Their money isn't really particularly bothered. They've managed to build up a lot of cash, and with 3 players kept alive over here as well, it does feel like you're never going to be concerned about being broken for at least the next 3 rounds or so. By which point it might be too late.
Wonder if that 1 round will be enough to jumpstart the engine. They're going to need several rounds consecutively before they get any chance at breaking the cash of the Huns.
Once again, Starry's been left to his machinations outside. 9 needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught off by him on his retreat backwards. What a grenade. That makes things complicated. Bartek might have already done his job, but with flashes coming over, he's still got more to do. Molotov forces him away. He stays alive, but barely just 9. Covering off the cross, but it's not the cross he needs to worry about. It's players right next to him. They've got 2 to try and cordon anyone away from hell, but Yami's found the critical duel on outside. 2 players already down in the lower bomb site. Good position for the Mongolians.
Yeah, Starry had to cross on timing, and Yami's just able to face check that. So they lose another one of these prongs to the assault on B, and there's reinforcements on this lower side. Bartek has help. Something that was missing last time over, and now Bartek will even move to a safer angle and may even allow Cobra to take first contact.
They've used their last incendiaries. Bartek doesn't need to move out at all. He will go down though. Cobra couldn't take true contact through the smoke, and now Lin Vision, they might not have HP, but they have time. The problem is Cobra finds him through the smoke. Astralis plant or not, he'll be able to shoot back. Still alive, back of glass. Zacher low, cannot close the distance. Yami closes him down instead. Lin Vision. Now it's only the ticking noise and the shots of Komisu that's going to help them out. But Yami jumping up and finding him. Emilia alone, one-on-one. Yami's already found 3 in the round, but sticking the defuse certainly an option. He'll take himself off of it too late. Emilia's had a quiet game, but now it's time to rise.
A fantastic moment to contribute. It kept on going back and forth. You saw Yami get so many kills from behind. Cobra's gonna feel a little hard done by. Both him and Bartek felt like they were in good positions. Even the spam on the plant, had Cobra gotten that kill 1 second sooner, Lin wouldn't have got that bomb down. The pressure of that clock would suddenly be against them. But Emilia, certainly a heat check and a small moment where Yami has to reconsider. Lin are right back in this. 10-10, and the Huns will be on the precipice of their money being completely shattered.
It's done in style as well for Lin. And all that pressure they're putting on their own shoulders might be making diamonds right now. 2 players already inside Secret. Westmelon already access to heaven. The map belongs to them.
They should know
maybe
about
it's
this.
their own territory that they need to worry about. The backstab being primed. It's being prepared. Zerold will be checked at the last moment. Su has got a radar in his mind, and it was going beep, beep. But Cobra slithers past it. Starry will collect on Yami, who tries to get aggressive, but Cobra still going. Another kill found, and now suddenly this bomb is rerouting back over to A site. Westmelon's been hidden for this very moment for so long. 9 taken down on the rotate as well.
Cobra will try his hand at it. He knows that this player's inside of heaven, but it's a difficult duel. The elevation of Westmelon does enough to lift Lin Vision through another round, getting so much space towards heaven and calling that it was all clear. Couldn't hear a peep, didn't see a soul inside of heaven. No quick rotates, no one checking outside. And so I don't know if it was Cole Misu and just his intuition, but I imagine a decision was made that, guys, if there's nobody ramp and there's no pressure towards the top side of A, then expect your flank. Very clear and concise. Lin had a full read on how the Huns were repositioning, and they will be pretty poor off. Economically, the Huns cannot afford a proper full buy, and so they'll have to come in with some compromises to try and keep Lin away from 12.
Huns are going to have to save over here.
I saw someone buy an M4.
Oh, God.
They're
going
forcing.
all in.
And if they lose here, they'll be on maybe an MP9 at best, but I'll expect quite a few 5.7s.
Who'll be forcing the fight?
This will still be a difficult round to navigate. They'll understand that there could be shotguns, there could be SMGs playing into these close range angles and allowing them to make use of the extra mobility. Actually could serve the Huns better off. So there is a cautionary, or a cautious approach rather, here from Lin. Star may receive 1 bullet on his cross, but he does get himself towards those secret steps. That's one of the early round conditions fulfilled here for Lin, but how do they build with it? It's incredibly static. They're expecting Huns to make a move.
Good early damage, and it's going to be 2 kills as well. Make it 3. The Huns have crumbled. They have watched their chances wither in front of them. A split second. A single skirmish. And Lin will find map point on the Huns' pick of nuke.
And they should hunt. They absolutely should hunt.
There is no reason not to.
Star doesn't even need to do that much hunting. He finds a kill at range. And 9 is nearby, round the corner.
Star feels like he knows it.
He'll be very hard pressed to save this M4. Even just the radius that he has to deal with that bomb blast. He'll have to get some distance.
Starry's watching as well. Starry knows all. 12 for Lin Vision, a commendable effort from the Huns, but it is met with might.
Yeah, I really thought the Huns were going to try and be proactive, try and do something with those SMGs, force a favorable duel in some capacity, but they were waiting for Lin to make their move, and by the time they do, they get the flashes in the right spot. You see Yami full blind inside of main. His 2 A players get dealt with simultaneously, and they are left a little desperate for this potentially last round. XM for Yami, and a whole bunch of MP9s. Even a decoy thrown, a declaration of war.
We've seen more with less, but it feels like with the way Huns have been playing, with how timid they have been, with their only performers feeling like they're Cobra and Yami, it's unlikely at best.
Barzak just puffed out his chest though at ramp, and so it will keep Lin guessing as to what their next move should be. I think they actually wanted to go for a ramp burst, but once they realized there was an MP9 behind a smoke, they get worried that that could be a stack.
It's a scary prospect. Yami's XM makes it so that 9 is going to be completely alone on outside, though. He's never going to be taking this peak. 9 will be forced off by the Molotov, not completely pushed away, though. Westmelon in the meanwhile taking good long-range angles, but little does he know! Little does he know, Yami's coming in from behind. Starry remains the voice of reason, but reason might be over. He's taking long-range peaks with that XM. He didn't even pick up the AK. And now through the smoke, he can open a hole wider than time itself. And he keeps it going. Cobra with another quick kill. Botic's rotation, but it's Zeralt on the side who's good for one. Yami, put that damn gun away. Zacher and Su. Zacher is low, the time is lower, and now while the bomb is being planted, Botic knows he can close the distance. Su trying to cover off Heaven, but it's down below that he needed to worry about. He turns around, Botic, he gets one, he can find Su as well. AK picked up, Botic needs to take the peek. Su had a grenade in his hand, Botic doesn't press the issue, and with that, one mistake, it's Call Me Su to seal the deal.
Yeah, it took a while for them to get past that rider's block, but once they found success on that T side, they never looked back. A lovely string of rounds, some great calling, but the shooting just looking that much more confident for Lin on that T side. Once they got a taste of victory on the attack, they decided to really indulge in that meal.
I mean, you have to say, it is such a strong showing coming out from Cobra and Yami, but Lin Vision, that was a team. Even their weakest performer, Emilia, has this critical 4K on this T side. Everyone manages to step up for a round or two, and unfortunately, it didn't feel like Hans had that luxury.
And listen, Yami did a great job for most of this game. I'd say 95% of it, but towards the end there, especially in these gun rounds they kept losing, he actually did go quiet. Yeah, and it's not necessarily to say it's his fault, but especially when your team is so reliant on you to get that impact, especially because we saw some great sort of tag team play from the Huns, and it wasn't always shoulder to shoulder, it was more from distance. A call back to that Cobra play, out from Heaven, spots two, Yami a three-piece from the T-Ven. And it's one of these moments that really did feel like Huns were totally in tune with what was happening on the map. But as soon as Lin found that secret recipe to success, the Huns were just looking a bit more discombobulated.
But for the Huns, you can only ask for 95% of the game from Yami,
yeah,
right? You didn't have Botic, 9, and Zeralt barely ever showed up, especially it felt like Botic and Zeralt 9 maybe left in more saving positions and the like, but that's still criticism of him perhaps when he's supposed to be this opera who's making moves, making plays, but at the end of the day, Lin Vision was a team, Hans was 2 men.
Yeah, and I think just, you know, to breathe a sigh of relief, the Lin Vision squad, after they saw their lead shrink and shrink and shrink, once it was that 8-4 half again, maybe a couple flashbacks to that GJ Hal game. Sure, they're on the different side, but thought it could happen again, but no, they really dial it up a notch, and they capitalize on some of the weaknesses expressed from the round plans from the Huns. It didn't seem like they wanted to be proactive. They were waiting fairly often, and they decided to do all that early proactivity on that CT side in the first few gun rounds, and even then they were punished for those actions.
And look, now as we go forward, you've got to commend Westman for what he's able to do in this team, being able to rally everyone together even after it looks like things are slipping. That's what 9 has to do for his side as well, for the Huns right now. This last clutch, I mean, it's just so indicative of what was going on. Botic felt afraid to take the duel, it felt like. Can't take away the 1v1, they can't get these opportunities, and now we have our opportunity to also hear from Neokai.
I was already prepping a line of talking about Westmill and that 1%, and it very nearly got there. At one point it was looking a little dicey, but thankfully towards that tail end, locked back in. Credit to the Huns though. I mean, that's one of the best maps we've seen out of them this kind of last month, basically, in a really bad period, but that was actually really solid all the way up until the end, where they just felt a little quiet. I thought Yami with the auto shotgun might have been able to rein them back in.
That was a crazy play.
It was very close as well, and he actually had an opportunity to pick up an AK and didn't go for it. Wanted to stick with the auto and very nearly made it work, but credit to Lin Vision, a huge one from them. Even as well, you know, you see those moments where, you know, Emilia was quiet basically all the way through. Had 6 kills up until he got this really big moment, stepping up, getting the crowd on their side, really having that 6th man to support them. So, you know, from Lin Vision as a whole, a really, really good game. I think, again, showing quite indicative of what you've been talking about, Yumi, about this more holistic style of play, and that was showing. You know, you see the Huns, they're running away with 21-22 for Yami and Cobra, but having those 2-star step up wasn't enough when everyone else was quite quiet.
I really think what's cool about Westmelon as a caller is that he actually, you know, spent a lot of his time developing into like a star lurking sort of extremities mid-round player, and because he's now shifted into in-game leading, he still wants to play those roles. I think it's just just kind of built into who he is now as a person. And if he feels like he has those timings down pat, he will take more fights. He will be more aggressive, and he will create opportunities for his squad. And if not, then he'll just let the other stars on this team operate. So this was one of those moments where Westmoreland did have a lot of those great timings and great punishments to the, I guess, some of the lackadaisical movements of the Huns.
I do want to give a lot of love out to Starry as well, even if his skills aren't at the top of the scoreboard. He had some really impactful rounds in terms of outside control.
Yeah.
Most of the time he was left alone, and he was such a menace, getting the better of Yami a few times, yes, but more than that, he was able to get access to Secret without really being at risk most of the time, and that extra bit made Hans so second-guessy about everything. But still, at the end of the day, it is Westmoreland who we have to talk about.
This pose has so much wisdom to it.
Yeah, exactly. Leading by example, 20 and 16, 96 ADR. He said there's a 99% chance they win. And, well, I mean, he proved it at least for map number 1. So what a way to start as well. Taking Nuke in that sort of fashion is the perfect way to kickstart this series. And then Alpha is only one map away from booking this spot in towards Shanghai as well. And I think more so than that, they would also love the revenge. They would love that chance to kind of go back towards GG Hao and say, all right, first time, you know, we maybe let our foot off the gas there, we let things slip, and we want our revenge to say that we actually are the better team of this group. And they came in as the number 1 seed of the group, right? And they want to prove it to themselves. For the Huns, it's not the end of the road, right, in this series, but I don't know, it's tough. They want to push it towards that Ancient. I feel like if they do get towards Ancient as well, that could be really interesting. But yeah, I don't know if I have belief in them anymore. We both said the 2-0, and you said 2-1, but it did require the nuke, right?
Yeah, I really thought nuke was going to be what they depended on. And personally for me, I feel somewhat vindicated that Yami did step up, but I'm so disappointed in that performance from Zeralt and Bartek, to be honest, because, I mean, yes, 9 is also at fault, but just in terms of the perspectives we saw, I saw so many critical rounds and so many critical duels lost. I mean, by Zeralt on that A-bomb side, then by Bartek over on ramp, even when he rotates down to lower, that round we were talking about for Emilia getting the kill. Bartek was hidden away in a corner forever. He has distraction fire, he has everything. I never felt like Bartek was actually on the same level as anyone else on the server. And for Zerald, I have excuses. He's a young player. There's a lot of pressure. There's more of a crowd today than ever. And none of that will help you get the win. I don't have those excuses for Bartek, though.
Bartek's 20.
He's been around for a long time, man. That's important.
But he also got replaced.
Younger than Zerald?
I swear he is.
Sure, but as far as his career is concerned, Bartek is supposed to be the veteran on this team. We don't talk about Counter-Strike in, passport years. We talk about it years on the server.
Yeah, but he's been on Renewal, NKT. He was on Chinggis Warriors.
Bartek was on the Mongols for a very long amount of time. He's worked with the best IGLs. He's worked with the most.
Before they made their revolution.
They were still one of the best teams in Asia.
I don't agree with this narrative at all.
Yeah, he got kicked and then they became big. I'm with you, Yuli, I have to say. We're going to throw us to a break anyway to stop the bickering before we get in towards map number 2. We'll see you all in just a second.
操作就用野蛮部落。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Dust2 coming up next as well, and it's Lin Vision's pick. They've already taken map number 1, Nuke, off of the Huns, and now find themselves a map away from Shanghai. So for the Huns, this potentially could be the end of the road. And T, we've already spoken about it. Missing a couple of players, Zerol, Bartek, 9, all of which you just could not step up in any sort of fashion. And, you know, you look towards 9, for example, and it wasn't even directly in the AWP head-to-head. Zaka wasn't lights out, but Zerol was missing, and we did need that injection of star firepower in the rifling core.
We're just not getting enough shooty bang bang for Dust2, and I hate to sort of bring it down to only that, but with the way Huns was playing even on Nuke, where they're relying on these really slow early setups and getting picks, that's a round style that can work pretty well on Dust2, but it is purely reliant then on you winning 1 versus 1s, and you're not winning that with anyone except for Cobra and maybe Yami.
Yeah, and we look towards Dust2 as well, Yumi. This has, generally speaking, been a really great map for Lin Vision. It's been a map that's been a strong part of their map pool within domestic Counter-Strike for a long time. The only real caveat to that is that, you know, of course, that loss to GG Hal, but before that, it's a sea of green. There's got to be like at least 10 wins in a row on this map for them. So if we kind of just extract that where they never really got going, they've still got to be feeling very confident.
Yeah, they'll feel incredibly confident. And the only thing that they'll look back on and have learned from that GG Hal game is to just not leave these massive gaps in their CT defaults. And once they realize that, and I do think when we came out of that game, I said it looked complacent from Lin. Like they didn't think that that space would ever be occupied or taken away from them. They'll have accounted for that and adapted. The same way that Huns have sort of changed their setups on Nuke, I expect Lin to have made those changes coming into this Dust2 as well. So yeah, the odds are not looking good here for the Huns in that they have a little bit of a limited activation. They have 2 of their 3 core rifling stars showing up. And, you know, to be honest, I actually expect 9 to have a pretty solid game. I don't think, you know, the angles on Dust are, I guess, more conducive to his kind of playstyle, where he doesn't have to necessarily be a hyper-aggressive hunting orb like he was doing on that nuke on T side.
The bad news for the Huns as well is that every time that these two sides have played in best of threes, Dust 2 has been part of the pool, and LinVision won it every time. You look back into kind of February, where they played a couple of times, it's a 13-11 towards LinVision. Before that, a 13-3, and before that as well, it was a... Oh, actually, no, it was a 16-14 to the Huns. They got one a while ago in overtime, but generally speaking, these games do seem to go the distance. LinVision have the slight little advantage on it, though.
But the 1% now.
Exactly,
the 1%.
That 1% that West Wellens spoke of.
Is a 13-11 a part of the 99%? Because I feel like the odds are skewed a little strangely there.
It's a weird time, and I think, you know, again, we got to come back to once again for the Hun stuff outside of the server, which is this sort of mental game for them as well. Even when they start to get that loss streak, and I don't know how much you guys caught it from kind of the casting move from here, but just from being
I
down
saw
there,
head in hands.
Oh yeah, a lot as well. They actually, there's a few things that were going wrong. We're talking about head in hands, very kind of frustrated looks, just quite consistently, but also as well, the one thing that I always hate, that stare first of all is scaring me. But another thing that I always hate is actually when teams just go quiet. There was no comms. Everyone fell silent because I think internally they felt it was kind of doomed.
I do wonder about whether they'll be having a better time on Dust 2 as well. I know it's distracting.
He's not playing.
It's like,
there we go.
I was worried. You know, if he injures himself before the game, that might be the 1%.
Eye strain, basically.
Technical timeout. I stared at the camera too long.
We had to take you to the dentist or him to the optician. There you go. JJ Hound over here, the way they destroyed Huns was very different to what we look at from Lin. Right? So I don't think, at the very least, for anyone who watched the Huns earlier on in the tournament, they shouldn't be concerned that, hey, they're just going to be destroyed by this one-man wrecking ball that Boros was. This is going to be a lot of like crazy entries and the like. We will probably see a more even exchange because of the fact that Lin doesn't lean into firepower that honestly they do kind of have. I still think this is going to be more one-sided than most of the online affairs that we've seen.
My primary concern was probably going to be Bartak for the Huns, because, you know, as this guy that, sure, he does have a decent a decent amount of playing experience, but he was always seen as sort of like the weakest. He could be the fourth best player on the team, and even then, there were probably arguments for others within the Mongolian circuit to take his spot. And so, as a supportive player, as a player that often is playing these anchor roles as well, you have to be a rock for the squad, and you know he has had time to grow into that role, but we see him falter in some of these pivotal moments where the Huns desperately need him to step up.
And to be frank, I mean, for Bartek, I think the conversation is that maybe he isn't a veteran, right? Maybe he isn't supposed to be that rock for the team and emotionally and whatnot. But if you're not the veteran, if you're not going to be the emotional support, if you can't corral the troops together, he doesn't seem like the loudest fellow or anything of the sort either. You're not getting your numbers. You're also not really able to be like this person who might be contributing in a massive way for calling and whatnot. I don't look at any of the teams he leaves and say, oh, they get significantly worse in that department. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the big question. Talking about kind of a more positive note, I guess, Yumi, there's one thing that for LinVision you'd expect on Dust 2 should level up, which is the AWPing department. Zaka, he wasn't bad by any means, but you know, we're just so used to Zaka just being lights out, being the best player in the server or one of, and Dust is a great map that can lead into his style of AWPing.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Enough conversation. Let's get in towards the game. Dust 2 is up next, and this is to see whether the Huns can stay alive here in the ACL. Well, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, they could be sent packing from Yancheng, China. Oh, it all hangs in the balance. A road to Shanghai laid out for the victors of this series. Meanwhile, the others have to go home. And for Lin, that's maybe not quite as far as the Huns.
Lin don't want to go home just quite yet, though. They have had a taste of victory, then more importantly, they've had a taste of defeat. They want to get that rematch versus JJ Howe. Huns will be starting off with a CT side pistol with two players featuring near middle. It's a Molotov to dissuade 9 from taking a quick peek, but it is LinVision to send 4 players right down under. Flash is good, 9 is better, and Cobra inside the smoke still hunting for an opportunity that he will not be given.
That took a lot of damage, but there's Cobra to run a bit of distraction. Drops the bomb, not something that they would have spotted himself. And as Cobra turns to maybe address someone inside of the tunnels, he offers his back to Zacher.
Makes it harder to hit my head, I'm telling you.
He just wasn't expecting another round that smoke, so into this 3-on-4 where, because 9 took so much damage and swinging short early to get the ball rolling, And now that Bartak has died at distance, Zaka really had a chance, but there's their ult to sweep up the pieces, still retain that man advantage for the Huns.
Yami's going to be able to spot out in middle as well and see that there's no one coming over back to A, so despite the bomb plant, the CTs will be able to set up the rotate fast. Now, 9 being low on HP means he's ideally going to be cannon fodder to be traded away, but because of how far he is, he might not be useful at all to the round.
Kit either.
They need to accelerate, and it's all down to Yami. What a shot from him. Leaves Su alone on the bomb side, and Su cannot find anything. Great inauguration from Yami, continuing that form from Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible impact. Finding the instant kill back on the retake, 3v1, and from there, just keeping to that pressure applied. Knew that Su had to push for something to find a fight. But they were always starting from behind, courtesy of the early flash play that the Huns throw at them via 9. Well, that shot was a complete fadeaway as well. But good recognition at the very least there from Lin. They saw Bartak inside the window. Again, one of these smaller side anchors, or rather the weak side anchor.
Weak side, small side, the important point is it's his side.
Yeah, I definitely prefer strong and weak, just because sometimes the small side like that side is actually quite big.
But enough about ancient A side, huh?
Or Anubis.
Cobra's going to be going out for a late round excursion. Anyone in long? No? Okay, cool. I'm back. Linvision have a fair amount of numbers back over towards the B-bomb side, and with Westmelon being the only player here on short, he's managed to successfully distract. Zeralt is the player who's been left behind alone. Molotov to the back of the bomb side, and flashes will be avoided. He's good for 1, probably needed 2, but Westmelon again is going to be their hidden man. Peeks out, cannot find the difference maker. But another plant and another opportunity. Emilia with the M4 picked back up, and a Molotov to the back of window will delay further. Huns are actually going to be in a difficult spot to retake this.
Yeah, they've got another smoke as well that can block for this post plant.
Cobra's already inside the smoke, though. He's waiting for it to dissipate. Flashbang out, and Cobra starts to take the peak. The grenade is good, but Su's found a kill elsewhere. Su gets 2, and Starry brings it back to a 1-on-1. The Deagle shot missed, and Yami reclaims another triple kill. But Huns are letting it get so costly, I'd be surprised if Lin don't just buy a game.
Yeah, I mean, huge multi-kills for Yami, that's for sure. But another plant, a lot of damage. They will test this B-bomb site once more, and it is very likely that they go for that force again, but, I mean, great job from Lin breaking in initially. The timing was good. The follow-up flash, sure, they lost 1 player, but it guaranteed that trade, and they had a lot of resources available for that post plant. If not for the efforts of Cobra creating all of that chaos and space, then maybe Yami doesn't find that multi-kill as well.
Couple of AKs out now for Linvision as Yami is turned around, and Yami is the one player you do not want to mess with on the server right now. A deep grenade to follow up. It's Duncan time, and Yami's not done yet. Cobra had his anti-eco ace, but Yami wants to do it in style. 9 will calm things down with a robbery, but Yami's the one stealing rounds.
Yeah, happy he had the spawn, but also the timing on the flash was perfect for the counter-aggression. The smoke that blooms on the corner, Yami's able to play around with the edge of it. And as the fight happens, a follow-up flash just completely blinds Westmelon. So perfect timing there from Bartak. And then the follow-up HE from Yami is pretty damn devastating. Little chance, a little offering, a morsel there for Starry. And he will not be able to bite down on it. These Deegs are being noted on both extremities. Never want to give it a fair fight, but Zeralte will try and close the distance to make it as lopsided as possible. Zacher
nice.
Dealt with, and Su can do nothing to trade. His priority will be getting control of that bomb again. Here we go again.
Zeralt. Intended to try and get a better deal. It actually doesn't help at all, but even so, Westmelon is the player hidden away. This Tech 9 is yet to frag, and this man, unfortunately, is the one holding it, also yet to frag. Emilia going out in middle, playing with smokes, but it turns out the CTs can do much of the same. Zeralt's death leaves Cobra alone. And Cobra's more than happy to step up to the plate.
Whoa! Nice shot from Starry.
Beautiful.
Another inside of the site though, and timing will favor Yami.
10-0 start for Yami, Michael.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. The math checks out. 2, 3, 4.
Many.
And 1.
I prefer many.
Counting his kills even outside of the tally. It's just funny for Zeralt that, you know, his first peak instantly owns this player pillar with the Deeg. Kolmisu takes that position later. It's like an identical duel.
Lin Vision are hoping this will not be identical round outcomes, so yet to break into their T side.
Yeah, definitely have the problems on this T side versus GJ Hao, but they were able to rally it. Starry losing control of his spray, just trying to track down Cobra. He started aiming way too high, and Cobra, even without proper sightlines, able to get the kill. That's a rare mechanical fumbling from Starry.
It's also a good sign from Hans, the fact that they're going for risky plays like this. It looks a little bit different to Nuke, at least when you contrast their T side, and you feel like this is needed for a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Bartek won't be flashed over here, Michael. No one's even trying. It's full drive for Lin, and Bartek's alone. It's a one-on-one where he will come out on top. It's the only kill he needed. That's information on a bunch more players coming out from behind as well. And the T's are trying to disrespect the smoke. They'll be successful at it, but Yami's still around. Which is, he had a flashbang, but he doesn't need it at all. Just pre-fires in. This is still getting troublesome. 2-on-2, Zeralt trying to flank, but 9's AWP will be next to useless in this round. Zacher's even watching out for this. Zacher will get the kill for free, and 9... he might be better off saving unless he can immediately get the kill. The problem is that the bomb could not be planted comfortably, so Su tries to take the peek, knew that 9 was in CT from that earlier grenade, and he is rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play for 9 to try and scale up those boxes, because he knew he had an isolated duel on the bomb site. That was going to be his best chance to have a 1v1, and especially because he has that AWP. You never want to let them set up in a double swing, something that Lin are very, very good at setting up in these mid-rounds. It was a nice attempt from Cobra at the start, but ultimately Lin trade out on that A play. Wow, good tag there for Zacher. 9 didn't even really want to take the duel, but now that he's wounded, he might feel emboldened.
Like a berserker's rage. It's Yami who feels bold right now, and for good reason.
I think it does feel as though anything he's calling, his quick decisions, they're doing their best to try and work around him.
Lin's not committing over towards his B bomb site just quite yet. It does seem to be a late round play for short, might be in their minds, but with the utility that the CTs are deploying, it'll be hard to make that case convincing.
Yeah, it's pretty classic staging. They're going to end up slinking between these two sites, but even while flashed, Yami didn't get caught by it. Both him and Cobra combined on short, so one of the conditions to having this pendulum between the two sites is now a mega deterrent from A.
Zeralt also has a full belt out towards the B bomb site, so taking the site is going to be incredibly difficult. 9's over here with the AWP and the smoke, likely going to be the first one to deploy it. I'm surprised that the CTs haven't started using their util just quite yet, though. Flashes now come out. 9 gets the first one for free. It's a little bit too much exposed, and now 9, the flash is there, but Zacher is the problem. Taking the peek might be a little bit too risky. Zeralt misses the jump as well, but he won't miss the shots. Gets them both.
And Westmelon turned the wrong way. A really solid defense there from the Huns. 9 taking that first contact, but yeah, Zeralt just able to sweep up the pieces. There was basically only one way that Lin could go in this moment because they got pushed away from short at that 50-second mark. Would have been very difficult to break past what was a fresh smoke blooming in their face. So Lin are scrambling for answers. They have not been able to work the extremities and find clean opening picks. So one of the benefits they had against GJ Hao in their dueling was actually that they kept on winning fights via Starry towards Osama's. That was very frequently the long exchange on both CT and T side, actually. Osama's was on the worst end of the stick. And that was the sort of one weak link that could be exploited. But right now, Huns don't seem to have exposed their bellies in the same way.
And it does feel like Huns' CT side might be their key to victory over here. They have to maximize rounds on it. When Yami's able to get down to so much, call so many of his own shots, yes, T side is normally where you look out to that, but everyone is facilitating him, and then they've got good defensive lines in the late rounds. Cobra now getting aggressive is punished, but Zerot was with him. Rasmussen hasn't spotted that out yet. Deep mid fight, Yami will collect onto Emilia, and Zerot now starts to strike. He hears his util pieces deployed, drops the bomb, immediately backs off as well. The grenade will make things a bit more tricky, but Zerot is fighting forward, not behind. Zacker's Molotov finishes him off, but this bomb site still won't be taken. Lin Vision are stuck, and Starry without the bomb will have to take that extra bit of time to venture back into the smoke. The bomb now being planted. Point could have been taken by 9. It felt like he wanted to aggress because of that low HP, but Starry going back over to the window smoke. He's heard Yami drop down, comes right there next to him. Yami will not have heard it, gets the stray kill onto 9 while he's hunting for Yami.
That actually almost worked. I mean, he escaped into the smoke there, wondering where on earth did he go, but even with Starry catching them off guard, the trade there immediate via Yami. And just hunting around for all the extra bells and whistles if there are grenades dropped on the site. Or better weapons. A 6th round here for the Huns. Lin once again getting caught off guard. A little change from the Huns default. Getting aggressive in this double push towards lower, and it works out swimmingly. Hell, you could tell that Lin completely lowered their guard. But this wide swing from Emilia, I really am quite confused by that. You know, usually you're only swinging as wide as that when you have a couple players behind you. You're trading space via the Tech 9. He had a smoke on the Xbox as well, so didn't actually have to worry about the deep line.
Zacker's found Zerot through the doors, if I'm not wrong, by the way, with the scout at the start of this round. Cobra, a lot of damage, but damage isn't enough. He needs to find the kills. They're trying to scale. Nice shot from Yami across the map, and it's Cobra to swing out from behind. That little bit of support was all he needed to give Huns the advantage once again. That's an advantage that might be meaningless, though, as far as it comes to preventing the bomb from being planted.
Yeah, it'll benefit the Lin side, the fact that Huns were scrambling on their rotate.
Finds position known. Zacker not being truly hunted. He's got a smoke to help him out as well, but Emilia knows this round really rests on his shoulders.
Especially in a 2v3, they know that Lin want to fight.
Head given up. Emilia has Zacker's support, but no, not for long. 9's going to be able to take one down. Cobra's playing risky games, but Emilia feels like he's been boxed in. Too many players to try and deal with. 9 will be distraction, but somehow Yami is just hitting everything.
Yeah, good identification of what's happening. Yami, you're right, you know, it just seems like multi-kills are his strength in this map. 15-1.
That seemed like a good scoreline.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
He was getting really pumped at the start, but now getting a couple of kills, pedestrian. Right place at the right time on B, and able to find the final kill, even while flying through the air.
That's what it feels like he's been doing in this game.
Well, you know, I mean,
had wings.
He's just been shooting people in the head very quickly.
Sometimes midair.
Yeah, that's the only one, though.
So far. Lin Vision do not have answers, and frankly, with how much conversation is happening, they might not have questions either.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I would be targeting this B bomb site. I think that's what the game plan was at the start here for Lin Vision, and you know, that's fine if it doesn't work out for the first few times, but where is the real weakness for the Huns? I was trying to say and talk about it earlier. It's Bartak. You know, he definitely is the weakest player on the team, I would say. But he can have these massive step-ups. Good pick for Yami. It's a double-up start. You know, if everything's going right for Yami, why not give him those expensive guns that we see the modern meta use?
It's going to be another man disadvantage for Lin Vision. deep grenade out into lower tunnels is also going to be well placed. I remember once upon a time when Yami was actually primary opping. That was a sight to behold. Could sometimes go a bit too far, though.
Do you remember which team that was?
It was the beginning of Eruption, if I remember correctly.
Before Annihilation?
Much before, yeah.
Okay.
Starry will find Cobra in the meanwhile, so at least they do have that response. Turns out there's secondaries across the map, and you've got Yami pushing forward with the AWP. It doesn't spot out Komisu, if I'm not wrong.
I think
so this might be the wrong call. Yami's left alone. As much as he might have been a flying man, 9 actually through the smoke is able to connect, but Yami misses his shot, dodges a flash, still gets the kill. Komisu is wondering, how do I deal with this man? Starry looking for kills through the door, but he'll never find them. Yami, information given over. These players are low. He can do no wrong. He can do no wrong. Emilia finally deals with him. It's his second death and the second round that LinVision find.
Some of these clutches that Emilia is pulling off for the squad have definitely served LinVision well. Had a really nice one, a 4-piece on Nuke, and Yami was doing, I mean, pretty death-defying stunts on this B-bomb site. From the early duels he was taking, the awkward glance he exchanged in towards those upper tunnels, he knew that this was going to be a B-side split. And sure, he had the benefit of some help from CT, but even with that 5-7, Yami was a force to be reckoned with.
Zacher is worried about a push, but he doesn't realize it's already happened. Yami closing the distance. Emilia with the Molotov in his hand. Put the bottle away, Emilia! Yami's got one. Zacher hoping to be able to cover off. He's expecting someone to come up with him, and he's right, but the problem is there's already a smoke, and Zacher's wondering, how do they know? Every single time, what do I do now? I don't have the bomb. I don't have teammates. And the CTs are back in through long.
Yeah, I love this decision. There's no reason to hover around in such a compromised position where you know you can get wrapped from a number of different spots. You can get cleared out fairly easily. Not great positions to play anti-flash, so to speak. So they concede that package, know that Lin are going to take a lot of time re-clearing that position just to get their hands on it.
For Lin, their only small consolation is that Huns are almost out of utility, so this is going to have to be a lot of gun duels. 9 is going to find Westmelon for free. Right as the smoke dissipates, Westmelon caught off by the timing.
Yeah, it's a couple times now. I mean, we saw that on Nuke. He didn't actually go punished for it when he tried to cross outside and the smokes were fading, but yeah, it doesn't have that internal timer completely down pat. Got caught off a couple of times by usually CT smokes dispersing.
Zerold has the scariest CT weapon known to mankind. It's a T-side Molotov. It's going to be able to separate these two players. You cannot scale up with it, but in fact, they're trying to force the issue. Zerold is just waiting. Flashbang will not hit, and Zerold's passive angle will pay off very nicely. Zacher alone, shot in the side. It's another triple kill for Yami. Go figure.
I did not expect it to be so fueled by Yami destruction. I understand he's been having a better and better performance as we moved through the tournament, but what a time to pull through. 21 kills. And we're not even done with the first half yet. 21-2.
It is unreasonable.
It's absurd.
I talked about maybe the highest LAN rating, if we could see that from Child King earlier on. That was a joke. It was felt like, hey, it's a one-sided affair against a team you should never lose to. A team you should have no respect for. Hans is going up against what is potentially coming into the tournament the best team in China.
I mean,
on their best map.
If Yami ends up having a super high LAN rating on this one map, that's great. But what will be better is if they beat LinVision. And they are currently a map down. This map's looking pretty solid from them so far, but
it can be topsy-turvy very quickly.
Yeah, let's not falter to lower buys as well. That'll be a massive saving grace for Lin if they're able to grab it. The nade is great, the spam on top is lovely, but they're getting wrapped from both sides. The flash is good, and the support from Zerold was absent, but he's trying to compensate with the spray, only good for the one. So weapons retrieved now for Lin, in a position where they can get into an after plant. They have used the majority of their resources, though. They have no blocking util, and there are kits available here for the Huns. They've got a full belt via 9. I can smoke off the tunnels, you can Molotov backplat. There are options available here for this retake.
It's that backplat Molotov which might end up being the most important. Yami coming out through upper tunnels is really going to want something of the sort.
He's going for an odd timing, though. It's taking so long to get him into position.
They're barely going to have any time to get onto the site because of it. Zacher holding it down. Starry long range, head spotted. Yami cannot get the kill. Is it over from just that? But Bartek still fighting away. Emilia back the bomb site. 1v1s have been his forte, and with 9 trying to run off into the distance, he will not be able to save his life or the round. It is a great call from LinVision, weaving through the smokes of middle, being able to find the timing where Zerold is looking away, somehow isolating both of these B-side players. Cobra, good kill through the smoke, gave him credit for it, but he was clearly caught blindsided by the fact that he wasn't covered off.
Yeah, I mean, there just didn't seem to be effective communication about the fact that there was going to be this wrap happening for the Lin squad. Otherwise, I mean, they understood it was a possibility. They smoked up the doors, and they had a player close to the smoke, but they maybe didn't expect that there was going to be flashes layered on top of that as well, because Cobra committed to a reload, has no option, has no way to fight back. His cover full blinded. So it is definitely a cute call there for Lin, a way that they can salvage the rest of this half. It's kind of the nightmare scenario for the Huns, because they're probably starting to think about a 9-3 scoreline for themselves at a minimum. And that could be denied to them at the very tail end of this half.
I mean, it is unbelievable that they don't have money with the streak that they have had. Quick ascent into upper tunnels is going to be the call. Call Me Sue has already watched Westmelon die to this once. Is it going to be twice? No, Westmelon a bit more conservative this time over. LinVision are back to winning ways.
Sometimes it just feels like they need a little spark, and sure, Zacher will be taken down inside a spawn. That's the bomb in the possession of 9, but there are too many members there to deal with him as a problem. A 4th round attain here for LinVision. They do what they can to salvage as much of the rounds as possible. 4 is enough. We've seen many of these 8-4 scorelines flip the other way or somehow end up in these lengthy, drawn-out overtime games. And then we'll just be happy they hit a bit of a stride by the time they escape their T side.
Huns have to make sure that in these 3 minutes they're able to corral the troops, both to remind them that yes, we can still lose, but also remind them, no, we haven't lost. Don't worry, guys, it's okay. For a team where we have had a lot of conversation about their mental pressure and the like on top of it, it is going to be important to keep in mind that this seesaw can swing the other way very quickly.
It's also with all these kills being eaten away at by Yami, are the rest of the team as in form? You know, we haven't seen the same sort of lightning quick instant headshots out from Cobra, for example, on that B-bomb site. We haven't seen, you know, 9 in as many of these hunting duels on that CT side. It felt like Yami was just very much running about the shop and collapsing on Lin where they least expected him somehow.
Yeah, one-man powerhouse, no doubt.
And that's not to take away from a fantastic half from him, but it cannot just be Yami.
You'd hope so, at least.
That's been our conversation for most of this tournament, is almost where has he been? You know, you have Zerold kind of stepping up, you have players like Cobra as well, the inexperienced. But you need Yami alongside that, or at least 9.
And to be honest, we saw from Nuke, 2 is not even enough, right? I mean, we had a wonderful performance coming out between Cobra and Yami. You really couldn't fault them for the map. Sure, mistakes at individual moments, but everyone will have those.
I will say Dust 2 is maybe a little easier to have, you know, only a couple of stars pop off. Nuke, because of the complexity of all these really strong after plans, how many different safe positions there can be on bomb sites. You actually need kind of the whole team to do well. But on Dust, the angles are a little bit more simplified. You get a few more of these raw duels, especially in late rounds, 2v2, 3v3 post-plant positions. where you are not expected to have as many resources, less smokes, Molotovs, flashes, health even, so. One sometimes can be enough fuel, but hoping that Yami provides, at least receives some support, because, yeah.
It's also unlikely, well, forget unlikely, it's impossible to continue the exact same form going into the second half as well, right?
Oh, sure.
I mean, this is such an
The tempo
anomaly of a
shifts.
half, 21-4, and the one advantage he has is that it felt like he was controlling most of his duels on the CT side. He'll have that option on T side as well, but it is harder to keep it going. Now, will he still be probably winning a lot of the 50-50s? Yes, most likely. But no matter what happens, you want to have support.
Yeah, and he was getting a lot of his kills from either the chaos of a set piece or the chaos of a post plan. You know, it wasn't often entry duels, it wasn't often hyper-aggressive moves. So yeah, a stellar performance from Yami, but kind of hoping he keeps it up.
Starry hasn't purchased going into this. He's saving for an early AWP.
But why would Starry do that?
I'm not sure, but right now, Komisu and Zacher have continued Linvision's quick uplift of success. Starry
it just destroys him too.
Doesn't need to buy anything.
No armor, no nothing.
That's why Starry does it.
I guess so. Just because it's silly and it works doesn't mean it's not silly. Timing for Yami is pretty poor, but he does at least get his hands on one kill. Zacher, a lovely collection of frags in those lower tunnels.
Did Zacher get hit at all?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, he could have also saved for the AWP. We could have had a feasible double op setup going into the first gun round.
I'm going to be honest, I think he just forgot.
Well, Zacher's got 2K regardless, so.
Yep.
Hey. I think he might have actually been dropped the MP9, not sure. Either way, it should be easy enough over here. Feels like Linvision are not going to be wanting for money in their first gun round. That's
Zacher got, what, 4 kills, I think, on the dualies? I mean,
kills,
that's most of the way to an MP9. Barely ball util, so.
Emilia also has just bought dualies, right? So I'm kind of confused about what the plan sort of is.
Being a little greedy.
Grenade will not finish off Bartek. And Zacher still feels greedy. He knows he's done most of the damage over there, wants to get the kill.
It'll be a different SMG, but Zacher will still get his. And Star will sweep it in from behind with that M4. No casualties. A smooth round.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah. Win with now 4 straight.
And now you wonder if Huns are going to be able to have these conversations internally about what the changes need to be, or is this going to be a very quick cooldown to a very hot team?
I just find it so interesting that, like, sometimes all it takes is 1 round for Lin, where suddenly the switch is flipped again.
It's the confidence of knowing you're one of the best teams in the region and you are the team that should win, right? I mean, nice shot from Zacher. That's a switch being flipped, all right. We joke about Westbellen being like, oh, 99%, but he truly believes that. That's why these 1-round swings happen.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that, but if you're the best team in the region, why do you have Riders block so much?
Hard to be the best.
Yeah, constant challenges. A couple now being presented to Emilia. Lurk Smoke is actually not ideal. There's a minor gap around it. And that will even be explored by Starry up close. A small morsel offered up. I think he caught a pixel of Yami just on the retreat. And so he's going to be able to push past that smoke. And could catch Huns on a poor timing.
Emilia as well is going to be very needed over here because this is going to be a fight for middle, not for tunnels. With the way things are shaping out. No, Lin stop and drop, and Starry coming in with a backstab is going to be the difference. He can now pair up with Emilia. The bomb site itself is not going to be a problem when Yami doesn't have the bomb. Taking a fair bit of damage in through those doors as well. Zacher finishes him off. It's 7 now on the board for Linvision, and not only is it, what, 5 rounds in a row? I think it's 5 in a row where they've only lost about 1 player at most.
Yeah.
Maybe that first one was more?
I think there was 2. They've basically had 3 surviving or more every round.
Largely been a dry spell for the Huns as far as firepower is concerned. That is the ultimate formula of making someone ice cold.
Yeah, but it goes to show as well, sometimes these small little micro things can have a cataclysmic effect. You know, gap in the smoke on short, saw a player sort of slinking back. Another, you know, timing hit by Starry. It influenced the rotates for Lin. And all they want to do against these pistols and the scout is to once again limit those casualties, because they're accruing a decent amount of cash. Nice adjustment there from Zacher. Took all those fights in middle. Reasserts over at long.
Feels like he's everywhere.
Yeah. And we went to talk. Oh, we were talking about it earlier. Listen, Nuke, not exactly a great sort of Orper's Paradise map.
Yeah.
Dust 2 definitely can be, but you have to be willing to take risk. You have to be willing to be mobile as well.
Oh my God, Westmelon just off speaking when Nine's got the scout there as well. His internal timer is fantastic.
It be smoke though. They will want to take a duel. Flash is not great, but
Whoa.
Westmelon doesn't take a bullet to the head. He does get tagged, but he makes 9 suffer for that.
It doesn't feel like Huns are going to be able to really find anything here at all. The single kill is poor consolation. Maybe some pride for Baltic assuaged, but it's not like Huns have found a hero after Yami has not been able to do it for them.
Listen, I'll be the first one to say this. I don't think anyone really calls him out for this, but Westmelon does kind of bait his team a bit. But he does it so effectively, and he's actually like such a safe pair of hands in these moments that I don't blame him.
It's not baiting if it works.
Yes, it is.
It's just playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, it's still good Counter-Strike, but why is it always him that's not getting caught like this?
Build different, better. XYZ, stats.
Yeah, stats will be part of it. But it's just such an effective methodology for him, because, you know, he's basically saying, listen, if you die in this situation, I guarantee I will refrag.
And his team has full faith in him,
yeah,
right?
I think there's a bad bone in his body about how he's calling it. There is no malice, only results.
Huns are looking for the results now. The Lin Vision have equalized Starry. It's a difficult spot to deal with, especially if you try and go out looking for the fight with an AWP or something like it. You know, we see players in times of desperation sometimes try and hard clear angles in middle, just look for duels.
You see the patience of 9, though. He's hoping that Starry hunts for that information after a complete lack of presence from the Huns after the flash. But all that waiting has only taken time off the clock.
And patience will end up being a double-edged sword. Huns now have to start going back over towards likely the B bomb site through middle again.
And there's incendiaries on both anchors.
It's going to be difficult. Starry with the flashbang can also go through. The grenade is going to be certainly very helpful. Another flash as well. And the re-smoke, re-molotov will reveal what they want to try and go for. Starry needs to start pushing, and now goes out. Easy first kill. 9 from behind will trade, but Emilia's trying to run him down. All in the meanwhile, Call Me Sue fighting away this B bomb site. Already 2 kills, and Westmelon shuts it down, ducks away. 9 can't find him either. Drop down into the site, and they're waiting for the time to run out as well. 9 will fight for his life and maybe survive, but can Huns do anything about the Chinese onslaught?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really nice teamwork here from Lin. They had a system in place. They knew that that mid-B smoke was going to be something that they wanted to blow open with the HE. When they spot nothing the first time and it's re-smoked by the Huns, you see Starry hesitate inside that smoke. That's because he's waiting for a flash to come through from Westmelon inside of that B bomb site before springing to action. So trying to give himself as many chances to win the fight as possible, not just being so emboldened by finding a unique timing, running through on just chance, trying to take as high percentage a duel as possible, and you see even from Kolmisu's position with Westmelon throwing that flash, it actually draws a lot of attention to that close ranged angle in at car, but they can't do enough to displace Westmelon because Kolmisu finds this double.
Huns have hit a complete roadblock.
Yeah. Everything is falling into place here for LinVision. It was a 21-4 scoreline for Yami, right, coming out of that half. And we still need him to contribute. Cobra, 1 kill, but he does get burned to a crisp. At least there's the trade via Bartak. So a 2-for-1 exchange. The Huns will be pleased.
The A-bomb set has not been a major point of contest. 9 spots San Emilio as well. Can he trace him before he gets to the side? Heads has been seen. And a 4 versus 2 means that Huns are in a good position to be able to immediately bring themselves right back up to even. Now, that even can still be disrupted. Zacher, first peek, second peek. Back to a 2v2. Looking for the best upper in the server. He's right here.
Oh, beautiful shooting there from Zacher. The timing perfect. And now it has to be the sole hero of the Huns to contribute a massive clutch, and he gets caught on timing. Kolmisu closes the gap, but it's Zacher that saves LinVision's streak.
What do you do here? Huns feel like for a second, hey, we can take a deep breath, relax. And they're wrong. They're absolutely wrong. You can see the dismay in Nine's face.
Yeah. From elation to despair, all in about 15 seconds.
It feels like that's a story of this entire map for them. Steamrolling LinVision early on. Unstoppable. There's cracks, but where aren't there cracks? It's okay, right? No.
Yeah, the cracks were in their CT side, but it's not been the case today.
And then it ends up being that LinVision are just cracked in general.
It's 9 rounds. 9 rounds?
7.
8.
Oh, sorry, for Lin. 8
rounds
8.
straight.
And it might just be 9 over here. But the way things are going, Zacher is again going to be contested. We've already seen how this goes. Their fate unlikely to change. Zacher good for 1, repeaks over, misses, and now he's out of there. Has got Carter back off into him with Zerol trying to challenge. He'll be reminded of how hot Zacher's hand is. Starry not looking to be left behind, but Zacher is the real monster. He is the machine that turns LinVision forward.
He's just simply too damn quick. These fast flicks, the fast reactions, catches just a glimpse of that player on the corner as well. And just like that, the Huns start to realize the pure danger that they are in. They had prospect, they had hope. I'm sure they come in with limited expectation. But the idea of playing in front of a crowd in Shanghai was certainly a possibility. But Lin clearly want it more. The results are showing up their way, but a great timing shot there for 9. Amelia went back to swing as that smoke rebuilt, and 9 read right into it. And that could serve as a means to an end. A way back in.
A way to stem the bleeding, at least.
But they'll know from that 4v2, never to take it for granted.
Starry. He's not being checked for at all. No one is watching. He's creep and crawl forward. Westmelon is playing distraction, and where Westmelon is often the baiter, this time he was debated. But Zacher cannot be debated. He is untouchable. Sure, they might lose the round, but I wonder if Huns want to actually go out and fight versus the Sob, see if they can take it back home.
Yeah, Zacher knows when to call it quits. This is not a favorable fight at all. 1-on-4. And they'll want to try and get this AWP out of his hands. But does they stray too far? Zacher hears all of these steps. Jump peaks, won't spot anything. Yami will be just another victim. This could come at a pretty heavy cost if they're not too careful.
Oh.
But the AWP of 9 will decapitate. An AWP can still be rebought here for Lin Vision. There should be no problems with their buy whatsoever with the long streak that they found themselves with coming into this second half.
Oh my god, they've now equal.
Yeah,
24 and 12.
You know, 2 on the egg. I mean, at least 1 on the exit rather. But yeah, he found himself at 22 kills going into that round. Escapes with 2 more.
I mean, it's just about the CT monsters. Yami for the Huns, Zacher for Lin Vision. Nine's not going to be given another freebie this time over. He was missing the grenade, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a cute way you can do it where you are guaranteed basically take no damage, but Nine has not been throwing that. He's just been yeeting it inside the smoke. It's the Call Me Sue AWP that actually strikes first. Caught just as the smoke was building inside of the upper tunnels.
Molotov displaces Zacher. But in fact, it's Yami's kill to displace Emilia. Zacher's going to be covering off for a long shot from Yami, and Yami's certainly considering it, but he will cover off his tracks with the smoke. He knows Zacher likes to be playing around here, and after these last few rounds, there's no reason to contest. Zacher is now going back to give company, and this boost coming out is going to be spotted soon. Zeralta is going to be fired on still. Zacher's the only one who gets the kill. Starry unable to frag, and that means Yami's backstep can activate. A great call from the Huns, and Lin Vision would be easily persuaded to save over here.
A pretty audacious play there from Lin. I mean, trying to play in that setup when you know that there's a smoke, you understand that the Huns could be right behind it as well, where they don't have a flash, nothing to clear that smoke either. You understand why they wanted it instead of fighting within the site when they knew that Long was compromised. But for them to take that risk and for it to go so poorly, there at least is some punishment left here on the Huns.
I am a little bit concerned. Starry, of course, you know, it's a very hard fight for him, even into short, but when he's given over the information, not able to find a kill, even in the last round when, you know, you're looking at Westmelon trying to play a bit of bait for him, not finding the frag over there. I do wonder, after what I've seen in that first half, is there a possibility of that, you know, sort of one-man show stopping down? Is that possibility there for Lin Vision as well?
It will be a possibility if Zacher's not allowed an AWP, but I imagine they will make that a top priority. Yeah, because you can see Zacher was, to be honest, if he only had to worry about short there, I would bet on him to get another kill. And so they will carry over this AWP and still give it to keep it in Zacher's hands.
No surprises there.
But you'll expect him to be proactive, maybe create some space for these pistols.
You do want those pistols to perform though. Huns right now, they're covering off everything. Beautiful sideline from Nine. Starry's been getting a bit more aggressive these past few rounds. It's well read into.
Yeah, Nine's been very consistent so far on this map, and it's exactly why I was saying, you know, this is a map that's more conducive to his style, is that he can just hold those angles, and you know that he can react in time.
Coming back over towards his B-bomb site will still be difficult. Call Me Sue spotted out, taken down, and that might be their call to start making their way over. You know that the AWP was saved. Flashbang dodged. Yami still yet to see Zacher. Still yet to fully realize it. Keeps trying to bait out the shot, and now he finally will. Zacher, a rare miss, but as he is going to be trailed down, not a single frag collected on. Westmelon is unlikely to change that. Actually, he does. 2 quick kills for him.
Okay, a little nerves now as we approach the end of regulation. A chance for the Huns, not only the fact they finally get past that Rider's block, but now they've put Lin in this compromised position where their buy will not have absolutely all the bells and whistles. If you want that AWP out in Zacher's hands, there will be a compromise to either, I think, his armor or utility. They have to go full-on glass cannon, actually.
Feels like you have to, though, with the amount of pressure he's been able to put onto Hans with it, it would be just shooting yourself in the foot if you don't.
Yeah, especially given the first half there from Yami and some of the struggles that have been occurring in this transition to the T side, it's actually been a massive benefit to them that Nine is so consistently finding these picks on that AWP, especially in these past couple of rounds, either the pick towards long or just finding the aggression off of short. It's creating a real air of worry for these aggro plays that Lin want to go for.
Yeah, it's a good reminder of form as well. More quiet out there, but oh, Zeralt is already out in the open, taking down Amelia, critical first kill. There's no one behind him. And the CTs didn't even commit to any resources. Zacker's still over here, out and about. The grenade might be enough. No, it's not. Yami only taken down to 5. Zacker's still looking to get aggressive, hoping to use Starry's angle for a quick timing. Zacker, combat opping close range will be completely unexpected, but it might be completely ineffective as well. No, he's done it all. What? Zacker gets 2 more. What a performance from this man! The one-man army, the Glock!
Right into the A-side attack. You saw Nine watching out for a couple of seconds, but once they got past Gandalf, they thought that the Riflers had created enough space that they could get into an afterplant. And Nine was worried about rotates, but Zacker, you can tell he is absolutely feeling it. Perfect decision making, his timing on when to strike after his teammates take contact on long. Fully distracted players in front of him.
I have to give so much credit out to Lit Vision's veteran players in Westman and Zacker. I know Starry's in there as well, but it does feel like they keep such a level head in these difficult moments where there are these, chaotic skirmishes going on and whatnot as well. Great juggling of, comms right now, and that was something that was breaking down earlier on versus JJ Howe.
This has very much been a clash of the titans, though. Yami versus Zacker, and you're right to label it as it was. It does seem like they are CT-based behemoths.
Yami hopes that he can show off on the T side as well. Huns need 1 round, just that one to feel. But they still have a little bit of comfort over here. Zacker and Amelia forced away from long. This time the Huns are going to be going out in storms. It is a much faster play from Cobra as well as he goes into short, but Zacker will shut him down. It might be the year of the snake, but it's time for the bear. And Lin Vision, 3 kills away from Shanghai. Yami, a waterfall coming in. Zeralt will find 1 as well, and Huns still have a chance. They're still in it. But Amelia is hidden away behind the site. A Molotov to displace him. Can they get this kill? Yes, they can, but Yami is the only one doing it. It is one-man fist fighting a tsunami. And the red tide is still not down yet.
Whoa, Yami, on his low health, he tried to go past the smoke. He tried to catch them off guard. It's Zeralt that takes the high ground, but hits down that much harder. Lin Vision convert on that 2-0 and book themselves straight into Shanghai.
Absolute performance coming through. They were down, they were out, and elation on their face as Westmelon reminds them, we are the 99%. Not quite the flex it might be at sometimes, but unfortunately Huns just couldn't thread that needle, couldn't make it work.
I mean, damn close games though. 13-10 and then 13-11. It was definitely up in the air in certain moments. Some key clutches definitely being won by players like Amelia, for example, that didn't have these heavy contributions, but it's hard to say that players like Zacker didn't step up to the plate.
And we might be looking at this and saying that Huns have earned some respect, and absolutely they have. We see a diversity in their playbook. We see a diversity in who can step up a little bit more too across this entire tournament. But what we will not see is their bums on seats in Shanghai.
Yeah, and listen, push come to shove, it really did feel as though only Yami, as the tournament progressed, got better, while others seemed to recede as the opposition got even more intense. It was sad, in a way, to see players like Zeralte not have as much impact, not as much of the entry stopping power from players like Cobra as well. It did feel as though Yami was left on an island to perform, and it was the other vet in 9 that did serve as a secondary tool that the Huns could use, but it just simply wasn't enough.
And as much as we talk about LinVision normally not being a one-man army team, this is the kind of performance that reminds you that they can step up that way as well. And that's going to be critical as they bear up and get ready for their match versus GJ Hao as well. A team that is somehow made of one-man armies. It feels strange to say, but that star power that was missing, this is what we wanted to see coming out in that match, and well, it's a nice little primer of what could be coming there as well.
Yeah, they get a rematch against GJ Hao, who definitely almost, I mean, to be honest, I think capitalized on this emboldened version of LinVision. So frequently were they used to being the underdogs, the ones that had to punch up, and now that they're seen as the best team in China, probably, I mean, very easily in the top 3 conversation within Asia, it's hard for them to take that look and just go, GJ Hao, they have no accomplishments, they don't have the same rapport as we do, why should we respect them? But they've earned that respect now, and so fighting back against them, I imagine it could be a much more intense game.
And if it's the Arabian Knights that let a fire under Zachar's bomb, I am more than happy to see it. This performance, I mean, a thing of glory and a tale of first halves, unfortunately for Yami. Frustrated throughout the second, it felt like he just wasn't able to get much done, and especially when you compare to what was going on for him on that CT side. You talked about it when that chaos subsided, when those post plants weren't there anymore, neither was Yami.
Yeah, it was a lot more difficult to find activations. It wasn't about him taking entries, it wasn't about him dominating space on the map. He was just very frequently lapping up kills while the squad were with him. So without that extra support, without that extra stopping power, it was going to be difficult. And you saw how desperate the Huns were to try and get space back in some of these rounds. This play from Zachar was almost certainly a knockout punch. I can't believe he makes that play on no armor, glass cannon off by. But his timing was perfect. He was clearly feeling the game, and he hit it in the second half where that's the real crunch time.
Yeah, it all started from that 1-2 versus 4 that him and Su were able to pull together, and it felt like he never stopped from that point onwards. LinVision not giving Huns room to breathe, even if Huns try and fight to their mightiest moments. They're still going to be going home with their heads hung, while, you know, it's not just heads held high, it's also teammates held high, apparently, for the LinVision side. A nice little sign of emotion, reminds me of their major qualification and the like to it as well. But this is where I want to hear in from Neokai as well. Neo, we get the best opera in China today.
Yeah, too right that they put, you know, Zachar on the pedestal, put him in the air there as well.
Yeah.
What a performance from him. That CT half, it was absolutely monumental. Some of the fights he was taking, the amount of times that he was re-peeking back in towards long, and kind of every single time, after like the first 2 times, you know, the first time it happened, he's like, wow, that's insane. Second time, it's like, damn, this guy's so confident. After that, he's actually expected to win, and more often than not, he did as well. Absolutely ridiculous. And actually, you know, you could see as the half progressed and Zachar kept getting better and better and better, you could see how frustrated the Huns were getting. They actually couldn't shut him down. He was so quick, so flicky, so unorthodox in some of the fights he was trying to take, and they just could not find a way to shut this guy down. So an incredible performance from him. But, you know, again, my heart goes out in a way to Yami. I thought he really did that, especially like you mentioned, that first half, absolutely fantastic from him. He was really putting the team on his shoulders, and that is the Yami that we have come to know and love. And every single time, you know, we've been bringing it up on the desk all the way throughout this tournament and saying, you know, we know what Yami can do, we know what his skill ceiling's like, and it kind of feels like at times a pretty tough thing that we're doing here, where it's like, trust me guys, like Yami is good, he's really good. We just maybe haven't seen it just yet, but like trust me, you'll see it. There we go, finally we can say, like, I told you so. You know, that's the Yami that we've all been on the desk saying, like, if he locks in, these are the sort of games he can put up. It's just unfortunate that at times it was only him. Yeah,
it's the monkey's paw of if Cobra and Zeralte have a good game, Yami can't perform, and if Yami has a good game, then the other two don't seem to show up. It is a shame, but it was basically him and Zachar duking it out for who could be the best player with this match. Zachar's on the winning side, and he had some monstrous plays towards the end.
Yeah, that's what it matters. 28 and 16, 23 ADR
With it
as
all,
well.
you know, sometimes they farm up kills and they have low ADR because they're getting kills on like players with that have taken nade damage, or you know, they're getting trades. But this is more than what you could ask for.
Yeah, not only that, also I can't confirm, it's actually 29 kills, just to throw it out there. But not even that. Also went 6 and 3 in opening duels. I mean, he was really, really lighting it up, creating so much space for the side. I mean, T, talk to me about this guy.
I mean, it's so strange that you bring up opening duels to me, Neil, because that's not even what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of him. I'm thinking of these mid-round decisions where these 2v4s and whatnot, right, where they've actually lost a man advantage. Mongols was doing a decent job of getting like one man up, even in that last round. It's the Huns doing such a good job of getting that one man up. Even in that last round, it's a 3 versus 4 that Linvision end up winning out, right? You can see the desperation in Yami when he's going through the smokes and whatnot, because it feels like, hey, what more do I do?
Fair enough. I don't think it's strange to bring it up. He had more opening duels than anyone else on his team combined.
So, it's strange that he has everything.
Yeah, this was a guy, Acl. I mean, he's absolutely stepped up in such a huge way. For the Huns, I want to say, as much as this is a loss and it's elimination and this is the last we'll speak of them, actually, finally, we get to say that is much more like it. That's the Huns that we know and love. And sure, this isn't an expected result, but everything else, maybe bar the Ninja game, you know, we've been saying how things have been so bad for them and they're in this rut. It really feels like they're back to the Huns that we know. Both of those maps, 13-10, 13-11. It's back to a side that we know can compete within this top 5 within Asia and actually can be a real thorn in the side of some of these teams. It's just now about, can we keep this consistently until the next time we see them on
The thing is, in terms of round output, this is the foundation of what I want the Huns to be. They should be able to take these teams close, probably not close against the top level teams just yet, but that's the level I want them to maintain and find, and then they can start building forward, because a month ago I thought they were ready to punch up, but now here we are.
Yeah, well, exactly that. Sadly, it is goodbye and commiserations to them. But we're going to throw it over towards the stage as well. Frosty and Baseline J are there with an interview before we get underway and towards our second best of 3. We've got Rare Atom and FlyQuest. Before that, over to the stage for an interview.
Congratulations go in way of Linvision and of course yourself, Westmelon, but we gotta point out, there is an infamous quote that you put out. I'm 99% sure we will win this series, but the other 1%, let's not talk about it. But right now is what I want to talk, that's exactly what I want to talk about. In both that nuke and that dust 2, be honest with us, were there moments in which you thought maybe we actually do lose these maps and potentially this series?
西瓜首先恭喜获得这场比赛的胜利啊！这个在赛前就他那个 VCR 里你也说过，就今天的比赛是99%会赢。那你刚才就打 nuke 还有大速这2张图的时候，你当时有没有那么1秒钟觉得，哎呀，是不是可能要输了或者什么？
我觉得输倒不至于，对，但是确实是我们没发挥好吧，我们个人能力确实比对面强，就是因为自己没玩好，导致自己这个游戏打得挺焦灼的。就如果真的正常发挥的话，我觉得应该是2场碾压的。
Well, I didn't necessarily think that we were going to lose, but we played so poorly that it became a really close match. But I think that if we just played our game normally, then it should be a stomp.
Well, speaking of playing potentially a little bit poorer than you're used to, on that Dust 2 in particular, it seemed like you were really struggling to hold off the Huns. Talk to me about why you think it might have been a bit of a struggle for you boys.
就你刚才说到，就这2张图其实状态不是很好。那感觉尤其是沙2是吧？就你们是不是防守一开始感觉有一些问题？你觉得就发生什么了呢？问题在哪里？
就是我们其实对这个蒙古队是有准备的，然后我们的3准备打的他们确实是场上的东西，但是我们可能是因为太紧张了，然后可能观众比较多，反正是一些意外情况吧，然后导致我们其实进攻方被打了8分嘛。对，就是场上的问题，就是场下我们是做好了，但场上确实是没玩好。
So we were actually pretty well prepared like before the match, and what the Huns threw at us was actually like something that we all prepared for, but it's just like our guys were a little nervous perhaps. There's a lot of spectators in the stands that caused us to play poorly.
But nonetheless, once it came to 11-11, you boys called for a timeout, which ultimately led to your victory. So I have to ask you, what were the discussions that took place behind the scenes?
所以沙2一直很焦灼，然后11平的时候你们叫了一个暂停，完了就直接拿下比赛了。你们在暂停的时候大家都讨论什么了？
因为确实我们是下半场前面也在追分嘛，然后突然被对面拿了几分，然后这个局肯定很关键，11比11，也是因为谁赛点了嘛。然后我们就是又进行了一些布置吧，就是打了一些针对，就是对于他们当时打的东西，我们针对了一下。
Yeah, well, so because in the second half, like we were coming back from it, like we were playing from the back, and then all of a sudden they got a few rounds, so we called the timeout to discuss what we do to counter them, to anti-strat them.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that nuke match as well, because you boys were 8-4 at the half, and then the round started to get away from you. Do you feel like maybe there was a bit of overconfidence that came into play?
Nuke 那张图你们上来是8-4领先是吧？然后后来感觉对面就连续追了很多分，你们觉得当时是不是8-4领先的时候觉得稳了？有没有？
有一点吧，但是其实是我们下半场还是前面没玩好，出现了一些失误，导致我们没有调整过来，然后一直被追分了。
Yeah, maybe we were a little bit overconfident. It's just that we made so many mistakes, in the beginning of the second half that caused the score to be close. Yeah.
Well, your next opposition is going to be GG How. You've previously lost against them 0-2. What is going to change amongst the team and on the server to secure yourselves that win?
你们下一场又要打集结号了。上一场你们交手，你们是0-2输了。那么你们觉得这次会做什么调整？
我觉得就是对集结号更加注意一点吧。确实上场比赛，我们的赛前准备确实没做好。对，然后有点轻敌了，希望就是下次的话肯定是成倍的就准备怎么说呢，攻击他们。
So we will most definitely be much more well prepared for GJ Hall this time, because last time I feel like we maybe underestimated them a little bit, and we paid the price. So we'll make sure that this game will we'll give them our full attention and we'll attack them.
Well, regardless, you are guaranteed that spot in Shanghai. So what do you want to say to all of the fans that will be joining us there?
不管怎么样，你们确实就确定是要去上海了。那么你有什么想跟粉丝们说的吗？
首先谢谢大家支持吧，然后希望到上海的水友也能一起支持我们，好吧
？All right, well.
I may need a translation.
Yeah, so thank you everybody for supporting us, and hopefully when we get to Shanghai, you will continue to support us.
Well, thank you so much again for joining us in GG's.
Thank you.
And all right, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back is Rare Adam versus FlyQuest. 好的，非常感谢西瓜接受我们的采访，我们稍作休息啊，接下来为大家带来Rare Adam 和 FlyQuest 的比赛啊，我们一会儿见。
大家好，我是 LVG 的3叶。关于我们队友关系，其实更像是兄弟，然后不仅仅只是那种关系，因为我们平时相处下来，也就是开很多玩笑，然后平时娱乐爱好啊，一起大概都一样。因为我们关系好，我们会彼此更加信任，以及会自信，而不会用压力不自信的操作。甚至是因为关系好，如果即使你犯错了以后，带来的压力其实也没有那么大，可以及时的调整回来。
你加斯苏运都只会干拉不行。QQ尬的，就天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар，因为就很害怕，就他们那5个人，就心理压力很大，打的。
如果你们从其他队伍偷走一名选手，你会选择谁
？Somebody, Boros, Casey from Red Atom, Marika。
本届赛事最大的黑马是哪支队伍
？Just Win,
Just Win, Red Atom. I think Red Atom。
现阶段所有战队都拥有贴纸，永远不会在武器上贴哪一支
？No matters.
Just Win。
team тоглож байхгүй. I will not put anyone。
如果有赛事最幽默选手奖，你会颁给谁
？Mini, Marika,
Q God。
Summer。
本届赛事中，你认为最被低估的一位选手
？Acl
X
Marika。I think Bieber。
最不想遇到哪支队伍
？Just Win。
RA。
We are not scared from anyone. Red Atom. Maybe don't know Red Atom. Just Win.
RA.
Red Atom. Red Atom.
RA.
бас л Red Atom. 那就天路。马瑞克，指挥啊，太强了，就很牛逼的一个指挥。
Boros， 因为他能摧毁一切，他。
яагаад гэвэл Somebody бол угаасаа хятадын хамгийн сайн тоглогч нарын нэг, тэгээд эсрэг баг болж тоглоход бас маш хэцүү тоглолттой байдаг. Casey from Red Atom because he is good player. Red Atom яагаад гэвэл одоо хятадын бас топ 3 багийн нэг, эсрэг тоглоход ч гэсэн ер нь
就我们自己吧，感觉我们最近打得还行吧。
加斯威，因为我觉得他们5个人每个人实力都很强，就最被低估的队伍，差点输给他们了。险胜。I think Red Atom because they are top 30。
就还是我们啊，那个加斯苏运贴上去就只会干拉不行。
No matters， 对标不好看，贴墙上不好看。I will not put anyone. I don't know. Like I just not put anyone. Элоник багийн сонгоод хэлжүүл дараа нь бас ингээд муухай дифтэй болох ч юм уу тийм байгаа болохоор L баг гэдгийг сонгож хэлхийг би хүсэхгүй байна。
QQ尬的，他是不是幽默吧？就是天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар дандаа над руу хараад ингээд инээгээд идэг, би ч гэсэндээ хараа инээдэг. Marika， 因为他这个人就比较搞笑，那个性格就比较搞笑。Mini because he is funny。Marika， 因为别看他不杀人，其实他在那个就是队伍里面、团队里面的作用非常之大的啊。I think Bieber like he have low rating but he's really good player。
RA 啊，因为他们现在最强，在这个比赛。
加斯都没，因为就很害怕马瑞克队长，很害怕就他们那5个人，什么 QQ尬的、尬死啊，都很怕他们的，就心理压力很大，打他们。Red Atom бас л нөгөө нэг өрсөлдөхөд хамгийн хүчтэй өрсөлдөгчнэрийн нэг болохоор maybe don't know Red Atom because they are a strong opponent and we want to beat them in the final.
RA 啊，因为他们强，我们要跟强者较热。
бас л Red Atom финалийн тоглолтын дээр бол сайн багийн өдөөс мэдээж таарна. Just Win， 因为就能跟他们就过招，就很刺激。
然后 RA 啊，肯定要把强的带回家。
Red Atom because I think I don't know a lot about other teams. I think they're the strongest here. 天路和 LVG 就复仇呗，就奥斯汀那阵儿。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
我累，我累，我累，我累，我不
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留胖胖。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面，10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 50的烧妹，滴滴答答到，滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，流线操作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已备，干满几岁，变到屎贵，却被以 Z 里对，你还起飞，一般我个几位，排除我上的什么行为，不为别问，我在领出几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己基本自追，下来图我的游戏，忙了电脑，玻璃记录，怎么你都某会。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来生活点点头晕母血厕所美制人的那位每次我里的怼，就像每次最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小车开了，我呆了，闹掰了，破灭火车站和兵工厂都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他们在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，去了带头，外面 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播秒的炸了，纯夸我太怂。
有种来考我，我做长你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，杀我，
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
但心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
我多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的 touch， 我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我虽然败了，但我败了非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装鞋买了，练着疯了，动作就疯了，老周的微操就特产不口抗，这把是要我这种没病的人去跟队里的搞什么进行一个重合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不但欠费的网费，当成记管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿走我的 跳水。
别总拿电竞不当运动，做有趣的灵魂影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不一样游戏可当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了 ，OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
We're in the top 5 of Asia right now. Linvision, the streak that just got broken. Got FlyQuest, Australia's finest, and then Rare Adam are fighting to be in with the best. You got elimination on the line.
我觉得是我们赛前准备还是没做好吧，然后今天大家的状态也不是很好。
I thought we were going to win. We didn't get our perfect A game yet. We're still trying to get there step by step.
然后如果真的我们输的话，我们应该会非常沮丧吧。我们会丢到，应该是会丢到2个名额。汉斯这个对手呢，就是枪法是比较准的。
3 kills from one of the young guns of the Huns.
Acl X Cs2 mechanical skill is through the roof. I think it's gonna be a very tough game. We're keeping our expectations low, so we don't have as much pressure. If we think we're the underdog in this matchup, it helps with our mental state.
说我觉得96%的胜率吧。剩下1%就不要太装逼了。
LG, only one of us can survive. Good luck.
It's second time we lose against Tyloo. I expected more from myself in this game. Us, the 3 younger guns, we have the nerve. So this is why you see ups.
我们刚刚赢了上一场比赛，感觉挺轻松的。
Somebody so fast. Will he be able to find it? Yes, he can.
My mindset, I'll try to reset. Ins and Lias, being older, they kind of reset faster. I think we should refocus on winning a game at a time.
看了，因为大家的竞技水平也不会说相差那么大，所以我觉得真正打起来还是看双方的一些状态吧。
We are now facing Rare Atom. I hope we can play with confidence again. See you on the server.
FlyQuest， 好好享受在中国的比赛吧。
Hello and welcome back to the Asian Champions League. We had a barn burner at the start of the day, a 13-10, 13-11, but it's goodbye to the Huns. And now we move to game number 2 to see who's going to be joining them on the way home. It could be a short journey for Rare Atom or a little bit of a lengthy one for FlyQuest, but either way, we've got to say goodbye to one more team and hello to another one guaranteed for Shanghai. Fellas, FlyQuest, Rare Atom, immediate thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, you have to think FlyQuest should just stomp this one home, right? I mean, Rare Atom have shown so many shakes and trembles. It's going to have to be a heroic performance for them to do much against the Australian side.
Acl X said it himself in the little VT that we had, was that it depends on which team has the better form, and right now, FlyQuest seem to be the team that are more in form.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fellas, if we just look at Rare Atom a little bit, right? We've already had this discussion about where Rear Atom are. It actually sort of feels like they're in a bit of a limbo state, right? Because it feels like they're not quite good enough to compete with the Tylus and the Lim Visions of the world, right? And be really a contender for the top end of not only just the Asian scene, but the Chinese scene, right? But then they're better than the teams below them. So they're kind of in this limbo state where they're not quite kind of out of contention. They're still in these conversations, but never really doing much with them.
I do think they're actually very close to the Huns in that regard, right? And I think that's very predominantly propelled forward by this one player in Child King. He's such a star, man. Yeah. And yes, everyone else can frag, very similar to the Huns. We can have other players stepping up, having numbers. We do have younger players to keep an eye out on in the form of Li Hang. We have some older vets in the form of somebody who can perform. I'm still out on Kaze. I don't know if he can against the very top teams, but he's a stable hand, right? Much like 9. But unfortunately, much like the Huns, it does feel like Rear Atom falls short of the actual top teams.
Yeah, it's when they encounter these top-level teams within the region that they find their struggles. They look like incredibly weakened, and I don't like to think of them as a team that are outside of that top 5 conversation, because they definitely should be up there, but it almost feels like they're out of their depth when they start intermingling.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the flip side as well for FlyQuest, it was a pretty torrid start to the year, right? They just could not get going. Nothing seemed to be working for this side. But slowly but surely, changes come through. Dexter out, Netic in, the youngster of a lot of talent, a lot of promise, as we've kind of been told from the Aussie scene. And, you know, we're starting to see bits of it. It wasn't exactly the greatest debut here at ACL, but in their previous game, all right, we saw a little bit more.
I mean, their struggles at the start of the year were also largely them playing at top-level tournaments against sterner competition outside of their region, right? So, I mean, it's maybe not to be unexpected that they had their shakes, but we did see a little bit of a high towards the end of last year with their Atlanta win, and they were playing against some of the EU teams that they'd actually traditionally struggled with historically. Then for them to transition that into these top-level lands and then not find even the slightest bit of victory. Sure, there's a win over Virtus Pro or whatever.
And 1 versus Pain on land, don't get me wrong. Okay,
a Pain that don't have a full 5, so.
I feel like I've also never had a full 5. They're constantly playing with stand-ins. That poor side. Looking at VRS forecast for this game, actually, funny enough, a win here for FlyQuest leapfrogs Rear Atom and steals their spot at number 21 in the world, whereas Rear Atom would then go a step down, but a win for them would put them into 20th as well. So even though there has been this limbo conversation that we talk about for the Rear Atom side, they're still actually in contention for invites and being up there as well, kind of at least at the upper echelons. But generally speaking, for Rear Atom, they've got a tough task ahead of them. I feel like we're not quite convinced that they can take on a side like FlyQuest.
I do think that a FlyQuest team over here, with the entirety of what's at stake, you know, in terms of prize money and whatnot, and how much that contributes to their VRS, it could actually give them a very similar position if they win this tournament to what they found themselves in towards the end of last year, right? And that would be a great fresh slate to start things off with this new Netic lineup and the ins in the IGL spot, because I'll be honest now, I still don't think this is a better team than what Dexter left just quite yet. They've yet to prove that, and a win over here would go a long way.
Yeah, when we look at Rear Atom, Yumi, we always look towards Child King, right? Without the shadow of a doubt. But in all fairness, I really like what I've seen from Li Hang, and we're really looking to him as well to step up in a supporting element for Child King. Bring the numbers, bring the firepower, because they're going to need it to kind of take down this rifling corner away. The one real worry for me is that, to put it bluntly, I think Kaze has a 0% chance of winning out the AWP head-to-head.
Sure, to be honest, I have more points placed on somebody, because he can sometimes shy away against these these higher level teams, and especially when you're going into the likes of Vexai and a Regali that have looked pretty damn good, and as well the resurgence of a Netic that the Oceanic scene has been waxing lyrical about for quite some time. The fact that he had a good game yesterday is actually a very promising sign for this core.
Yeah, Regali was telling me, you know, he's a little ill, a little under the weather, so it might be a Michael Jordan flu game on the way here, because he has been lights out so far tea time. You know, without a doubt, the best player on FlyQuest in terms of the numbers consistently across their couple of games. Vexite's first game was fantastic for 2 rating as well, and then we did see the flashes of brilliance from Netic too, so a super scary side.
Look, especially when you consider Regali can do it with an AWP and an AK, he can do it when he's put into hero AK situations. That barrel between him and Kaze becomes all the more daunting, but Vexite versus Child King does feel like a very fair head-to-head when it comes to the rifling department especially, right? As much as we might have been able to see flashes of Netic, I still think currently I would rate Vexite as the best rifler on this team, outside of maybe Regali, which feels weird to say. Child King on the other side, though, is without a doubt to me one of the best riflers in the entire tournament. It does feel like this is the piece that elevates all of Rear Atom to be in that top 5 relevance. If not for him, there wouldn't be a question about it. He's so good, he makes FlyQuest into FlyQuests, Michael.
Yeah, no, I do think that the only way that Rare Atom get off to bad starts in games is often because Child King himself is being incredibly isolated, or he's being targeted some way, and he's unable to get some sort of crazy multi-kill to get himself going. Once he gets that engine roaring, though, it basically never turns back.
And also, you know, for FlyQuest, there's probably like a little bit of an era of kind of frustration because of how they lost to Tyloo. I mean, incredibly close game, and a loss like that, I feel like they probably even thought they deserved it. And I think we were even kind of touched on that a little bit. If it wasn't for the force by losses, they actually did deserve that win. So I think they're probably sitting here thinking, we should be in tomorrow's game regardless. We should have been there and waiting to see who we're playing, but instead, we have to now grind for this one and make sure we don't get eliminated.
I do think that this was also a moment for FlyQuest where Tyloo looked a little bit weaker, right? And I worry a bit going forward about whether that'll still be the case. But that being said, versus Rare Atom, the reassurance they can take forward is, hey, even against Tyloo, which is supposed to be the best team in China as far as, you know, firepower at least is concerned, we were able to outfrag them at every single point.
Yeah, we've got a little video to bring you to get ready for this game, so check it out.
我觉得我们对于 FlyQuest 之前交战记录应该是很久了，对他们大致也算了解吧，因为看过他们不少比赛嘛，所以我觉得只要我们状态够好，把自己训练赛的东西打出来，我觉得跟他们应该是可以打一打。
We are now facing Rare Atom. We'll try to play better, keep our A game, and don't do mistakes.
因为大家的竞技水平也不会说相差那么大，所以我觉得真正打起来还是看双方的一些状态吧，就专注于自己吧，然后把我们就是训练赛的东西打出来，我觉得应该没有什么问题。
And I think we should refocus on the goal of winning a game at a time, and then it will be easier to not be nervous. Very excited to play again, and yeah, see you on the server, and good luck, have fun.
FlyQuest 好好享受在中国的比赛吧。
Well, fellas, we're going to move our attention to the Veto in just a second, but I was getting a little insight into how the vibes were feeling, and apparently on the Chinese forums, they've been complaining a little bit. Saying,
I understand.
Saying, Regali is too good to be playing in this region. This isn't fair. This, you know, he's really ruining what we had. We had a good thing going here, right? And Regali's come in, and this is skill that we're not used to. So they're hoping for a bit of that in towards today. But let's focus attention in towards the Veto coming in towards this game. Now, have a look through. It feels very likely that we get the Ancient Champions League back. T-Time, what else are we feeling?
I hope that we get the Ancient Champions League, because that feels like it's one of the few maps where Adam can actually take it to them. The only thing I beg of them, I'm on my knees figuratively, saying please don't pick Inferno. Just do not pick Inferno versus FlyQuest. Let that be the decider. FlyQuest is likely going to be allowing it through as well. On the other hand, I would love to see FlyQuest maybe even opt into something like a Dust 2 for themselves. I know it's one where maybe it's risky to go into it versus an underdog team, but I really want to see that firepower being flexed out, and I do think Rare Atom suffer massively on that map when Kaze isn't able to activate.
If not the Dust 2, then the Mirage at the very least.
Yeah.
So I think those are two very good options for FlyQuest. I think we've seen some good stuff from Netic as well, the con fights that he had, as well as Vexai and some of the short fights he was taking.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like they're both maps that can actually rely on the individuals and get people like your Vexais, like your Regalis, like your Netics on the server. For now, though, we're going to throw it over towards the stage. We're going to bring our teams out so we can get this game underway. So over to Baseline J.
Please welcome our first team on stage from China, Rare Atom! And their opponent from Australia, it's FlyQuest! Rare Atom versus FlyQuest for a chance to play in the SPD Bank Oriental Sports Center. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, the teams are out, and this show is about to get underway here. Crowd, of course, waiting to see what Rare Atom can do, but they have got a seriously tough task ahead of them, and FlyQuest want vengeance. They want to move forward for a bit of that revenge game against Tai Lu to see whether they can go all the way to the grand finals as well. For Rare Atom, they're in a weird limbo spot, and you know, it goes without saying that a tournament here, this tournament as a whole, is unbelievably important for them. Without the major, they kind of now need EWC.
It does feel like Rare Atom are reliant on this performance to not make changes in their roster even, because it's so hard to climb up into the RS points. I know in Asia, because of the domestic tournaments we have, it has become a little bit easier than it was once upon a time, but it does feel like this is a team that is going to be absolutely lost without a win over here.
I'll be honest, even if they do win, there's still conversations to be had about that. Once we end up in the the player break and we start to see roster moves, availabilities more I guess available for them to make those trades, I think there is a real chance that Rare Atom, because of the disappointments that this organization has had in making the majors, they may still look to make those changes. Even if I do think that they have the capacity to make that level of tournament, there have been many times where as they ramp up into that major qualification, they've struggled. So yeah, this tournament is important. EWC will be incredibly important for them for sure.
Well, let's take a look at the Veto. We're going to start with a train ban. Nice and simple. Slightly to be expected as well. Luke going to follow by Rare Atom. Again, to be expected. Now we look at the picks. T, you were talking about the potential, and Yumi as well, about the Dust 2 of the Mirage. We are going to get that Dust 2, and it feels very likely then that we get the Ancient to follow suit here.
Please.
There we go.
God they didn't pick the Inferno. I was so worried for a second because we have seen a lot of teams flex into their strengths instead. I do expect this to be an Inferno decider to come through over here. That should be straightforward. Yeah. There's no reason for Rare Atom to avoid it.
Yeah, and there's no reason for FlyQuest to feel that deterred from it either. I think they had some good little pieces where you could see players were maybe a little uncomfortable playing in their spots, but they will have grown as a result of some of the, I guess, shortcomings they had previously on that map.
Yeah, we look towards his opening two maps as well, fellas, and it's a head-to-head that we're going to probably mention all the way throughout this series, is that Orb head-to-head, right? And these are two very Orb-prevalent maps, Dust 2 and Ancient, and two maps in which Regali feels a lot of comfort on as well. So Kaze, you know, there's been a lot of talks about him and his time in the team and his role in the team as well, and whether maybe he's past there, and now is where we're really needing him to prove it. I'm not saying to be better than Regali, because it's probably not going to happen, but just contend and make it easy on that rifling core.
I mean, we are kind of past the Orb head-to-head days where it's going to be a lot of actual head-to-head duels, right? So you're right. I think it's all about just having relevance, and for me, what becomes much more exciting actually is the rifling conversation. Child King versus Vexite, Liahang versus Nedic. These are both great battles in the sense that, you know, Child King, Vexite, both young riflers who have come to be aggressive stars who can really take control of a map themselves. Liahang and Nedic, both players who maybe haven't lived up to their potential.
And also Child King versus Regali, the rifling
department. That's true, the other rifling star.
I feel like this might be quite consistent. But Yumi, actually one thing that is pretty worth bringing up is actually one man who we haven't seen it for a while, but can bring up some numbers as Ins, right? We know what he's been done in the past, and since he's obviously taken up the IGL mantle again, his numbers have kind of quite drastically dropped, but we know it's still locked in there somewhere. True. That is the big thing. Without further ado, let's get this show on the road. Our last best of 3 for the day to see who will be going to Shanghai guaranteed and who we have to say goodbye.
It's a home crowd advantage for Rare Atom, but it does feel like they've maybe been benefited by the Lin Vision appeal from earlier on as well. Rare Atom have found supporters dwindling, but they will still be supported versus the Australian side.
Yeah, they won another chance in Shanghai, considering they had one towards the end of last year, but they want that home crowd advantage.
Oh. Vexite has been fighting against the crowd since his career began. 2 quick kills, and it's a great start to things. Somebody has somehow found himself in T side and T spawn, but he cannot fight much longer. It is traded. Good 2 kills from him. The effort is commendable.
What an absolute brawl at the start of this round. Just a total crunch inside of the tunnels, and there were more than enough FlyQuest members to help address it.
If that's what this game is going to look like, I am ready for it.
Yeah. I mean, you can see FlyQuest, though, holding kind of all the cards. They've got a lot of space towards that A-bomb site. They spot Summer on short. And there is a flank lined up for Fnatic. Oh, just find the kill. He's going for more than just that. He actually commits to the shank. And sure, there is a quick turn, but more than enough damage done. Extra money for Fnatic, a little bit of greed, but setting the tone early in this game.
I like it. I know you wanted him to just get the kill, but good to see him being able to get a little bit of style in there as well.
It's just the fact that he walked all the way up short. And
then started running at the very end.
Yeah,
it does get scary.
I mean, the run at the end is whatever. It's more that at a certain timing, you know, Summer could have thought about it.
The only thing Summer is thinking about right now is the next round and what he can do in it. Force buy out from Rear Atom will leave them with a couple of long nails to fight with, I suppose. You can scratch, but you can't really stab.
Again, a lot of the way that we've characterized this Rear Atom roster is that when they're playing against underdogs, they destroy them, and they do it usually quite well. That extra confidence knowing that they are the better team in the server, but when they're against these teams at the top, often we will see them sort of shy away, slink back, play more defensive. You don't see as many aggro plays from somebody. You'll see less confidence in the swings of Child King. So interested to see whether they can address that as a concern. If they can find some early success, it could serve them well.
Kaze is going to find nothing on the scout as well, and FlyQuest are going to find none of their own players hitting the deck. Comfortable enough crawl up from short. It's just overrunning and overwhelming. And as much as Rear Atom do bully the school kids, sometimes it's an MMA fighter in front of them. And they don't quite have those chops.
Is that just Regali? Like, he seems like he's mixing his martial arts.
He's rifling, he's opping, he's deagling. He's
probably calling a little bit as well.
Making the Chinese forums upset.
Yeah. I think it was Baseline J that was telling us that this morning.
Yeah. He's been able to give us a lot of fun little insights. Always good to see. And it's an understandable concern to have if you are a fan from China that, oh my god, we just got 9-10 out of this region. Do we have another behemoth to deal with?
Yeah. There could definitely be some issues, but it seems like there is more than just issues in the server. Better to happen now rather than later. If there's going to be problems with configs or Windows issues or TeamSpeak or whatever, what have you. Going to be sorted out rather quickly. Our admins have actually been pretty on top of it. You know, we've had a couple of minor incidents, but they're usually quite quick to be resolved. We did have one moment where there was a legitimate power outage, so that was a little bit more complicated, not so much an admin direct. Calling an electrician, though.
Ooh. Good little bit of damage onto Inns as he will be taken down by somebody's HE, who remains to be the only player to have found a frag so far. The B-bomb site is left empty. Somebody's not done yet. He has made his way back over with the MP9, received the grenade and a shot from Regali as well.
Yeah, nice smooth call. I mean, get a player inside of middle, spotting early. I'm sure there's some damage that's done to FlyQuest, but they immediately pounce on that B-bomb site, which is left pretty damn vulnerable. And Regali will even make it difficult for them to retain the singular weapon that's dropped. Nice flash. A good detailing, little bit, you know, Netic thought he'd finish the kill and then had to turn back, but doesn't matter, that's how good that flash was.
Netic needs to reload at some point as well. Lia's hoping to provide that cover. Pretty much everyone kept alive except for Inns, who was a victim to a stray headshot and an even strayer grenade. Now come the gun rounds. Now come the answers. And I don't know if they will be given by Rare Atom or not.
I think what makes this Dust 2 pick a little bit more of a good selection here for FlyQuest is that, you know, these crazier, you know, faster, aggressive moves that somebody likes to make are usually on maps where you have like tight corridors, some weird timings that can be hit. The default is a little bit harder to hold traditionally. You kind of open yourself up to timings on that T side. Dust 2 is fairly straightforward. You know, getting into the lower tunnels is maybe your best bet at catching a player off guard.
It's been one of the reasons why Rurata has struggled on the map. Summer, however, will be able to find himself the one. A nice deep grenade is certainly going to help as well, although it doesn't fully clear out the smoke. I'm not sure if that was the intention.
Yeah, the damage is beautiful there for Summer.
He's done his job.
Doesn't take a lick back. I make sure that both Netic and Vexite, two of the key pieces we talk about here on FlyQuest, one's dead and the other wounded.
As far as Rare Atom is concerned, the key piece is obviously Child King, and he is about to be contended with. Liaz left to try and take that 1 versus 1. Child King is without support. FlyQuest very soon will be without time. A deep flashbang will give Liaz the setup at least to force Child King back into pit. But does he want to use that Molotov for the angle? More and more positions revealed. Child King picks up the first for free. It'll be his first kill of the game as well. Looking for number 2. Inns behind the smoke, spamming away, reveals position. Child King knows he only has to wait. 20 seconds left, and the call will come in through short as Inns has found one, but Kaze recedes back into the smoke. Rigali, as he's trying to catch the fading Malaysian offer, ends up leading him to death by his own hand. Still, Rare Atom will find their first round.
Yeah, Kaze taking a hard fall, but he at least got his 1 kill on short. His teammates able to pick up the slack, and Child King doing enough over at long. A kill and the extra damage onto Inns. Felt like most of the Rare Atom members were just getting this 1 kill and a half, and somebody else was cleaning up the pieces. Kind of funny there for Kaze, but it's fine. Ult recovered, 3 alive. First gun round goes their way. We're seeing it nice and slow and steady here for FlyQuest. You have to see any quick pounces outside of that 1 round where they go for a fast B take after getting some information in middle. And that was against a weakened buy. I'm trying to approach this with the right methodology. And unfortunately, these are also kind of the worst Dust 2s at times.
Yeah.
Staging is always very similar, especially if Rare Atom are not going to opt to be aggressive and force FlyQuest to make these sort of pouncing moves in response elsewhere on the map. A lot of the action will happen in the final 30, 40 seconds of each round. If that's just the tempo that FlyQuest want to play with, they may get their wish.
A deep Molotov, it's well placed, but Liaz keeps getting the better of Child King over here. Kaze, 2 players have crossed over. He tries to find the third. It's Rigali to get somebody down and out before Vexite can reveal. With Kaze's shot being missed, FlyQuest will have full control over this bomb site again. They just make it look so easy.
Everybody kind of misses out on their duels, though. I mean, FlyQuest go for this burst. I mean, a solid kill out to long in a 1v1 for Liaz. And sure, he took a lot of damage for his duel, but that's the advantage that you'll have, bringing over an AK versus an M4. So, yeah, good collapse. Solid kill, put a lot of pressure on those site players to deal with the short address, and they couldn't hack it. It doesn't come without casualties. I mean, FlyQuest, in their attempts to create an enhanced perimeter for this hunt, have lost a couple of members, but they finally spotted out Li Hang, but it will come at another cost. Inns down, only 2 survivors, given the way that FlyQuest started that round. That's not the greatest, but it's still success.
And for the CT side, the problem over here is, I do wonder what their plan is to disrupt the early setup from FlyQuest, right? Because even as the FlyQuest collapse is commendable because they're winning all their duels, you're also wondering, it feels like they never had issues getting to the point to collapse
Yeah,
in the
there's no
first place.
stress. That's what I mean. Like, Rare Adam are going to be playing a lot of these more passive setups. Maybe unless they're on a weekend bye, because they're trying to get a little bit crazy with it.
Flash out from Vex side will be able to force away the boost and spot it out as well. So they know there's more where that came from. Inns, initial peek will give him a quick head.
Again, just good detailing. It's maybe a little boring, a little bit standard, but it's good that FlyQuest are hitting all these bells and whistles. Not that flash Vexite could have fallen, you know, Inns will be late to the trade as there's maybe even a total run out from Rare Adam to assert themselves inside of middle. One kill can activate a whole domino of different scenarios. This boost for Child King is quite interesting.
It has to deliver as well.
The thing is, the smoke is still lasting for so long.
And right as it finishes up, somebody's been taken out immediately. You already have Inns penetrating down middle, and Child King's only good for the one. Summers actually brings things a bit more further back into their favor. A smoke at the doors and the spam to connect. Summer does damage, but not find the kill. Regali's still hunting for the player to come back in. It's Child King who's spotted in Regali's quest for the bomb. There isn't very much time, and with these smokes being on a finite timer, there's really a chance for Summer over here to find the bomb before it makes its way over. But now he's revealed position. A re-smoke could come through. Netic is getting worried as well. He'll have to take this duo, and he wins it out. Netic getting 2 makes the time irrelevant.
Damn. I mean, really good patience there from Regali. Let his teammates work the B bomb site while he kept a sight line over on lower because of the fact that bomb was dropped. And once they showed that presence, then they pulled away. They'd already planted Vexite in a position where you could punish them trying to retake that space. Yeah, you're right. Netic able to have a lot of influence. Perfect lineup for him at the end. This is a little bit more forward-facing. Kaze aggro off of short, but nothing giving inside of middle, and no one peeking top mid early. It's because it's a heavy long control take here for FlyQuest instead.
FlyQuest have managed to successfully navigate around that early op possibility that Kaze wanted to present. Now they could even move back and take over short if they want to. Regali is going to take an exploratory fight. Just see what he can find, and a flashbang would certainly help force Kaze off the angle, but that flash doesn't connect somehow. Going too deep.
I think just sailing too high. Also many signs alongside that spawn wall. So yeah, very fortunate there for Kaze. A clear line and a clear kill. And especially after FlyQuest were so assertive in that area at the start. All right, we're going to feel a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable now that Kaze's taken one out of the equation. Timing on the smoke is decent here for Li Hang as well. There's another smoke that Summer can deploy right behind him.
Liang will hear all of this utility coming in, but the grenade is a difference maker. Summer hoping that he can respond with one of his own. Fantastic damage, but he simply can't get the kills. 2 is all he'll find, and Inns and Leah show that it's not enough. Remember, that damage could still come into relevance later on. Child King coming in from behind. Kaze with the AWP might not be the kind of support he was looking for.
But they threw basically fresh smokes here on the side of Rare Adam.
And that will mean that their own teammates are locked out. No kit either. And it'll have to be dry peaks with the op shot missing. It's Child King to take the first fight. Inns to take them all. 4 kills under his name. He is looking comfortable right now.
Yeah, that looked a little scary there for FlyQuest. Running in desperately into a choke point. Smoke blooming at their feet, not once but twice as that time was ticking down. But as they all lined up, actually, to be honest, small micro choice here from Vexite. But as they line up, tank that nade, the fact that Vexite swings so wide just guarantees that Summer cannot get an easy lineup and shut down that B play by himself. Created an opportunity for those trades, and Inns delivers the goods. 4 kills for the leader.
First time I'd use from Rare Adam. I have a feeling all of them might be by the time the game is up. It was a great start as well for Rare Adam, right? You're looking at players in the right area of the map. You're looking at Summer getting behind the smoke. He gets nuked up, but then you still have one more behind that where that comes from. It's exactly what you want on a B-side defense.
The thing is, what I don't understand is why does I mean, it was Child King playing first, right? Or
No,
sorry,
Child
not
King
Child
rotated.
King. No, who was
Summer was
who was
playing
in front of the tunnels?
Summer, and then there was somebody behind him, right?
Nope.
Maybe the other way around. Then.
Yeah.
Well,
Either way, playing in front of that smoke felt strange when he heard grenades coming. You know, he knew that smoke was going to be up for some time. Why are you turning from flashes?
Well, at the very least, Rare Adam are able to find themselves another early advantage. Feels like somebody is going to continue to try and be a little bit of leech on their side. Sucking out some blood wherever he can, weakening FlyQuest, but it won't be just the one to kill. Nedic pulls out the AK. Good timing on it. Must have heard a flash or heard a call, something like it. Molotov goes too deep, but Nedic can compensate with his spray.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually got a sound cue or what, but Nedic seemed very quick to get his gun drawn alongside his teammate there. Might have even just been that he was about to misthrow the Molotov, and because he's giving away steps, concerned about a player pushing him. Either way, it works out wonders for him in that moment. And so the aggressions of Rare Adam on this half-buy will be subdued. Good damage there by Regali. Box saving the life of Lihang. But it's Ins to set up a little bit of a deep hunt.
It does feel like there is not much worth saving here, but Ins is happy to collect on these kills. One is all he will find. Fighting into Summer would mean certain death and an upgrade on that MP9. Ins is about to give it to him. Still 7-1 for FlyQuest. About as stable as it gets.
Yeah, things are looking real good. Regali even getting water delivered.
There you go.
Serving in the game and getting table service too. Cool, calm,
Barely
and
any
collected.
words. Yeah, FlyQuest are having a walk in the park.
Yeah, they're not stressed. I mean, they're setting up in these map control takes, their default is looking good, their detailing is right, and they're finding openers. Sure, Rare Adam have been able to strike through with some of their own, but the FlyQuest finishes have looked pretty damn devastating. The star power seems to be stepping up. We're getting a good performance out from Ins individually as well. That 4K on that B-bomb site seemed like Rare Adam's best chance. And it was Ins that denied it all. Curl out to middle.
Oh, Nedic, that's a great
I think
time.
Summer just saw him. Yeah, you see how locked in Summer is on that position. He definitely caught a glimpse.
It still feels like it's going to be tough for him to actually find the kill. Molotov isn't there. Smoke is in from behind. Liaz in the meanwhile with Nedic in mid. They've just gotten kills across the map.
Yep.
Liaz with 2 out on long. Nedic will maybe even look to finish off Lihang, stop him from saving. He'll go down, sure, but that information means FlyQuest might as well hunt.
Yeah, they're getting rocked. They
Yeah.
are genuinely getting rocked. I'm pretty sure Summer did have full information, knew exactly what he wanted, smoked off the door so he could hunt down Nedic in middle, and then Nedic just peeked him as he was walking up on him, and just owned him.
And here's the thing, Michael. We talked about around a time like this in the last series, we talked about how, hey, you have to be careful if you're the Huns, right? Maybe this could be a comeback. Maybe you can lose an anti-half buy, an anti-force buy, something of the sort. It feels hard to have the same conversation for Rare Adam over here in terms of coming back. FlyQuest have looked dominant regardless of the circumstances, have not been messy rounds in all but maybe one. When you're looking out towards the 2 versus 2 on the B-bomb site.
I think I would still extend that conversation to FlyQuest, though, because I've seen many games where they have dominant halves, dominant maps, and then, you know, you get further into the series and they let it slip. They have this, I think, problem of almost complacency, where because the game is easy in certain segments, or it's all coming together well, that the focus gets lost, and it's something that happened under Dexter quite a lot, and I'm not sure if that was a him problem or if it was something to do with the whole team, but there were definitely issues for FlyQuest in terms of remaining consistent throughout a series. You'd always, like, even the result against Na'Vi, good map on Mirage versus them, and then it did feel like we got them almost like a shadow of themselves in certain segments of the remaining maps in that series. So, and it's when they don't, this is the thing. With the amount of space that they're generating on the map right now against Rare Atom, they're allowed to throw all these flashes. They're allowed to throw all the smokes. They're allowed to pick the fight they want, basically, almost each and every time. When you scale up, it's very likely that your default is going to be disrupted somehow. Rare Atom are just not doing enough to pressure that.
It'll be very difficult for Rare Atom to change their current tempo as well, but they're hoping that the secondary AWP will be able to do so. Primary in the hands of Summer in the round, secondary overall in consideration. Somebody, nice first start, second one isn't there. FlyQuest are still a man down. And with the double push being prepared out with the AWP at the helm, Summer is hoping to find more, but in the meanwhile, Liaz gets Kaze down.
Summer is still restricting access to that B bomb site. Has a deep line on that AWP. But a flash and some presence towards the lower side. Information they already had confirmed via Vexlight getting his kill.
Summer's in a very good position to actually stop this round from transpiring if it ends up being a B-bomb side hit. FlyQuest realize that possibility and they will be moving back. If it is going to be a B-side hit, it'll be through middle. These positions are still tricky.
It's a pretty dangerous play here for Li Hong.
He feels like he has to make it. Inns is not going to be clearing this one out, but he still gets the kill. Liaz is there to trade, and Summer alone with the AWP, only getting a body shot. It's not enough. It just isn't enough. Rare Atom, what a good setup to come through as well. Li Hong takes the risk. It's paid off. He gets a free duel.
They didn't need to do that. Li Hong had a smoke. He was going to throw it in exchange for the mid to B smoke, but he decided to be greedy and play around the side. He wanted to try and see if he could catch them off guard. He gets his fight, and once he misses out, then Summer's put in a terrible position. That was a low buy from Rare Atom where they had that AWP, and they get so close to throwing it past FlyQuest, but it's still 9-1 T side. FlyQuest are going to be very pleased.
Momentary glitches is all it is. FlyQuest have yet to really question themselves at all. Keeper flashbang, somebody is hoping to be able to make a play for himself, but it's Child King who's again left alone. A performance that has been massively lacking, 2 and 9, but it could be his time to step up. Kaze protects the bomb site from being forayed into and over. Child King good for his first, Regali taken down, but at the cost of the bomb being planted. And short being re-smoked. There aren't kits available for the CT side. There aren't options available. Li Hong taken down. Liaz still covers out, knows what Child King is. He doesn't get the kill, but Inns will. Nedic watches out for Kaze peeking in through the smoke. This is becoming a little bit predictable.
Yeah, I mean, literally, again, it's just these hyper-defensive plays. And sure, the counteraction that somebody tries to go for is throwing his own flash through the long cross smoke. Like you see these types of protocols where, okay, they throw a long cross smoke early, they take in long control quick, we want to try and fight through it. Often, people will throw a smoke themselves over towards long to section it off, and then throw a flash from deep CT or short. I'm just not seeing that coordination, and it's complete chaos. I mean, Li Hong's totally isolated on B.
Now an AUG versus the P90, Michael. AUG is on the ground, P90 still in the fray. Yet to get a kill, yet to reveal.
Just not even needed.
And speaking of not needed, Nedic decides he doesn't need the SMG. He's actually just switching between weapons while Regali's still back in T-spawn as well. They're having fun with it, Michael. FlyQuest don't need to take this round seriously. That's what they feel like. At least Regali will be smoked off, though. CTs are going to be able to put that to good use. Re-incendiaring out these angles as well, but the lack of kit will still always haunt them. And somebody falling down means Summer and Child King will barely have a chance. A headshot onto Vex side will not matter. It's 1-11 Rare Atom. One of the worst scorelines we've seen across the entire tournament, and it comes from them.
11-1. I just don't even know what to say. This Rare Atom squad did not play with any cohesion. They allowed FlyQuest basically the whole map to operate around. And, you know, sure enough for them, they're pleased. It was like they were dry running strats in certain moments. Like, how are we allowed to be in a 5v5 so consistently at that 40-50 second marker where Rare Atom have not tried to disrupt from short? They've not tried to HE common lineup spots for FlyQuest. They've not tried to take a timing basically ever, unless they were on low buys. And even against those low buys, FlyQuest did get caught out, but they always recovered. Gotta say, pretty damn disappointing for Rare Atom.
Yeah.
And I know it's not their most successful map in the pool. It is, you know, very, very understandably a weakness of theirs. But when you know you have a weakness, in a way it becomes easier to prepare your own baseline game. I see no identity of Rare Atom on this map.
They're punching bags, that's all it is. Nondescript punching bags. They hang out in the gym just waiting. That's what it felt like. They're waiting. They'll be there. You'll punch them, you go away.
You don't necessarily need all the detailing like FlyQuest was doing on this map. You don't necessarily need it, but if you don't have that, you need to at least have your aim on point, and Rare Atom simply didn't. So a lot of misses from basically all of the riflers. Li Hang had opportunities, Child King did. Somebody sometimes got his one, but never was allowed more than that. Saw a lot of misses from Kaze on the AWP as well. It's just nothing seemed to have fallen into place. The trading was hyper effective from FlyQuest, and Rare Atom just lacked that extra sharpness needed to pierce past the body armor of FlyQuest.
God, that's not good to look at.
No, I'd rather it get off my screen as quick as possible.
I believe Rare Atom also dealt out an 11-1 scoreline earlier on as well. On an Ancient, if memory serves. But we'll get that checked out.
I mean, they got 13-3'd by Tyloo.
No, I think Rare Atom was on the winning side of an 11-1.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I think against the Nomads, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Ancient.
They didn't receive it twice, fortunately.
At least then we could have the angle of like Nomads, you know, newer-ish team, kind of just looking for experience. I wanted Rare Atom to come in with some
Rare
real...
Atom are looking for experience too. Somebody causing these, you know, fresh young rookies.
I wanted them to come in with fire. They know that they have messed up by not making it through to the major. They know that they've had opportunities in the past. They have not been playing up to standard. And every team that's below them, they devastate. Every team above, they're now being devastated.
It's a start in the second half. Summer collects on one. It is Rare Atom's attempt to not roll over and die in the face of insurmountable odds.
Rare Atom will be feeling the pressure as well of the expectation of the Chinese audience and their fans. They know this will not be enough. There has to have been some kind of rallying done in that half if you want to climb as tall a mountain as this.
Backset's gonna be able to find himself this one kill, make it two. Kaze was low, doesn't need to be X side. 3 quick frags, he's finally put down. That knife needs to be put away. Bomb can be planted over towards the B bomb side, but Summer would be left alone. Summer still fighting back. That first kill is not all he gets. And he gives Li Hang a chance, a single opportunity, but it's one he is happy to have. Ins 9 HP, Li Hang 19. Noise made plenty. Inns has a kit as well. While the bomb is being planted, Inns can close the distance. If he'd only just gunned it, run it. And now as he looks to come in through the smoke, Li Hang will have his number. Second round for Rare Atom, and life finally heard from the crowd as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheer. I mean, the pistol is certainly the first step in breaching this massive gap. Some really nice shooting, to be honest, there from Summer, just running as a bit of a distraction for Li Hang in that late round. If not for his efforts.
He can't believe it.
That's a pretty universal reaction to being on the receiving end of a bad time.
Oh no, receiving end. How does he not die?
He jumped
over
over
Or at least take more damage. Okay, well. Speaking of jumping over, Inns jumps over all the bullets. Feels like a Fast and Furious movie though, and Inns is the protagonist.
He got the kill into pit though. That was must have been a crazy shot. I mean, we don't see it, but it rattles the server, and it will leave Rare Atom in a little bit of discomfort.
A lot of damage on Li Hang. A dead Kaze.
I mean, it's a full force with a Regali M4 involved as well. So it's not just about these Deegs and the fast headshots, the body tags, and the potential for Regali to finish the job.
Oh!
It's a lovely shot from Summer, though.
Taps go both ways. Somebody over is a sprayer. Lots of time for Rare Atom to be able to reset as well. The CTs are going to be recovering that M4 at the very least. Liaz does have Kevlar on top of it all. A nice shot from Child King on top of it. As he will continue forward. M4 to swing, does not fully commit. Child King will be allowed to back off.
Yeah, he's got information. He's basically called that this M4 that we were maybe concerned about is on the A site. So clear path to B. Timing's there for Summer, and that's the gun dropped again. Inns may look to try and retrieve it, but there's Li Hang as well to spoil his fun. 2 rounds straight. Their most so far.
Well, when you're on 3 rounds.
That is a great shot.
Beautiful. At range like that, you get inaccuracy being annoying as well.
I actually swear the Deagle is more accurate than the M4A4 at that range.
Okay, that's just a difficult comparison. I've got no idea. I just know the Deagle and the AK at that long range angle can be annoying. That's all I know.
Yeah.
With the A4, I don't even try for long range.
They are
angles.
comparable. Wait, why? The A4 and the A1S are like.
Because I'm not actually allowed to buy the A4. I just have to drop it for other people when I'm playing. I just give it MP9s.
They cost the same.
MP9s?
No. The M4s.
All I get to have is the MP9, Michael. That's the problem.
Well, practice.
Rare Atom might be in happy days, you know. At least they're gonna get to practice their T side.
Nobody should ever willingly be a Sanji.
Tell that to Sanji.
I would.
If he was still around.
Yeah.
Well,
this could still be weird. I mean, FlyQuest have 4 players that are in close proximity. The fact that Summer has found a kill on short and done a lot of damage to Regali will serve to benefit Rare Atom. So this slow crawl into the A-bomb site will prove to be not a problem at all.
They have saved face. They will find 4.
Slowly but surely.
But this is where the real test comes.
Yep. AWP will be likely out for Regali. That will be a very big concern.
Oh, sure. That's it. Let's go now.
But now they can set up for proper post plants, like crossfires. They'll have flashes as well to enable themselves. Not many, but they will have that as an option. Already being assertive over towards long, so Rare Atom are going to have to back themselves away from that duel. Not even that interested in blowing the smoke and searching for a fight. It's an incredibly static default. No intentions of taking middle, progressing on short. Nothing of the sort as of yet. Instead, it's this repositioning over towards the B-bomb site where the majority of Rare Atom's forces lie.
A smoke over here will be completely useless if they want to push through it. Rare Adam will have the momentum and the numbers to do so. Utility sales, Vexside, this is the right time to deploy it, and as he does, Liahang doesn't have too many players behind him. They have utility in their hands. Vexside gets crazier kills because of it, and Kaze has been left behind. Summer dies elsewhere on the map, and Vexside is all that's needed to protect this B-bomb site.
I mean, just good comms. He has Nedic right behind him. That's cold that smoke has sailed over the B-bomb site. So that's why Vexside deploys that smoke at the right opportunity. I'm sure Regali will miss his shot, but I mean, there is basically no way to recover this if you're Kaze. A couple of fights coming your way, but they emerge out of smokes and past pillars. A great shutdown between Vexside and Nedic, but it's Vexside that is the leader of the band.
Gosh. The dream scenario for an M4A4 over there as well.
Yeah, they saw a mid B smoke and they saw a door smoke simultaneously, and so once Vexside gets that smoke in the tunnels, he doesn't even wait for contact. He just starts letting it rip, and he's hit many a body.
12-4, Rare Adam knew that this was going to be spitting distance of a loss. And FlyQuest don't need to spit very far. Regali posted up with the AWP out towards B tunnels, can be left alone as well if they desire to do so. Mid has been left a vacuum for now.
Already just comparatively, Rare Adam do not put as much of an emphasis on middle. So often in the default, there were players coming off of short alongside an Xbox smoke. That's a great nade to push Regali back off his angle at B. But you saw how much earlier FlyQuest were going to set up into short, how much they were flashing for each other. Somebody's just doing it himself. Again, the detailing from FlyQuest looks far more cohesive. And while Rare Adam have got a decent amount set up on both short and long, they're running out of time. They will need to make their move soon.
Yeah, nading over that smoke won't give them too much when they're losing players elsewhere. Liaz, follow-up flashes aren't even needed. Turns out Schalking doesn't want to contend with him. That bomb is going to have to make the full circle back through short. All three players from the T side will try and scale up to Gandalf. They'll succeed with the one in still. Ducks away and lets Liaz play first contact. This goose and ramp combination is going to be more than enough. FlyQuest breeze past Rare Adam. There's no questions about who was the better team there.
Yeah, a dominant display on their pick in the series. FlyQuest opting for one of the weaknesses of Rare Adam, but it's a surprise even to see how weak Rare Adam truly looked. They got exposed for hyper passive setups. FlyQuest exploited every one of those opportunities, and even the close rounds, they always had that extra oomph given out from not only their in-game leader, but some of their stars as well.
And this is where, I mean, you look out towards the criticisms of a team like Rare Adam and you say, hey, maybe this is when they're going to step up. Maybe this is finally when they change things around. Maybe that veteran prowess can come in and help them out. And unfortunately, it couldn't, with Child King also being pretty absent all across the series, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to make a play for himself. This was as one-sided as it gets. FlyQuest was untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty tragic because it feels like this Rare Adam team just lose all confidence when they go up against some of the best in the region, which is strange to think about considering the amount of history and the amount of rapport that all these players has on the roster. It's not like they haven't earned the respect of the region. It's just for them earning it in the server is proving more and more trying as these other teams are leveling up.
And for Rare Adam, it does feel like as much as they still have a map to play, I don't know what the conversation is back in the locker rooms. I don't know what you say to each other right here. Yes, you treat it game by game. Yes, you give yourselves all of the niceties and the calming voices and everything you can, but I just don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's a pretty disappointing scoreline, and I was disappointed at the half. How about you, Neo? Or are you feeling much better than I am?
Guys, I think our death segment was longer than that map. That was a breeze. What a performance. Captain Fantastic from Inns. He was brilliant all the way throughout, and the only person who stepped up remotely over towards our Atom is the kind of the guy that we feel like we're least likely to bring his name up. Summer, in terms of putting up numbers, he's probably the last in the pecking order that we expect to come through, and he had an okay performance, to be fair, but nobody else even remotely near, and especially the two that we generally want to be bringing up of Lihang and Child King, completely missing, couldn't get going at all, and all credit to FlyQuest, broke them down not only kind of systematically, but just in terms of the raw mechanics.
You mean to tell me the two in-game leaders top fragged on both teams? That's
What
crazy.
can I say?
Dust 2, the in-game leaders paradise.
Apparently so. Alongside him as well, you know, Vexai having really good impact coming through as well. 13-9 for him. Liaz as well doing his job, and Regali wasn't even called upon, even though this is generally seen as a bit of an AWP's paradise as a map, a lot of long range and long angles of sight. He wasn't really needed, didn't really step up in that way, but Kaze stepped up even less.
Yeah, it's hard to have that comparison, right? When we talk about, oh my god, the head-to-head of Oppers now, it's going to be so important, and we're both, you know, giving caveats, and maybe Kaze doesn't need to do as much as Regali. He heard us. He didn't do as much as Regali. The problem is Regali himself looked kind of pedestrian because he wasn't needed. Kaze looked like roadkill.
Yeah, 2-15, 23 ADR. You know, and this is a conversation that we'll have in a lot more detail probably towards the end of the series, but especially if this tournament doesn't go well, there's obviously going to be probably conversations around roster changes, and Kaze's got to be one of the first names on the chopping block with how rough things have been. But at least Regali finished positive, so we'll take whatever we can. But it's quite difficult to not finish positive in a 13-4 victory. What a start for the series. Of course, Ancient coming up next, Yumi, but generally speaking, I don't think FlyQuest are too upset with an Ancient map as a whole, and the way they've just played there against Veratum, they've got to be full of confidence.
I mean, it's a staple within Europe. It's been a game and a map that was constantly played in Asia too, and the APAC region, so yeah, it's hardly out of their wheelhouse, but I mean, great game from Inns. I mean, got basically everything he wanted out of the map control from the T side, and fragged well himself as well. I imagine, to be honest, it was almost like serving an autopilot. He could just actually focus on himself.
And we did say as well, Yumi, as well, just before going towards this game, a guy that we haven't spoken about too much in the numbers department, but we know it's somewhere there in the locker. Yeah. There we go, we get it again.
Yeah, but how many times are, like, this is one of the rare opportunities that Inns is going to have where he basically didn't need to come up with massive adaptations or master classes in the calling. It just felt like, guys, we're going to do the same default again, and maybe this time we'll go fast B, but outside of that, do whatever you want.
We'll figure it out. Don't fix it, right? I feel like it is the way forward. For you, T, I mean, do you think like this is the end of the road for Atom? Do you think they have a way that they can respond back in towards Ancient, or do you feel like, especially after a loss as savage as that one was, they might just be mentally a bit checked out?
I'll be nice.
Sure.
I'll say Child King will probably have a better game. Lihang will probably have a better game. They will
It's tough
probably
not to.
have a little bit more firepower. It'll be a little bit more fun to watch. Maybe we see 1 or 2 set strats that they had prepared going into this one. And hey, maybe they get more rounds than they did on Dust 2. Can they win the series? I can't lie that much.
There's a lot of maybes. I'm hearing a lot of maybes. I'm hearing no actual this will happen. And it's very hard to make an argument for Adam at the moment. I mean, form-wise, they have looked kind of on the downtrend, and I wanted them to come in with some real fire. If they weren't the most prepared team at this event, and it's showing that they're not, I don't know what we're doing. Like, this has to be the most important event on their calendar right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, you know, for them, if they cannot get EWC, that is really going to be pretty tough, right? I mean, it's kind of going to be a thought process of what is next for us. And, well, we're going to find out what is next for them as well. Ancients coming up next, map number 2. But before that, we're going to head to a break.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello and welcome back. We're getting things ready for map number 2. It is Ancient up next, and the good news is the pick of Rare Atom. The bad news is they don't really look like themselves. They don't really look in this game. We just saw the Gams there in the break, and Kaze looks checked out, to say the least.
I don't know what you mean. Kaze looked checked out in the server. He's looked checked out very often in important matches like this. Unfortunately, this is Rare Atom looking exactly like themselves.
I think when we say the word check out, people just assume he's not going to try and get back into the game. I just think he looked really, really sad by the way that he performed and the team performed in that game. And I think understandably so. That was far below the standard that Rare Atom set for themselves coming into this series. This Ancient will look better. I expect more from Kaze. I expect more raw impact from players like Child King as well, who can be far more influential on a map like Ancient, where he's hyper active inside of Cave and in the defense of that B-bomb site, typically very high traffic areas. He will have more influence. It's just about whether or not the team as a whole can actually match up what FlyQuest are doing and actually cause a bit of that disruption that was just so absent on Dust 2.
Let's hope so, because, you know, for Child King in particular, that's one of the worst maps I've seen from him in a while, right? And, you know, he's generally, even in losses, he always seems to still have impact or still have a bit of a showing. And even when we've seen Rare Atom pick up losses, you know, at this tournament, for example, he's still actually looked pretty good, kept like a 1 rating, still being somewhat present, but he just wasn't at all there. And, you know, they may have really met their match. In towards Ancient, I think the feeling here on the Destiny sounds pretty safe to say is that we're expecting now this to be a relatively swift 2-0. Yeah, sure, this might be more of a competition from Rare Atom, but FlyQuest, they just seem quite a gulf better.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone from FlyQuest is particularly affected by their surroundings in the slightest. They're not affected by their opponents. It does feel like a scrim very often to them. And for them, look, they're coming over here. It's good stage experience. It's VRS points. It's all of this stuff. But for them, it's a walk in the park. Let's be very frank about it. And until they are forced to change their pace, that's going to be the same. And I don't know if Rear Adam have what it takes to change that pace.
Well, what do we find out, fellas? Ancient is where we go next to see whether Rare Atom can stay alive in this series and push it toward the side of Inferno, or if we have to bid them farewell. This map is for FlyQuest and Shanghai.
Rare Atoms seem to be missing their atomic structure. They have no essence, no belief in their gameplay. From the earlier portions of the tournament, they played a completely different style than what we've seen traditionally, and it almost looked very reminiscent of Advent of old. Hyper defensive, just wait for your opponent to make mistakes. FlyQuest didn't make any on that first map. Let's see if Rare Atom can expose some gaps here on Ancient.
You can take the Advent out of Rare Atom, but vice versa proves to be more
Yeah, it's
difficult.
like Rare Atom and Tai Lu. It's like a cloud that hangs over both.
4 players on the CT side will be hoping to defend B, and we'll be hoping that they have a reason to defend it. Regali, all alone. Creep forward from Rare Atom as Regali continues to look for information, but it is the resmoke off Red Room that will truly give it away. Rare Atom will be looking to collapse in through Donut, more likely than not, go back over towards that A-bomb site, but with FlyQuest yet to have any real auditory sounds, anything like that, no footsteps heard just quite yet. They will have to play fully retake. They have a kit, they have a smoke, but they really wanted an early kill as well.
Yeah, good timing, good gap. Regali taken down to low HP. Sure, there will be equipment available for this retake, but FlyQuest were out of position. The smoke for CT is far from ideal.
Let's see if that ends up becoming a problem or not.
That will be a cloud that hangs over Rare Atom's head should they seed here.
Well, actually, it's over FlyQuest's head. A Deep Grenade will be looking to initiate that progression forward. Liaz and Vexite behead Child King and somebody. Lihang will be fighting back over here, and Netic will make that fight short-lived. FlyQuest make it the easiest retake known to mankind. Cloud providing them shade, Michael. That's all that smoke was.
That's just painful. I mean, they pick the right site, they do the right damage, they get the post plants they want, they have all the room that they could ask for, and it's still not enough. I mean, some great shooting from FlyQuest coming back on this retake, but there were some real advantages in these duels from Rare Atom. It's just, you can see how much better FlyQuest seem to be today. Aim is on point, and they're punishing Rare Atom for missing some of those opening shots. It's a fast play with SMGs. This is a full force buy off of the back of that bomb plant, but they'll lose 2 at the opening exchange. Just heavy mid control that Rare Atom wanted.
Vexite's coming from behind as well as he pushes out from Cheetah, not waiting a minute, not missing a beat. And while Child King is trying to dodge flashes, getting kills in between, that's all fine and well, but it's an easy breezy round from FlyQuest.
Yeah, all things considered, with the amount that was invested there from Rare Atom, they were hoping for more mileage out of those Mac 10s. Instead, there were many smokes inside of middle. There was just a lot of chaos with players fighting from Donut, from Red, from Ledge. And Vexite, a little cheeky about the way that he tried to find that final kill, but happy he was able to contribute.
Rare Atom will continue to invest over here. A half buy, sure, but not one without opportunities. Late round Tech 9 close would be nice. Regali spots out the flash in the worst possible way by eating it straight in the face. Still kills are being found. Liaz back towards the A-bomb side, and Inns and Vexite hope to get a backstab set up for Child King. Inns finds him, takes him down, and this bomb is going to find a difficult time to be planted while Liaz holds a watchful eye over the bomb site. It is once again a straightforward round for FlyQuest.
Yeah, they're just being active. I mean, they're having to react to these faster plays that Rare Atom going for, but these rounds have felt very reminiscent of each other. Fast plays, aggro mid. And Regali even got caught by the flash, but it's the fact that he was able to escape into Donut and still come away with 2. Made sure that this round didn't cascade out of control by this up-tempo Rare Atom. I'm so glad we're into a full rifle round so that we actually see a more standard approach, something with a little bit more finesse perhaps from the attack.
What do you mean? These synchronized dancing down middle wasn't enough for you?
No, it really wasn't.
You're a hard man to please. Maybe Regali can do it. Sharp shooting on the AWP as somebody will have his dry spell extended. Vexite is Going to continue to look for duels. He's never stopped, never will. Good for one, not for two.
Given the timings on his swings, he's probably just satisfied he managed to get away with the one, considering there were two around that corner. Still, it will leave this B bomb site somewhat more vulnerable, and that's why they pull rotations away. It leaves ins exposed. Hope that he wouldn't get caught on a timing, especially with the revelation of Regali's AWP on A.
And it can still win this round for them. The bomb is away from the T side.
Yeah, damn.
And now Rear Adam, by the time they actually collected, they could also lose Child King over on the A bomb side. Lias takes him down. Nedek has no longer got a reason to stay away from B, so he'll resettle back to the back of Cube. Concerned about a cave play. That was where someone was earlier on, but now forced to come back to ramp in pursuit of the bomb. Nedek is about to realize that he basically gave them a free round over here with that first kill. Summer peeking forward, Nete coming in from the side. Just feels like FlyQuest have their number.
Yeah, saw his gun barrel and realized that he had him dead to rights. I think it's strange because, you know, both you and I, we follow quite a lot of these Asian teams and teams from the Oceanic region. Hell, you know, especially even, you know, the Aussie commentators are very big on backing teams like FlyQuest with due cause.
Yeah.
But it's strange to see them against each other and perform in this way because while I'm happy for FlyQuest, the disappointment for Rare Adam right now feels immeasurable.
It's hard to believe, but maybe somebody doesn't want to believe. He's already out and about on the bomb site. Good for his first skill. Nedek was good in the last round. This time, unable to find a frag. Rare Atom will inaugurate the scoreboard much earlier on than Industrial.
Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm getting too down in the dumps. Great play out from Rare Adam. Fast call from Spawn for this quick B execute. And leading the way with some of their more aggressive pieces. I mean, somebody, Child King, and Li Hang. These were the three that we consistently look to on this Rare Adam squad to serve as openers, but also, you know, be the multi-kill machines that we've seen demonstrated in earlier parts of the tournament. And just, it's kind of just who they are as well in general.
Lias will not let them feel too happy about things. First round on the board for Rare Adam. They keep 3 players alive over there as well. Nicely done. Of course, that crossplay is good to see. Good flashes coming in from behind it as well. Somebody gets all of that back up later on. The question is, do we have more where that came from? No back tens this time over. They will not have that element of light speed.
There's quite a lot of money built up for FlyQuest, so of course they'll be able to build into another buy. Now taking a Singe and recognizing that they wanted to be aggressive here on the side of FlyQuest, just turning back and forth. 180s for Vexite, but collecting on 2 and escaping with his life.
Really doesn't feel like he should have had that at all. Nice set of utility from FlyQuest as well. The double incendiary when Vexite hears that their first one hadn't been smoked off. He knows there's only so many places where Adam could be constructing that offense. Still, probably should be stabbed in the back, but just not enough.
I thought that player at the doors in Kaze was going to guarantee the trade. But because they've found so much aggression from B, they have actually over-rotated in support of the A play. And so there is a potential vulnerability that could be found. A Molotov thrown over, a smoke exchanged.
Regali's AWP is not going to be flashed off over here. First skill is free. That Molotov and the missed shot from Kaze.
Dear.
When it rains, it pours, and Rare Atom find themselves drenched in dismay. But Summer, maybe he can find a way to dry them off. 1 versus 4, the full ace needed. And once again, Regali to put them to bed.
Yeah, I mean, there was no surprises coming into this game. We expected Regali to be the better AWP, but I mean, that was a clear demonstration of some of the shortcomings Kaze himself has been having in this series. 2 kills coming out of Dust 2 and currently killless when set up in a couple of positions now where he should have had the trade guaranteed.
And I know that even in the close qualifiers and whatnot, we always come in with this narrative that, hey, when things are going crazy, Kaze is the calming voice. He's not necessarily going to be running after kills and jumping after anti-ecos and, you know, having fun with the rest of the team. But normally, you're also hoping he'll be a stable hand then in these higher pressure moments. That conversation shifting away from a soothing figure to more of a sinking ship.
Yeah, in this leg of the tournament, Kaze sits at a 0.76 rating. Contrast that to Regali and Vexite at the top of the table, 1.4 and 1.31 respectively.
Yikes. Oh, Liang tries to get aggressive early on again. It is immediately punished. Vexite, that rating master. All of these early aggressive fights that he's happy to take.
I don't necessarily always enjoy using rating, but it is a comparison point.
I still don't enjoy how you used it. It's accurate, but I don't enjoy that.
Yeah,
number.
that's true. Oh, gosh, that's... Inz is going to be loving that. Spamming both sides and does collect on a kill. Fast reactions from Regali. This Shadow giving him a little bit of a heads up. But he still had to click that damn quick. Great little flash play there for Vexite. Knows that he has a player up close, but also has support from Netic, and he catches Kaze with a Molotov in his hands. Not a death sustained here for FlyQuest. They barely even need to see players, and they're finding so much success.
Gosh, how annoying is Vexite? On one end, he's getting aggressive early on in the round to find and take down Lihang, right? And then immediately after that, towards the end of the same round, he's playing it conservatively, waiting for rotations to come in, letting his teammates play off of himself as well. It's just, he's becoming such a complete player, and if you're on the other side, you have to just hate it.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown considerable growth over the past couple of years, that's true, but even I didn't know that he was going to like actually be a sustained level star for this squad. Wasn't sure he had it in him, but he's proving me wrong more often than not. He's been so damn good, especially in this tournament.
Backs off and will be re-engaging immediately. Lihang, does he dare to fight the devil of Vexite? Netic coming in from behind as well. Vexite now knows he needs to avenge. There's players on every side, and this time the 180s don't go in his favor. Rare Adam able to overwhelm as FlyQuest tunnel vision on a cheetah. The round is not over though. Regali will be able to cut them off from moving back away from the bomb site to ramp. It's Charlotte King to fall down as he didn't find any comfortable position to play in from. And now they wait for Inz. Captain Fantastic is what Neo called him. And he hopes to live up to the title. Last two players being smoked off hardly makes things easier. Summer finds a gap inside the smoke, and as Inz is going to be playing with the defuse, doesn't fully commit to it. Summer still gets the pre-fire. It's a position where he had a 1v5 from before, and right now it's another clutch. 3 kills to give them the second round.
Yeah, he's so pleased that he found this minor gap, enough to actually threaten not only the diffuser, but cut them down before things could get any more dangerous. I think the realization for FlyQuest was a little late that they had to worry about that minor gap. Yeah, another little highlight there for Summer. Kaze being self-sacrificial and just jumping out on the site, guaranteeing that they weren't on that defuse, but also creating enough chaos.
What? There's no smoke there, Inz. You're not being covered. He's just killed Child King's hand all game long.
Yeah, was that a miscommunication or something that no one threw a smoke from spawn? It's a wild play to make. And that's bold. Right position for Regali, wrong place for Kaze. He did find his first kill in that previous round, but now sidelined.
Look at Regali, he's just gonna go on further on. He can even take the full peek if he wants to. There's no one outside of B doors. He gets the first kill. Lihang's taken down. Liaz has his load lightened a little bit more, but remember, his HP is very poor. Doesn't really have anything to work around with. Child King's taken down initially. Liaz is somehow staying alive. Regali given time to make his way over. Find kill number 3. And if somebody wants to plant this bomb, he will be dead immediately. Going in through the smoke seems to be his only real possibility of success, but Netic is even standing there to block him off. 30 seconds, somebody, there's no way you can plant over here on the bomb site. Going back to B is his only option. And with how long he's taking, I don't think he has the time for it.
Yeah, now that that smoke has faded, he'll realize as well that he cannot retreat back into the safety of B. And FlyQuest are also reading into that. They cleared things out, and it is now a foot race. 10 seconds, there is a smoke available here for somebody. He'll try and get it down, but as he attempts to cross, Netic already has the angle. Another round falls the way of FlyQuest, 7-2. It's so funny to see FlyQuest just so like they don't seem that stressed. Sometimes they'll be in these games, they'll dominate, but they also know that job's not done, and then a couple of rounds will go askew, and they'll seem really chaotic, you know, energetic about, you know, in a negative sense. But now they're cool, calm, and collected. It's all business. There was a lack of fighting words from both Regali and was it Child King that gave his interview earlier?
Yeah. I think it was Summer, actually.
Yeah. Feel bad for forgetting, but they effectively just said, hope you guys have a good game. Better team will win. And right now that's proven to be FlyQuest.
Yeah, Regali is not going to be one to waste his trash talk on a team that doesn't deserve it. You have to be worthy of it.
Right. I don't think that's the angle that he wants. They've not played officials against each other, but they've scrimmed a bunch. They're aware of each other.
Maybe that's why Rear Adam looks so scared. One and a half man setup going out into cave. Vexite is hoping that Netic will be the distraction that allows him to go overlooked. With 3 players coming his way, he needs a distraction. He might also need a friend.
Adam have been really struggling in some of those fights inside of cave, though, so wouldn't exactly look to that as a consistent conclusion for them. See how much Regali has closed the distance as well on that AWP. A bit of pressure mounting inside of Donut all the same. And so Regali will peek forward and he'll catch somebody. Child King right behind, a flash forward that will have Child King turning, but Regali can't push forward.
Regali is going to be taken down. Child King looked so scared taking the duel as well.
They molly themselves off. They have to cut it quits and try and somehow make it to A.
Inz realizes it. He's good for the first kill. Liaz now turns back. He knows there's only 1 player left alive in red room. Summer is now the one locked inside a trap. A flash to peek with will not be helping. Liaz looks to delay in this 3 versus 2. They find early damage on the Child King, but they will continue to accelerate. Child King continues to frag. Vexite taken down now. Liaz was low, and that's all they'll have to work with. The early damage from Summer now comes in to potentially save them. Liaz has got a kit. D-side has to be careful. They will continue to take the peaks. They will continue to force him off the defuse, and that'll be 3 now for Rear Adam.
Yeah, I mean, a great job from Child King and Kaze in that situation. They realized they Molotov themselves off trying to deal with Regali, and because they had these 2 players inside of red, the plan had to shift immediately, and the red containment didn't do a great job of actually siphoning off the actual A-side defense, but it kept the B players distracted and pulled Liaz's attention away long enough that they had the security of the plant. You know, ideally, Rear Adam get both kills, but in spite of that, they get space.
Inz has got to commit now. He knows it as well.
Yeah, he's backed right off.
Well, it feels like that might be a missed opportunity, perhaps. Feels like with the MP9. You see them coming in. I just expected him to get a kill there, I'll be honest.
And once he got spotted trickle peeking, he definitely did need to swing again, but after that.
Backside, ooh, taken down inside the smoke.
Yeah, tracking is good.
A big win for Liang. Regali and Liaz inside middle are going to be able to close that gap and bring it out the other side.
Yeah, spots the bomb, drops it, and the fact that Regali is able to get away with that, a long continued spray. Both him and Liaz take a lot of damage for those duels, but they'll be happy they have that advantage if it is just numerical. Especially because Rare Adam are now putting down these smokes for the exec. Once these fade, or hell, even before, these pistols could try and get down and dirty.
Oh, these grenades are fantastic. Someone brought down low, and that discomfort knowing there's 5.7s and an MP9 on the other side now only looks to grow. Nede given over the M4. Regali and Liaz will be the ones to lead the charge. They are the low HPs, of course. That is what you have to remember. But FlyQuest are taking their time, and without the kit, that feels like their time might be up now. They're just going to have to get the kills, get on the defuse immediately, and if Liang can line it up, maybe it's enough. It's right down the nick of time, but I think they have it.
Oh, it's really, really close. I'm not so sure. Oh my god. Oh god.
Never doubt it.
I thought for sure that might have just been enough. I mean, the spam was on the money. Jumping back on the defuse was basically almost immediate. Had there been any hesitation there from FlyQuest, that round could have fallen right out of their favor. I mean, they only came in with the 1 M4, some SMGs, some upgraded pistols. And it was so damn close. No flashy summer moments this time. Liang tried for it.
King has managed to get a crossover on the other side. And with that, gets a free kill as well. Stays alive, looks for more. That's asking for too much. Liang's the one to get a kill on Genetic, and Vexite is pushing in through the smoke. Summerwatch is out for this very play, but Vexite's delayed it because of it still cannot delay the death of his teammates. Left alone, 1 versus 4. Rare Adam salvaging a little bit of face in this half.
Yeah, looking like a 4th round locked in. There's a kit available here for Vexite. An HE that can maybe soften the blow, but 3 players peeking him will serve him no good. Yeah, an 8-4. It did seem as though Rare Adam were encountering some of the similar struggles that they had from Dust 2. Kind of a lack of confidence, a lack of targeting, but they had some good mid-round adjustments. It just felt like FlyQuest were shooting that much better, whether it was on these retakes. They're still retaining some of their util as well for those post plants, so having smokes for cave, HEs for the site. There did feel like they had these extra resources that they're maybe being slightly greedy with, but they're doing a really solid job of, you know, only expending the resources when they feel they absolutely have to. And you can see how uncomfortable it made Rare Adam in some of those after plans. Even if they felt like they had the weapons, they'd often be missing out on the health, or they'd have to take awkward duels.
This is still a Rare Adam, however, with more character at least than what we saw in Dust 2.
Sure.
Right, and as we head over towards the CT side, where maybe it does come down a little bit more towards, you know, comms between 2 players, making good timings on the rotations and choosing your own fights at times on Ancient, maybe we can look to a better second half.
Yeah, no, I fully expect Rare Adam to have a bit more of that, I don't know, swagger about them on CT side. I want somebody taking fights. I want, you know, some of these late round pushes that you'd sometimes see with either Acl King or Liang. You know, some of these control takes that have become so normalized on CT sides, but that really feels like it plays into the strengths of Rare Adam and some of the aimers that they have, and the I guess the temperance of these types of players. I feel like this team very much wants to take fights on its own terms. There are some that really enjoy the chaos or, you know, counteracting their opponent's play. No. Rare Adam love playing to their own tempo. And the thing is, you have to be so off the beaten track usually to outdo what your opponent is trying to offer up in these rounds. but that's why somebody has kind of had the career that he's had for as long as he has, is that he is kind of
he's the definition of off the beaten track.
Yeah, he's off
He's
tempo.
the one who beat the last track as well. Well,
yeah, what a character.
He was sorely missed in the scene as well. It felt like Summer and somebody really wanted to have them around as well for longer, and Rare Atom was that opportunity for extension. And you'd hope that it hasn't come to a close yet. You'd hope that this chapter still has something to be written in it beyond, and they lived happily ever after.
The thing is, as soon as, you know, this Rare Atom formed with all the veterans on it, it's weird to say that, but, you know, Rare Atom seemed like they came out the best of all the Chinese teams for a little while. Their immediate form looked better. You had the, you know, defensive players and players like Kaze, but also the explosiveness of Child King somebody. You know, they did feel like they had almost a complete package. Some younger players, some older players, whereas, you know, there was a moment where Tyloo looked like they lacked direction. Lin Vision maybe were kind of scrambling about who their AWPer was going to be, what the roles were. And to see the descent over the past year and maybe a couple months, yeah, it's strange to see them almost consistently on the back foot versus the other teams that sit atop the region. So they come in trailing, but we've talked a lot about their CT side. Let's hope they deliver.
Lihang and Kaze are in a great position. Lihang could for 2 quick kills with the duel. Child King does the same. And they deliver all right, Michael. 5 alive. It's a statement victory in that pistol round. Comes off of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, lovely shooting there from Lihang. As you see, immediately FlyQuest want to try and trade out the ramp player, and then they get hit from the side again from Child King. So these 2 younger guns already getting the ball rolling early.
Couple of voices out as well, and that's what you want to hear, but FlyQuest will answer back with a half buy on Regali, forced buy on everyone else.
I didn't even realize somebody is 2-11, so I'm really hoping he has a better half.
It'd be hard not to. But a little bit more than better would be great. A critical time to step up if he can, and right now it's these MP9s. I want to make sure that the Tech 9s do not get to have the chance to dictate the pace.
Also be an opportunity for Kaze to present himself. Should money be built up here for Rare Atom, Regali was a nuisance on that CT side. Can only hope that Kaze can do the same. Some good damage and some money built, courtesy of getting that kill, the head-to-head versus Regali.
Ings is going to have to find a kill over here if they want to force rotations back to the B-bomb side. There are 3 players, yes, but even with just 2 on A, it might be enough to prevent this bomb from being planted. The only advantage they have over here is that Lihang does not have an HE grenade to open the donut smoke when it comes through. Somebody long-range fights. He will find some damage, but prioritizes his position instead. Moves in through the smoke to see if he can play off of Lihang. Lihang is still trapped. And who's trapped in here with whom is the question. Vexite taken down. The bomb will not be planted. 4 alive again. And Rare Atom are feeling like they've got something to say.
Yeah, that timing on the smoke there for Lihang did so much for the squad. Just as FlyQuest were setting up for that A play, being able to section off his fights inside of Donut. And once he realized that he was going to have to play Ring Around the Rosy for a little bit, that's why somebody sat inside of the smoke. He was waiting to hear if they started to plant. Had they started running towards him inside of Donut, somebody was ready to spring into action. But Lihang did most of the dirty work himself. And he created that opportunity for himself as well, so just really well managed.
Now Rare Atom just have to make sure that we clean up these anti-ecos without any real guns lost. It shouldn't look like that should be an issue. Summer's already moved past the area of flashbang effect. And Child King, with an overhead flash, can continue to peek around the pillar too. Doesn't get taken down by the P250, which almost sidelines him. 7-8, and the crowd feels like it might be putting on more pressure onto FlyQuest now.
Yeah, haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in both of these maps, but there is a real chance now. FlyQuest, of course, will have a buy in the following, and that's where problems can always occur. It's where it occurred on Dust 2, is in those gun rounds, and less to do with these low buys. Both teams have actually been very good at dealing with low buys when they have had them presented.
Oh. Now deep grenade goes all the way past Nedic. Nedic gets an easier duel courtesy off pit, but the second is not as much so. Child King's demise does mean that this B-bomb site seems a little bit more appetizing. Regali is starting to call over players and let them know. If he gets one more kill over here, it should be go time. Summer has to be worried about peeking.
But he might still do it. Yeah. Well, you do not give this guy an inch, not even a sliver. Regali has been lightning quick through this series. And that difference of having an AWP and not, that could be all that's needed to finally crack into this B-bomb site. Flashes are good, but they're exchanged either way. Somebody just sitting inside the smoke, waiting for a prompt.
And an early incendiary to try and force him to wait for the smoke to actually finish off. Somebody will have that happen sooner rather than later. That might have actually given him time to be able to spam it down as well, but he instead looks for a fight back to Cave. It's a fight he loses. 2 versus 4 now, and FlyQuest in their gun round will look just as undeterred as Rare Atom did versus Ecos.
Even on the hunt, Summer can't save. Or sorry, Li Hang. And Kaze, last man standing, hoping he doesn't get exposed. A kill is nice.
Maybe get the engine going.
Yeah, few and far opportunities. It's the AWP of Regali that really dealt the finishing blow. Not only finding a Kaze, but that opener up onto Summer. I mean, you can hardly blame Summer for the way that he tried to jump peek it, tries to be a harder target to hit, but Regali's just too damn fast. Our cameraman is loving the somebody reacts.
Understandably so.
Pretty animated in his disappointment, not only in how the rounds are concluding, but also himself. 2 and 13 he finds himself at.
It doesn't feel like he's really had much of a say in this game. Been a silent spectator for most of it.
I was hoping for better in the defense.
I think he was as well. And he still has a chance to deliver better. A chance to be contested. FlyQuest are once again leaning their bomb over towards the B-bomb side. Child King's Famus is unable to find too much. There's damage, but he won't know about it.
Yeah, it kind of just scares a couple of the FlyQuest members.
Don't forget.
Yeah, how does he see me? He doesn't. So it's unconfirmed damage, but we'll still have FlyQuest leaving themselves a little weak in the knees.
There's also an unconfirmed AWP on the other side. Kaze will connect. Nedic taken down an overhead flash in case Regali had changed in with that angle. Liaz will suffer to it. Ins will trade, yes, but that doesn't mean they're going to get control over this B-bomb site for free. A deep incendiary back to Cave makes it harder for Ins to scale up. And that gives Kaze all the time he needs. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Got short smoke likely to run out in a couple of seconds. Somebody might want to abuse it. No, it's Summer who fires through it instead. Regali does respond, yes, but now Regali had to play cover and he simply cannot. Left alone, 1 versus 2. Bomb to be planted. Li Hang far away. Kaze's position is suspected but not known. He theoretically could have had a chance to reposition. But Regali's got his eyes on the prize, but now he's taken him off of it. Kaze will put him to bed. Rare Atom fight back.
Yeah, finally getting his hands on that CT AWP and immediately having impact, stopping them at the mouth to this B-bomb site on first contact, but then had the support of his riflers throughout, stayed alive long enough and just kept on applying that pressure. You saw even the off-axis plant behind that default pillar FlyQuest try to go for. It's because they had that threat from long the entire time, and they didn't want to show even just a little bit of their behinds. That could have canceled the plan. Instead, it was the spam. So just maintaining that long control did so much for Adam in that round.
And it's a great job from a quiet Kaze. Both the first kill and the support throughout the round to top it off.
Yeah. this is the type of map that, you know, that's why I wanted to characterize, you know, somebody Kaze for maps like this. You know, I do think this is a somebody style map. He's just not necessarily having as much influence as he's I guess used to.
Yeah.
But even then, he contributed for that retake. So it's all fine in the end.
Can Rear Adam make it fine in the end of Ancient? They still need to make sure that FlyQuest and opportunities like this are not able to re-bolster their money. 2 in a row in gun rounds would be critical to give Rear Adam a lead. Oh, Spam exposes somebody a little bit, but he won't be sticking around for too long. Lee Hang spotted, Nedic takes him down. Fantastic entry from the young man to have recently graced the green and yellow. Nedic will be now focused on maintaining control over Red Room. Summers MP9 will be making things difficult for him. It's actually the grenade that's going to catch him out. Oh,
damn.
I can't believe he just stands still for it as well.
Just stood there menacingly.
Accepts his potential fate. Spits death in its eye. But right now, Kaze is the man with the sight. Will swing it once, but twice will be in the hands of somebody. Both underperformers left to defend a bomb site. And oh my God, do they step up. A missed opportunity, sure, but somebody has been quick to rectify. Inns left alone, 1-on-4. Time running out of here as well. He wants to die just for the loss bonus. That's all his objective is. 9-9, we equalize after a very tumultuous series.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to get in position in time. I mean, shout out Kaze. I mean, gets the deep line, catches the player in the back, especially after losing the opening duel so quickly to Nedic's entry. For them to have compensated in this way and played off each other, like you said, both these players looking a little weaker within this series, but also even in this map, and both able to compensate for one another, where one missed, the other found the answer. So there is a resurgence here for Rear Adam, but yeah, this fast play for FlyQuest is the way they look to crack right in. They will have an open donut that sure is smoked off, but they'll have enough room to plant.
Another failed CT smoke, this time thrown out by FlyQuest. The cloud over Rear Adam's shoulders is going to be assisting them. A bit of shade in harsh sunny times. Vexite will be the one to fall, and it is identical mistakes across halves, an indicator of how the times are turning.
Yeah, a little bit of discomfort there for FlyQuest. I was saying they maybe had enough space to plant, but yeah, once they saw that smoke bloom in the air, they would have felt a little urgency to try and take deep CT control in some way. Because they didn't have the guarantee that donut was vacant.
And now, Michael, comes the question. FlyQuest is not a team whose mental has always been commendable, whose nerves have always been steel. Nedic comes through, finding entry on entry. He is not a man coming in from prior curses. Inns, however, is. And he chased down Child King. Child King is low, jumping over util, sprays, spam, hell, and fire.
Spreads.
But the last spread is what finds him and gives FlyQuest a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, he tried to be elusive, but that Molotov was so wide. Summer will sit atop his carcass. So they still maintain some control over at B, but FlyQuest have no intentions on finishing that direction. They look to pounce somebody's bomb site. He protects the smoke, but it's just damage. No frag.
So nicely prepped up as well. And now with Lias having a smoke, flashes, Molotovs, everything, this has to be a safe call. And in fact, they're not going to be deploying those utility bits and bobs. They're more concerned about trying to take these guns out of CT hands.
Yeah, Kaze has secured his exit with that frag. It was a nice quick flick. Good to see a little bit of a return of at least some of the mechanics for Kaze. Had quite a few quite poor misses on Dust too.
Yeah. It was not good to see. Even on Ancient, that one round where you think about Regali getting the double kill with the AWP in Cave when Kaze had the AK on the repeak.
Yeah. Without, you know, rifling versus him AWPing, I'd much rather he just look good on the AWP.
Well, if, we're going to have to pick between the two, sure.
Yes, yeah. So we're at least getting something.
And something seems to be enough. Rare Atom, after being down in the doldrums, hell no, in the dumps of Dust 2. Still in contention, but contention is not over. FlyQuest, bring it back to 10-10. They will still have the opportunity to reset the CT economy, at least to some extent.
Still coming into this half, I mean, 6 rounds to the 2 of FlyQuest. Rare Atom, because they trailed coming out of that first half, they'll still feel pretty solid about how this defense has been mounting for them. Especially if we start to get form displayed across the server. Liang at 18 kills. But pales in comparison to, I guess, that 20 that Regali finds. And he's got a little bit, better company, perhaps. Boost idea was nice for Liang, but no urgency here for FlyQuest on the mid control.
Do they come to regret it?
It will be very slow and steady for both.
Rare Atom, however, have actually managed to hold on to a lot of utility.
They've been able to hold off on these bomb sites as well for some of these mid and late round calls.
I don't know what that smoke is over towards the B-bomb site, but yeah. Maybe another missed smoke, but even so, FlyQuest have made their intentions clear. It's time to start to go back. It's time to start veering towards A. Kaze has to defend. This is not going to be a smoke penetration, not yet at the very least. Somebody's rotation will be loud and proud, but there are 3 players here on this A-bomb site, and this backstab from Child King is prepared. Inz will spin, yes, but the B-bomb site might have been the safer option now for the T side. They're going to realize it too late. Liang lies in wait. Kaze and somebody as well. Quick frags found. Leave Liaz alone. Kaze is still alive. Can cover off the cross. There's no time. There's no chance. Liaz will watch the sands of time steal another round away from FlyQuest.
What? I mean, great read here from Rare Atom, having those extra men in position in spawn. Very quick to address this wrapping play there for FlyQuest. They wait for the smoke to bloom for that potential red room wrap in through spawn, and by the time they get there, you're absolutely right. There's a player in Donut. There's still 2 players inside of the A site proper. And FlyQuest were none the wiser, even when they progress up through spawn with that urgency, understanding the time's against them. They get backstabbed, they end up in a crunch. And when they lose access to that bomb, they just couldn't afford to have that happen. I was worried that coming into this map, even if this was the selection of Rare Atom, even if I believed that CT side was going to serve them better, still individually there were absentees on the roster. But we're starting to see some great decision making, even in these hyper defensive setups that Rare Atom have gone for, not only on Dust 2, but here on Ancient as well. They're making a lot of good calls based off the util that FlyQuest are throwing.
Some really good rotations as well, coming out of that last round. Liang has to be careful. Regali on the other side with an AWP is a dangerous hand, even if his hand has been stayed for these past few rounds. Where Atom will maintain a position of comfort. It is defensive. They will play. 2 players very near to the CT spawn will be able to contend back with Red Room, but God, Regali's op is not something you want to be facing down, even if it is hard peeking. Liang, it would be a mistake to fight for information here.
Yeah, I love his choice to just keep jiggling on this off angle. Saying that FlyQuest can progress through red if they want, but any further than that, and he'll punish. It is even this A-bomb site somewhat vulnerable. I mean, somebody is serving to protect it, but the angle is not conducive to getting more than just the one. And he'll feel like his timing is off as well. He's juggling util, smoked off.
Oh, Regali's been spotted over here as well. Now the rotation call for the Cheetah players has to be coming out from forward rather than behind. Potentially, no, they're still going to be coming in from CT spawn. Every one of Rare Adam's players will be looking to come out from one tiny chokehold. Their only advantage is the lack of utility. Somebody good for one, but Lias trades. Vex side as well, quickly juggling aggro. And Regali Zop will reveal to Rare Atom. Hyper defensive as they may have been, it is asking for too much to retake A like that.
Yeah, this time it doesn't feel like they have any read whatsoever. They don't make a gamble call. They try and they ultimately know that Red Room's been compromised, but that's about it. And even in their attempt to save these weapons, it could still fall as Kaze AWP in his possession and will be carried forward to the next round. But yeah, they knew that Red Room had been permeated, and they almost, it didn't seem like they were that comfortable about how they wanted to adjust. They didn't want to compensate by being aggressive themselves, but then also they didn't cheat or rotate or try and set up a double play to full clear it. You know, sometimes you see teams drag that rotationary player away from B, flash so that the player can escape through spawn, maybe even smoke it off or Molotov it as well. You know, there's a number of different ways you could try to approach it, but Radam just kind of sat and hoped that FlyQuest would make that first move, that first mistake, and then they break into a bomb site effectively for free. When they end up in the 5v5 post plant, they're more than pleased because they actually didn't have tons and tons of these resources to continue stalling or sectioning off the bomb site.
And I have to give credit out to Urkast. Great call after the timeouts as well to target the A bomb site like that.
Yeah.
Recognizing what the CT setup is looking like, but now the CT setup is looking like it is lackluster. 4 MP9s on the 23rd round and an AWP that does not strike when given the chance. It is fast from FlyQuest. They are walking into the grinder. There are 4 MP9s ready to receive, 2 kills already found, and FlyQuest, they have bitten down on a poisoned apple. This is exactly what Rare Atom was hoping for, what they were praying for. And Kaze will get payback from somebody's death. 12 will be found from Rare Atom, but Netic still wants to fight. And Ace Clutch asked of him, can he deliver? Can he evade the curse of the second half that he has come into? No, he cannot.
Oh my god, I got scared for a moment. Netic hit an incredible transfer on those 2 kills. But Rare Atom called the right stack. And is this not eerily reminiscent of the rounds versus Tyloo? FlyQuest try to pick up the tempo against one of these low buys and get destroyed by a sheer numbers advantage. They get hit by team flashes, counter flashes by the opposing side. And now they're right back into a low buy themselves.
Kaze is missing out the shot over here, and it is going to be another tempo play. That tempo play is going to be received, though Kaze will not miss twice. Summer now waits while Child King frags. Summer's got the same as well. Rare Atom look to close, but they need to close against a blinded Ins. Regali left alone, and he's caught out as well. What a comeback for Rare Atom. They're still in it, Michael.
Yeah, they're picking Ancient. We knew it was going to look a little better than that Dust 2. It had to be. That Dust 2 looked terrifying, shocking, and definitely not to that Rare Atom standard. But goddamn, was this a close game. FlyQuest felt like they had the initiative, they had the drive, and then that late round decision, this end game choice to pick up the pace and go for that knockout punch on B turns the other cheek. Rare Atom, yeah, it's a hell of a comeback, but they punish a death-defying mistake. And a fantastic resurgence from some of those players. A slumber in that Dust 2 is so important that Kaze got rolling on that AWP in the second half.
I mean, even somebody felt like he actually had impact. Sure, he wasn't able to get up to his crazy antics. We're not seeing, you know, that classic vintage shenanigans somebody performance, but he was able to get some really important kills as well. Lihang ends up being this sleeper fragger coming out from mid, where so much of Rare Atom's setup on the CT side was about leaving mid. Lihang still manages to get kills when he's contested. It's a really good recovery, and I'll be frank, Michael, I had them written off at the end of the first half.
Yeah, I think that's more than justified. It felt like they were scrambling for solutions, and FlyQuest just looked the stronger team. But this is part of the reason this Rare Atom CT side on Ancient is actually so exciting to watch sometimes. It's that Lihang Child King combo, whether they're separated on different sides of the map or whether they're sometimes cold together. If Kaze has his AWP, then they can be very aggressive. They can crunch down ramp, and they can actually disrupt FlyQuest. But man, again, these late round calls, these late round finishes they want to do against these low buys, it's exactly what came back to bite them against Tyloo, and that felt like the clear solution to win the game. They win that round, and Rare Atom come in with even less than they did on round 22. So yeah, there has to be something to change in some of these moments. I can understand how it might create a great opportunity, but once you get punished a few times by a Chinese team, surely you expect another Chinese team to at least be able to put one or two of them away.
It feels like a problem that FlyQuest have yet to figure out how to deal with, but they can't waste too much time thinking about it. I'm not going to waste too much time bringing Nail on. Nail, please tell me you didn't expect that either.
No, what a collapse. I mean, I did kind of cast the cursor in the green room. Sorry to Jazz. I did say, wow, maybe a quick end to the day here, guys. 8-4 at the half. It felt like we were on track for a very simple one and a complete collapse on that T side from FlyQuest. They just could not get anything going. Real credit to Rare Atom, because honestly, even when we got towards about the halfway mark and all the bits before that, they actually looked really checked out. They weren't exactly all too emotive, weren't getting too proud about even the small amount of rounds they were winning, but they really did lock in. Lihang, 20 and 16 for him. He was flying, but you know, you guys touched on the impact from Chao King and Kaze. Really, really good work from him. And you know, you have to look over towards FlyQuest. Just when we were praising the likes of Int for stepping up, and we looked towards that rifling core around him of kind of Netic and Vexite, both of which didn't really kind of provide all too much. Regali had his moments, and he was great, as we sort of always expect, but I feel like they really did lose out on riflers who we expected a lot more from, and it's tough, Yumi.
Yeah, I'm getting pained by the rush calls from FlyQuest. We just, I think T-Time definitely noted the fact that Urcast called a timeout. They got themselves in this tie position. They put Rare Atom's money in a bad spot, and then that's the round that basically breaks the camel's back.
Yeah,
exactly.
The 11-all call to rush B, I'm just not a fan of it. I don't understand why we're in kind of, you know, such a rush for this sort of a play. You know, they've got to understand that their money's in a bit of a weird spot, because it was in the round prior to it as well. Why are we not just playing a normal default and seeing what comes up?
It definitely has its merits. I mean, I'm not going to say it doesn't, because we see some teams go for that at the end of games, and teams actually kind of lower their guard, expecting it to be the slower, more default style. Like FlyQuest had done basically all game, but they decided that they needed at least one of these rush plays in that T-side half, and it costs them. It definitely does. And if they end up losing this series as a whole, that will be the call that I will remember and think what could have been for FlyQuest instead. But hell of a game from Lihang.
Yeah, tell me about this guy, Lihang. Fantastic performance from him.
It is incredible what he's able to do on the defensive side, and it's so exciting because what we have coming up next is Inferno, which stereotypically has always been a Lihang map as well, actually. So now that I look forward towards this last map potentially, I still think FlyQuest should win it, but what is concerning is that mental shakiness that we sort of see coming out towards the end. Nail, how many teams have we seen crumble on Inferno? The greatest teams of all time have crumbled on it, and FlyQuest might be treating this as a home map, but it's also one that is treated as such from players like Kaze, players like Lihang, and, you know, everyone on this Rare Atom core.
Yeah, some of the greatest teams, you know, don't let this victory, you know, make you forget that Cloud9 recovered from a 15-11 against
yeah, sure.
Foster Major, but
it's 4 rounds.
Exactly. Yeah, heading in towards Inferno, I mean, we've really got to look towards, again, I have to kind of bring up the rifling core over towards FlyQuest to try and step back up. We've always got this consistent factor of Regali, especially when they lose, he is still putting up numbers. But yeah, man, they fell so flat there. I don't know whether we kind of come to this and blame, I don't want to say blame, but you know, if we look towards the calling side of things, because it was very weak on that C side from FlyQuest, or whether we look at kind of maybe wanting more out of your Netics, your Vexites to actually put a lot of pressure on Chao King and Lihang, for example.
Look, very often what you are looking to close a game and a series out is either good calling or brute force, and right now they lack both, and I don't know which of the two will show up in Inferno, but very often what also happens is that when you're relying so much on calling, when you believe so much in your IGL voices and whatnot, that brute force can go missing too.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to Dust 2, I mean, we had both the calling looked fine. The brute force looked fine. Ancient, it just felt like they lost themselves a little bit.
Well, let's find out. We're going to head to a little bit of a break before we get underway with all discussions around Inferno. For now, we'll see you soon.
大家好，我是 LVG 的3叶。关于我们队友关系，其实更像是兄弟，然后不仅只是那种关系，因为我们平时相处下来，也就是开很多玩笑，然后平时娱乐爱好啊，一起大概都一样。因为我们关系好，我们会彼此更加信任，以及会自信，而不会用压力、不自信的操作。甚至是因为关系好，如果即使你犯错了以后，带来的压力其实也没有那么大，可以及时的调整回来。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Well, fellas, I thought we were done here, but apparently not. Rare Atom lived to see another day, a 13-11 to push us in towards map number 3, and now we head in towards Inferno. Yumi, off the rip, give me your thoughts heading in towards an Inferno now. Do you think this is a completely level playing field now that's been reset to 1-1?
I still think I would give the favor over to FlyQuest, but I do think they're probably more prone to, I guess, choking this game than Rare Atom does. I think there's definitely more ability for FlyQuest. I think they have a greater amount of depth,
Sure.
but I think as well, Rare Atom have demonstrated a good tenacity so far in this series where they understand what's at stake. You know, being in front of a home crowd environment, being able to go to Shanghai, these are things that they want to relive from the end of last year. So I think, to be honest, there's more at stake for Rare Atom, and in a way, I almost wouldn't be surprised if this series took a turn, but I expect FlyQuest to win.
T?
I am with Michael, but also at the same time, I have seen FlyQuest struggle so much at these times, and one of the questions that I have always had for this team is who will be a voice for the squad when things start to become tough. If they don't get that early lead, I still don't actually have an answer. I don't know who stands up and yells and lies to their teammates and says, I still think we can do this, right? And that is a big question that always contributes to FlyQuest's downfall. So if they, maybe lose the pistol round in the first gun round, I start to get really concerned. I might start shifting over towards Rare Atom.
Is that where maybe these conversations have come around of Aircast, right? Where, while some coaches we look to on a more tactical side, some we look in a more kind of
atmosphere vibes.
Yeah, exactly. And we're still kind of got that question mark around him in terms of what is his real benefits. Of course, we know he can break down top teams and all the rest, but, maybe we sometimes just need somebody, especially with Inns being a little bit of a kind of a more reserved character just generally anyway, we do need somebody just to really fire up the team. And then even, individuals like Regali who's coming towards his team, fantastic player. He's not the most extroverted guy. I've known Regali for many a year. Great guy, but not the most extroverted. So maybe we need somebody who's got a bit of that, braggadociousness about them, which actually was Alistair.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, you're just describing Alistair instead.
And look, actually, to be fair, I actually think that even as far as playmaking is concerned and things like this, they actually have that covered, right, in Regali, in terms of the guy who will say, you know what, I will take control of a round, or even if I can't, I'm going to at least try to do so. But getting that to then transcend to the rest of your team is difficult, right? We saw over there in Ancient where initially it looked like everyone's doing all right. And sure, Regali keeps fragging, but everyone else doesn't pick up from there.
Well, let's find out, fellas. We're heading in towards the final map of the day. It's basically a best of one to decide who will be going to Shanghai and who will be going home. It's Inferno up next.
Thank you very much, Neo. Yeah, we weren't sure that we were going to go the distance, but some signs of life from Rare Atom, at least on their map pick in the series. And this is another map that they are very, very familiar with. One of the few that many teams within the Asia and APAC region have decided they will use when they go into international waters. We find ourselves on Inferno.
Li Hang was the leader of the charge on Ancient. What a defense he put up. Backside hopes to do much of the same right now, but Rare Atom have quietly managed to put themselves in an excellent position. They're waiting for CT side responses before anything else, but with 4 players here for the CTs, it is a waiting game either side. Child King jumps up, takes info, getting antsy. Early flashbang, catches them out. Backside good for 1, but as they're turning for the second flashbang, Li Hang has found his head on the ground. This is a fantastic start on the pistol rounds for Rare Atom. Somebody left feeling like he doesn't have a chance of a hair, and he might be right.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a simple enough play, just waiting for Vexite to make that call. When do you want this flash? And just gives it a little jiggle, an immediate wide swing, and it has the collapse with his teammates behind him as well. He fought to his dying breath, even running out of bullets when he kept on swinging, but he was hoping his team would have him completely covered. Didn't matter. FlyQuest still coming with that pistol. They go on that head-to-head collision at Banana early.
Full force buyout for Rare Atom could become a problem for these MP9s from FlyQuest, but they should be relatively unbothered on paper. Early control out towards apartments will be important. It is going to be a rotation call for Inns. Never fun with the MP9. We saw FlyQuest struggle on the early parts of the CT side of Inferno versus Tyloo. A lot of kills for Inns where he felt like he was the only player who could fight for information.
Yeah, but we saw Rare Adam get embarrassed by Tyloo as well on this map. 13-3. And one of the main problems for Rare Adam within that, you know, engagement with Tyloo, their regional rival, was actually a lack of emphasis on banana control. Felt like they were losing on both extremes by playing super defensive. It was, again, one of those games almost akin to the Dust 2 within this very series, where they were giving a little too much free real estate.
FlyQuest are going to park down 3 players on this A-bomb site, and they will all be necessary. Liaz already playing back in towards pit. And we talk about giving real estate up. Intis trying to get it back. A deep flashbang will force him away. He's got no more fight to have. It's 2 players on this bomb site itself. Regali to defend. A jumping player distracts his crosshair, but it will not be distracted for long. Only 1 kill found. It's Liaz to put Liaz to bed. And Lihang, well, he's still alive. He's still fragging, but only so long as that HE is in the air, not on top of him.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Regali. I mean, Liaz being able to lock down for his 1 kill inside of pit, but with Regali taking all that attention, it makes the crunch from both short and long a little bit harder to link up with. And before Lihang knew it, he was left all alone. Nice touchdown nade as well to finish the job. I'm only okay with a Rare Atom deflated start if they're, you know, just getting the wheel pump out.
Nedic's going to be completely blind, and unfortunately, that wheel pump is still very much in. Yes, this is a half buy, so expectations are going to be limited, but with Liang's AK, you would at least hope for a chance.
Timing's good for somebody.
This is going to be fantastic. Somebody slows the distance, goes back for another deal. Long range wasn't completely unfair, but felt a little bit such as it is. Lihang with the trade. And AK-47 would love to trade hands as well. Child King, though, he's found a gun of his own and a bomb site of his own, too. Now, they don't have a smoke, so this will have to be a straight-up duel versus Vexite. He has the Fama, starts to make his way back over to Coffins. Util being lined and primed, it is going to be crossover. Child King to cover with the AK. Low players on the other side. Child King caught out on the tags. Vexite manages to get the bomb planter off it as well.
I mean, Lihang can't even plant. He knows he can just get spammed. He was so low health, and so Vexite does it all. 2 weakened players coming into his side of the map, but great target selection, didn't overpeak, overswing, understood his conditions, and had teammates on the way too.
Vexite managed to make them absolutely convinced that there was going to be a player coming in from CT as well. The way he was swinging made them think, no way can he be alone. Child King never turned around to check that Coffin's angle. If they wanted to get the bomb plant, though, they had to clear that first.
Nice and easy, little buff for mass action. Regali would have felt a little hard done by in that round gone by, but now that he has his hands on the AWP, a chance that goes awry.
Grenade get that goes awry as well.
Does damage onto Nedic, just not tons. Regali is doing a lot to try and pick his next fight, but wherever he seems to go, there seems to be another smoke.
Respectable damage onto Vexite as well. These B-side players are limping, and Nedic's limped back to A. Little Lazino, he is about to be graced with a lot of the same bullets as he is trying to run away from. Regali's AWP has been a consistent factor all across the tournament, all across the match. FlyQuest can only hope and pray that this is not the time when it starts to falter. Deep grenade is leaving him lighter for where, and that missed shot means Liang gets himself one. Nedic through the smoke will be able to collect, and Liaz will buy more time with that incendiary. Still, they've sailed past it. They look for a fight. Nedic gets the backstab. Liaz and Nedic on this bomb site are looking untouchable. Kaze's only got one objective, save that up. That objective has been failed.
Yeah, and listen, we've talked so much about players like Vexite, Regali, Netic, but within this series, in isolation especially, Liaz has been playing phenomenally from start to finish. And another demonstration of just how good he can be. Especially when he loses that presence on short via Regali, he just locks this A site down independently. That's why you have him as your pit player. That's why you have him as an anchor. A lot of these rounds are going to be slow built from Rare Atom, it's clear. 4-0 start for FlyQuest, a little nade exchange. And Netic toying around with the edges of the smoke. But this is a half buy from Rare Atom.
We've seen a few of those. And despite Halu's difficulties in sometimes dealing with those half buys, so far Inferno has looked clean.
You mean FlyQuests? Tyloo won a bunch of half buys. It's FlyQuest that have been struggling, and yeah, listen, even in the end of that Ancient seemed to be the case.
Tyloo making them struggle, yes.
Giving themselves a handicap. All 40 seconds, and now some signs of intention here for Rare Atom. Molotov is well timed, and it's coupled with an HE and a bit of spam. Another one as well, yeah. I mean, they're just getting absolutely peppered by Liaz.
This is going to be a little bit of a awakening call for Rare Atom. They cannot be relying on the half buys. They cannot be relying on a couple of gimmicks. It has to be coming out in the gun round, and if not in the next, it feels like it might be never.
Yeah, maybe not reliant, but they could certainly serve as a saving grace.
Timeout for Rare Atom, as they will be looking to figure out what their game plan is. So far, FlyQuest have looked very comfortable playing defensive on A, right? It's a criticism we had of Liaz that, hey, oh, it looks like he's always in pit, but this time, it doesn't feel like it's mattered. You know, that lack of early brackets control has been somewhat rectified, either by Inns being much more present there, not having to re-peek into it, or at times having Regali, rotating Netic back more quickly. Rare Atom have yet to apply pressure to exploit tendencies, if they can even be exploited.
Yeah, nothing to worry about as of right now here for FlyQuest, building quite a healthy amount of cash. 5-0 start, but another investment round here for Rare Atom. Another one through which they will have no AWP. So Regali can have these long-range duels with little fear. We haven't had demonstrated instant headshots from Rare Atom really in this map as of yet. But Li Hong did serve to be a very active piece, and Inferno's gone by. So looking to him to be the catalyst.
At this point, give me anyone. But yes, would be nice if it's Li Hong.
Give me somebody. Anybody.
Maybe even my summer child. King.
Huh?
I got two players in one.
Yeah, I guess. Kaze.
Time at the very least has been whittled down with CT utility being used. Not all of it, and frankly, FlyQuest are still very comfortable. But if Rare Atom want to go out for an A-side explosion, this might be one of their best looks for it. They have the flashes to keep Liaz blind if they want to. That's largely been an option absent to them. But now the time is absent as well. This feels like it's coming in too late. 25 seconds, grenades galore, Inns is tagging them up, and as the drop down comes, Liaz is still yet to reveal. Great flashes to counter as well, and finally when Liaz peaks, it's when somebody had just looked away. Inns is still playing distraction, but distractions are dealt with. Summer puts him down.
Finally, in an after plant, there is a Molotov available here for Vexite. They can flush out a player from their post-plant positions, but it has to be placed in the right spot. Child King's designated position will be a hard one to funnel. And there's still 2 inside of the site.
It would be hard for Vexite to pull out the Molotov and place it at the right place, right? You're expecting there to be a pit player, you're expecting there to be site players who can be dealt with a quick swing. Child King, however, is the first to fall, and these site players are still fighting. Kaze goes down. It's a head-to-head reminder sent forward from Regali that gives FlyQuest another in their streak of unbroken rounds.
Why did Child King peek? Why did Child King peek? They're all coming up through short. You're trying to build that crossfire, understand it, but by jumping up in that manner, one, he has 0 mobility. He's stuck in a crouch. That roof is right above his head. But then also, it just presents an opportunity for the short players to isolate the duel. There's no way that they're getting that sightline in because they're fully tucked. By jumping up, Child King presents them an opportunity, and Regali collects. 6-0. Where Adam get themselves into their first solid winning position, and it is struck in away.
Heartbreaking, especially when you consider that it's not even like it is followed up with, oh, but maybe they'll have MP9s and this and that. FlyQuest have money.
Yeah, they've been winning. They've been winning comfortably.
Child King's woes in this series were maybe thought to have come to a close, or at least they were prayed to have come to a close. Retake utility might be able to isolate out Child King once again, but it's Summer who plays oversight.
Lovely shot.
Takes Vexite's head clean off, but as always seems to be the case, FlyQuest are so fast to rotate. Inns is ready with this incendiary as well. The HC to try and blow open the grenade, but actually the incendiary's been missed. Nedic's been left alone without any support, and Inns' grenade is the one to get the kill. In fact, Inns even on the spam is good, but not able to get numbers in their favor. A deep flashbang, a deep kill. Inns takes charge.
And he'll wait, he'll stall just to allow his teammates to get into position. Man advantage that they have, they will want to be able to retain a smoke thrown from spawn to actually section off Banana as well. So Lihang's trapped by himself. Somebody may just feed him to the wolves.
The flashbang keeps Lihang blind. They will get the peak early enough, and Regali, well, my God, the wolves are here, Michael. And Rare Adam are simply fodder. Again, it's a good round to take over. There's a few mistakes from FlyQuest, but Inns is so quick to rectify.
Yeah, got the HE down to try to blow the smoke so he could actually help his teammate because his incendiary missed. And then does so much damage through this smoke.
Then he swings out for that instant headshot onto the only healthy player in Coffin.
Yeah, that was a real deal breaker for the after planet for our Adam.
This is some serious Inferno vibes.
Yeah. That's a great callback. What's worse is that, you know, because it has been some time since Inns has been in peak form, how quickly I am to forget.
Yeah. A map that he made his name on.
Also just rolls off the tongue.
It is so easy, so catchy. And just like Inns' bullets, which apparently are really easy to catch.
Yeah, a real earworm for Adam.
What's that song stuck in my head? That's a bullet, brother.
Yeah. I want to get that one looked at.
I don't have that time to go to the doctor right now. I don't know if they have access to a doctor. Medical facilities are limited and Rare Atom are bleeding. Can someone make a tourniquet?
Just every single map, every single one in this series, they have trailed. Always fighting from behind.
And sure, they brought it back in Ancient, sure.
A comeback can take a lot out of you.
And it feels like it might have taken everything.
How are you gonna do it again?
Dare I even ask for so much? Liang just doesn't get an easy time. Nice deep grenade. Will bring him down to 73. 4 players already on this A bomb site, but maybe FlyQuest have guessed wrong. They start to think that as well. Nedic will make his way back over towards the B bomb site. Now this time, if this is going to be a rotation back to B, it is going to be without all of those extra utility pieces that were used for the retake. An early flashbang gives Netic information that there are no players, but he gives out his own position as well. Deep flashes now go out for Rear Adam. This is going to be drive peaks and drive fights. Vexite excels in them. 3, 4, it's all Vexite. Do not come into his domain.
A full-on spray down. Every single player that lay behind the last thought they had a better chance. And it's sacrificial. You see Netic run through that smoke, but the control from Vexite is sublime.
Voices loud and reason to be. FlyQuest are unstoppable. If we thought Dust 2 was domination, they have another realm to take us to.
Bursty play, Lias caught off, he didn't know, but he heard the steps, he gets the incendiary down, the support from Inns, and the AWPing of Regali has been on the money, a rare miss, but a weapon that cannot be retrieved. Not until Lias drops that smoke.
Summer's been able to get 1-2, but Child King is now left in a 1-on-2. They're both going to be coming out through the smoke very quickly. AK to cover, Child King. A hairline opportunity, one that he simply cannot make use of.
Even when they are fully caught off guard, they are so rarely on the receiving end of punishment. Lias should have been a dead man walking. They should have had access to short. And instead they get funneled towards the AWP of Regali, and it is far too much to handle.
I don't know what the solution looks like for Rear Adam. All I know is that I want to see it now.
I just want to see something up-tempo. Sure, on low buys, they always seem to go for it, but when they're on these rifle rounds, when they have resources, they're always playing behind smokes, trying to get these tricks to work, and FlyQuest are simply not falling for it.
Gaze fully flashed up. And with Summer spotted out, utility peppering him, Vexite hunting for this kill. You do feel like his days are numbered. Vexite will be able to find it as Summer looks away. Netic to get Lihang elsewhere on the map.
You can see they're toying with their attention. Netic spamming top and Vexite covering the gap.
And Nomads are watching this. They are watching this, letting Rear Adam know this is how we felt, but maybe Rear Adam still have some fight left in them. 2 versus 3. Child King covers it off as well. Another big kill found. The bomb can be planted from a 2 versus 5 into a 2 versus 2, and Child King still continues to try and take the lead.
They're both so low.
And there is an HE, there is a Molotov. Offensive utility aplenty now deployed. Not far enough to get the kill, not close enough to break the smoke.
They have an incendiary too, so one player already funneled out.
But it doesn't go deep enough. That CT incendiary is going to give them a false sense of security. Regali doesn't know, and even if he gets his kill, it feels like they're not going to be able to suss out Child King. There isn't the time. 3 big kills to 2 versus 5. Why not make it 4?
Oh my goodness, some flair finally out from Child King. Felt like a bit of an absentee the past couple. But a very, very important round. Took a chance through the smoke just to bring the round back into their favor. And then just the deep peak spawn, the continuous fighting that he did. He could put some pressure on those rotates. And I thought for sure he was a dead man to that incendiary, but he finds that one gap. He could not afford to take a tick. But that one gap, the lack of the spread on that incendiary, finds Rear Adam there first.
Also gets him their first time out of FlyQuest. Now look, FlyQuest, they have won very convincingly, but if they lose over here, I think their money might be slightly stretched for the last round. I'm still painting a difficult picture.
I mean, already 9 rounds is more than enough on CT side. Inferno is a T-leaning map, but not by much.
This is FlyQuest's map to lose now. They're the ones who hold all the cards.
Felt that way about Ancient too, but...
Well, they did manage to fold at the hardest time. Ins has his bluff called. Child King early kill. Lihang is not going to be spotted out, and now Liaz gives up the early advantage. Now, jiggling between angles, Liaz doesn't want to take the fight. They've already lost a number. Don't want it to be more.
Regali was supposed to cover ins on that deep peak down to second mid, but again, one of these rare misses for Regali, who's been so impressive this tournament. Now, this is a completely vacated B-bomb site. FlyQuest have gone for a gamble, they've gone for a stack, and it's the wrong choice.
And they're going to have to save.
If they don't rectify it immediately. They're pushing the apartments, they'll start to get some information, but the prompt will finally come towards B. This smoke to block here for Vexite actually could be big. It depends whether or not they find a kill through the spam. Ah, they blow it open. Perfect way to address that problem.
FlyQuest could be convinced into trying to go for this, and that would be a big mistake.
Yeah, I think the value is to save, and I actually expect that they will do so. They took a risk in the mid-round, and because it didn't pan out, they know that they're deeply out of position.
It's been a few times now that FlyQuest have been prioritizing that A site with early rotations. This is one of the first where we see a full commitment.
Well, it's because they actually haven't had to really worry about the B-bomb site.
That's true.
Netic and Vexite have been doing a solid job in that position. Sometimes Ins on his rotate has also done great work.
And now at this point, it does feel like, ooh, that's a big kill. Huge kill.
That felt a little much.
They can even get the AWP out for Kaze if they want to. Kaze and Summer have both been having difficult times so far, right? 4 and 10 for Kaze feels a little bit more smarting than Summers because we have seen him miss 1 or 2 shots with the AWP. But look, he stepped up towards the tail of end of Ancient. Wants to say he can't do it again over here.
A very expressive reaction. And yeah, there's no Regali AWP for this following round. And sure, he's good on a rifle, but you know that could have been an M4 that goes to either Ins or Vexite and an AWP as well.
It's a real handicap. But it's not enough to make FlyQuest feel like they should be able to crib and cry about this.
Yeah, I remember a Vexite hold with an MP9 on B.
I remember a Vexite hold with an M4A4 like 3 rounds ago as
Yeah,
well.
also true, yeah. Just make sure this guy's equipped with something.
It is a very early defensive line that Rare Atom are establishing. Regali will be the one to hunt for information. Have to be incredibly careful. You know that at some point Kaze will want to just hold down a side of brackets with that AWP that he has stolen away from you. You'd rather not be on the receiving end of it.
Liaz has been so good here on A as well, so this will be a tall task. Can Liaz continue to perform will be a question. Ins is already down, but Liaz is dodging all this util, all the flashes, all the Molotovs, and inside of the site is Regali as well. They dared to test this A-bomb site. It felt like every side of the map FlyQuest had pretty much locked down, but a couple rounds here on this T side, it's at least something, but it ain't much for Rare Atom to work with.
I don't understand how Regali just does it with everything. With an AK, with an M4, with an AWP, it feels like he's able to entry in 3 versus 5s. When you look back over towards that Inferno versus Tyloo, that's one of the big ways they were able to come back into it. Regali is just such an incredible piece to have on this FlyQuest lineup. Rare Atom, on the other hand, have been quiet. They have been in dismay. And as much as they might have been given a bit more life from Ancient, it feels like it's just more of a laugh track than life.
Yeah, just heavy deficit scorelines coming out of every first half. 11-1 in our first map on Dust 2. 8-4 on Ancient. Doesn't seem quite so bad anymore, does it? And now a 10-2 here on Inferno. They have trailed every single time at the start of these games. And sure, they had a resurgence on an Ancient, but it now just feels like this is too far gone. Of course, with everything, with any comeback, it will start with the pistol. See if they can get the engine roaring, because I think that's really what did start to instigate a bit of self-belief for Rare Atom, is that their pistol round was very convincing on that CT side, and then they started to, you know, shut down the half buy, the force buy. there was a bit more self-belief at that time, but it's clear they lack almost like an ignition, a spark in some way. And typically that is players like Child King, like somebody, hell, even like Li Hang to a certain degree. These three can be so electrifying, but so often does it seem like they regress into the shadows. They get somehow insulated versus the teams at the top, and FlyQuest are definitely one of those. They just seem more timid, more docile.
Like they've accepted their fate. Perhaps they need to be reminded about the control they have over it, but that is the conversation to have in these 3 minutes. FlyQuest, in the meanwhile, all they have to do is keep a steady head on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, it was what definitely fueled their comeback on Ancient, so I said that they were tenacious. I'm hoping to see more of that tenacity here, but
their faces might not have it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but then you look at FlyQuest, and they've been pretty stoic. Hell, even after they lost one round at like 9-1, they looked, you know, I looked at Regali and he looked like he'd been devastated.
I mean, if you want to talk about that, wait till JJ Howe comes back, and Boros is going to be upset even when they're winning the round just because he didn't get the kill.
Yeah. How is he not dead?
How'd he kill me? Bro, so we have 4 alive, but yeah. I need to know.
Yeah.
The burden of knowledge is one that is placed on Rare Atom, though, as they need to know how the hell to get out of this deep, dark hole.
And the Chinese audience will at least have Lin Vision and Tyloo, but they would have been really satisfied to have 3 teams to root for in Shanghai. It would actually put them in a position where they had to choose. And they could have gotten Rare Atom Tyloo again as a final for our group.
Now the only way we have that is if Rare Atom are able to get 10 in this half at the very least, maybe 11 if we're being idealistic.
Slow builder here for FlyQuest.
And they've been so good on these pistols, Michael.
Yep. They almost always seem to have a set piece.
One that works. Tyloo discovered that the hard way. FlyQuest are hoping to introduce Rare Atom to that cold, hard truth as well. Nice clear from Child King. Regali put down, and that gives them the call that this is going to be a B-side execute. Early headshot is good from Netic, but he can't do anything about the USPs on the other side. It still ends up being a difficult scale. FlyQuest cannot get onto this bomb site. They're still yet to reveal player number 3, and now as Li Hang taken down, somebody in the back of the bomb site dealt with as well. Kaze through the smoke will find a stray bullet, and Vexite now looks for the ace. Bombs on the ground. CT's just now clocked that as well. They can back off, no need to take these fights.
Yeah, 25 seconds as well. It's not like he has a ton of time to make this one work because they spent so much time stalling earlier on.
Spotted, but doesn't pick up the bomb.
It's double dualies either way.
You can't do much about this.
Oh,
close to the distance on one. He knows he needs to take the fight, but instead prioritizes the bomb. Kaze. That first kill through the smoke might have been luck. And right now, next one is what gives them hope.
Yeah, definitely admire the peak there from Kaze. Again, has had a pretty slow start to this game, but especially when it comes to that 1v1 where time is against the Vexite there, you actually don't want to sort of and ah about, is he tapping the bomb, is he fighting me, do I force it? You know, there's this bluffing game, so he understood that Vexite had to get that as a priority. Because there was actually no reason that Kaze needed to fight, but he just took fate into his own hands a bit. Also be a force buy here for FlyQuest with only 1 rifle, but they give it into very capable hands.
He earned it after those 4 kills in the pistol round. Rare Atom do have a lot of players out to receive, and somebody comes in from behind as well. A send-off for Inns. Deep grenades will keep FlyQuest honest, as they have yet to start the ultimate commitment. They start to move back over towards the B-bomb side. They're hoping to find somebody who probably showed off the fact that there was likely only 1 player coming out from B. This incendiary will certainly be helpful. Somebody even staggers it out slightly, backs off, finds safety. FlyQuest will still have time to turn back to A if they want to, especially with Liang now coming over. Another incendiary used. It feels impossible to get into the bomb site the way things are going. Flashes as well. And now they've got all the rotations Rear Adam needs. Unless there's some crazy shots being hit on the other side. Oh. Summer's got too many targets as well. FlyQuest are giving to Rear Adam the fate that resigned them to the grave in Ancient. A 4-spy win.
And they do so without a smoke. Breaking into B sometimes feels like a death trap without utility, but they do so dry. That one rifle that they had in their possession, though, now dealt with, and they have to push forward. They have to find this kill onto Kaze inside of Spawn, but he wrangles that first, and he has full information here on Netic. A tap on that bomb. No kit available here for Rare Adam. A long-winded defuse, but Child King has the coverage. They will not fall victim. They will not fall foul to the Force.
Gosh, that gets scary, though, with those first 2 kills coming in. Summer has 3 players jumping in front of him, and you're just sitting there. It's a freeze frame moment if you've ever had one. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, Summer almost kills 2 at least. They did a lot of damage. It certainly helped for the afterplant.
Yeah. FlyQuest will not overcommit into 4 spies beyond that. Sure, they've done damage. Sure, they've got a bomb plant, but they know they are, on paper, the better team. A team that will be benefiting from just playing straight-up gun rounds.
This time they've got a bit more utility, though. So if they do break into B somehow, or if they do somehow find entries on A, they can at least smoke off some of the rotates. They do permeate past the bottom banana smoke. I think they were half expecting, half hoping that there would be a player deep, but timing of the grenade is fantastic for Adam.
Very nice.
They will try and double it into Spawn, but that will be a swing and a miss. Just a slight reposition from somebody. Saves him a lot of health. Wait, there's more nades where that came from.
Child King thought it was over. You told him.
Wait, is there?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Ooh.
So much HP taken out of FlyQuest's hands. A flashbang down now as well.
There's 2 smokes.
This is the best chance you're ever going to have to get them all. And well, you might not get all the frags, but this is a very clean round from Rear Adam. Ins unable to get anything with the Deagle either. 2 HP on Netic. You know he is gone.
Yeah, they tried to make a... I mean, they put a smoke down Spawn. There's one thrown by the CTs as well, and they thought they could maybe take that as a route through to Spawn, because if when they tried to emerge out to Grill or Pool, they got completely destroyed. So again, and this time a much better hold here on this B bomb site against the Tech 9s. But again, a 1 round here for Rare Adam.
And 1 round away from maybe breaking a sweat for FlyQuest. This gun round is going to be critical.
And not, I mean, this one will still be important for FlyQuest, but it will be the next gun round where I do think the sweat starts to run down your spine.
If you're down 10-7, I hope you're sweating. Although if you're up 10-7, to be fair, not down it, but yeah. That 1 extra round that FlyQuest was able to find in regulation, really feeling like it adds so much more cushion. Rear Adam continued to play this hyper-defensive style back towards B and A.
Yeah, that's what's good about the way that FlyQuest are defaulting, though, is that on both extremities, they've gone for a pretty quick timing. They've got apartments and banana, and they can get some subtle eyes over on brackets, too. A miss smoke from somebody will do them no favors here on the side of the CTs.
It forces Lihang to use his smoke incredibly early. And with that, Child King is certainly going to be put to question about whether he thinks about the rotate. Plays a little bit more of a passive angle, that's for sure. Starts to go back over towards the B bomb site, and with that missed smoke and with that early rotation, FlyQuest might end up having a better time. Fake smoke from the T's side. Fake Molotov as well, but Rear Adam are not biting down on it at all. This is going to be a fully fortified A site. Child King already on the bomb site. Summer with a nice little grenade to follow up, but Nedic's already taken down. Somebody comes in through the arch of smoke. FlyQuest did not expect so many players to be here at all. A great flashbang will give Summer a few more kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great read there from Rare Adam. I mean, one smoke drone spawn, another Molotov on that B bomb site, and they hear that util and they effectively just say, listen, if we've called this gamble, we've called this stack, we've rotated away, this might have actually even transitioned into a save if FlyQuest were legitimately there, but then they see all the smokes, they hear them on A as well, and they realize they are right on the money with that call. Great decision as well by somebody to link up with that player at Modo. There was almost no way that FlyQuest would have anticipated, like you said, basically everyone on Rare Adam to respond. And you saw the instant call there for a timeout for Urcast. Maybe to inspire another idea, talk through some of the problems with the guys, and identify a potential weakness that could be exploited, because we've noted it a few times. Rare Adam are playing very, very static. Get to see them really contest in these gun rounds for banana control, but FlyQuest were also somewhat absent for most of those rounds. It's only really on SMGs and the sort.
I feel like this might be a round where they consider the contest. Kaze will be able to pull out the AWP as well. A deep mid smoke from the T side is going to be met with a lot of early stopping power from CTs. Rare Adam are very well aware of what this round could mean for them.
Good flash.
FlyQuest are able to move Kaze away, and now he's going to be forced into combat. Helping position Summer, a chance for a multi-kill, but Kaze will be the one called on for one. Child King 2. Quick frags makes it a little bit less of a burden on Kaze's shoulder. Regali left alone. AK recovered. First kill given up but not taken.
Yeah, good awareness as well there from Rare Adam. They saw that AK disappeared and the communication was quick. There's a barrel stuff inside of that A bomb site. 10-2 half. And yes, now it's 10-7. Now I believe FlyQuest are nervous.
Momentum is all in Rare Adam's favor, and as much as you might tell yourself, oh, it's just a gun round and a pistol round, a couple of force buys, half buys, yada, yada, yada. And the scoreline up top is still one to consider. And the map before it is one to remember. Oh, that's a great kill.
Yeah.
Early frag from Lihang, but in fact it actually ends up being the T-side Molotov, which stops Nedic from progressing.
Let's get that smoke down at the very least, and that will stop FlyQuest from continuing their pursuit over on B. Anticipating as well that that smoke will have bought enough time for a rotate. So it will be spread 2-2, but when you're on the CT side, being separated in this manner, 2 doesn't feel like enough numbers on this A bomb site to defend it, and that's why FlyQuest will look to exploit and attain some control over on brackets.
Oh, double nade out for Summer. This is a very difficult call to make work. The benefit he has is the lack of... Oh my god, no! You can't let that happen! Kaze has been left. He thought he was going to have support, but he maybe not needed. Summer doesn't get it done. Lihang almost will. Inz is left on 11 HP. It is mano a mano, 1-on-1. Child King does not move, and Inz is now revealed to not be planting that bomb. Repositions in close by. Child King backs off.
Yeah, he's worried about the fact that Inz could actually potentially run away somehow, but he reads his position. He got scared he might slink away, somehow escape to B, while Child King is trying to play patient. But goddamn, that effort there from Kaze and Lihang keeps Rare Atom in this round. From inside of the site to that fast rotate. These snap headshots from Lihang swing the round right back into their favor, and Child King ready to clutch.
Fully bought out is Nedic. He wants to pull out the hero AK, see if he can get a kill with the spawns. But it's early grenade damage that weakens FlyQuest to the point where they no longer feel comfortable in putting the pedal to the metal. You look at the score lines of Rare Adam, it doesn't feel like they would have a chance.
This This could be a round to worry about, though.
At the same time,
Rare Adam are waiting for some kind of prompt, but they're contacting in.
flash overhead, Lihang to control, Vexite's already found one, Lihang now only needs to delay. An overhead flash will give him a bit more space to work off of, and the smoke is allowing him to play very defensively. Great job from Lihang, but Child King can still be flanked.
They're pulling the bomb away.
Kaze has to protect Child King. Child King is going forward. He might be able to find the bomb, in fact. Inz nearby, gets himself the kill. Gives them a chance. But remember, Lihang is still at the back of this bomb site. Low he might be, but he has control. He can stop an easy bomb plant from coming through. Nedic needs a 1 versus 1. Lihang will not be giving it to him. Nedic takes it, and he will put him down. Now the CT rotation that's been delayed for so long needs to come through. Kaze waits and hopes that there's going to be a coffin speed given over to him, but Inz and Nedic are going to be taking fights elsewhere. Yeah. Summer, 20 HP. Nedic is expecting him to come in from behind. Great awareness on it, and this round might as well be over. Deep banana angles taken up. Kaze can't find a gun either, and he knows he can't close the distance. It's time to save this AWP.
Yeah, no smoke, no incendiary, nothing that could stop them from getting sightlines back in. Sure, one flash, but had to really hope it was extremely effective. And this AWP will certainly have its value in the following round, but Rare Adam get caught somewhat slipping. Waited for an immediate action, seeing smokes or flashes sail over. This time FlyQuest decide to contact in. And because of that, you know, the protocol util just cannot be deployed. Lihang did a great job stalling for so long, and Summer found this Liaz lurk. That was why the bomb was starting to consider going back towards A, as if Liaz found that kill onto Summer there, then they would have had a bit more security. But great job by Nedic creating that much space, creating a net of safety as well, where there actually couldn't have been additional reinforcements for Rare Adam.
Yeah, unfortunately, both Nedic and Lihang end up being unaddressed factors on the B bomb site. Lihang just didn't have the HP for it. Somebody not providing the support that's necessary as far as the numbers are concerned. Immediately headshot down, and yes, it's a Tech 9 close range. He did everything he could, right? I think he got a dink in there as well, but at the end of the day, you need the kills.
Well, somebody's supposed to be the secondary portion of contact alongside all the coupling flashes, and you know, they just couldn't build into that protocol because of the contact play. Really enjoyed what Nedic did in that round. Both him and Liaz just running interference. And they gave 2 different outs for FlyQuest. One was more than enough. Well, it finally breaks a bit of a run from Rare Atom. 6 rounds coming into this second half. That's FlyQuest's first.
On a half by. Always more disconcerting when that's the fact. FlyQuest are coming in with clear priorities. Make this B bomb site use their util early. If they will not fight us, they will fear us.
They've just got so many smokes is the real problem. So much that can take additional time off this clock.
I am surprised that FlyQuest are sticking to this commitment.
That is the last smoke here on B. So once this fades, it'll be about that 28-second mark, 29. And they may not even wait for that.
Kaze's got himself the AWP, though. You always have to be careful about it. They might not be expecting it, but Kaze fully smoked off, can't get a sightline at all. Good boost from somebody. Timing is fantastic for Lihang to take the peek as well. 2 quick kills. Somebody not checked, and Kaze might be taken down, but somebody's still alive. 3 on 2. Summer with utility to blow open that smoke, but he doesn't use it. Instead, he will wait for the rest of his team to come over to deploy. And Incendiary can be forced to maybe even put Liaz to bed. But we have seen how unwieldy those CT side Molotovs can be. It is going to be an immediate kill onto Liaz. Regali left alone, head spotted, taken down! Welcome to China, Regali! Breaking hearts, breaking minds, breaking dreams.
That's insane. I mean, a spray on the first 2, fine, but the flick to spawn. You will not have seen anything quite as sharp as that. That cannot be real. Rare Adam had the numbers, but they don't have a Regali.
And those Chinese forums are going to be whispering because they dare not talk out loud.
That is not fair.
The redemption arc continues for Regali. And FlyQuest could not be happier.
That you heard as soon as that happened. Well, that's nice, but
keep calm.
This round will be important still. No. Thank you, FlyQuest, for not speeding things up.
Appreciate it. Rare Adam would like to have the world witness their demise at the very least.
I like that they're calling slow here because you heard immediately after that play, stay calm. FlyQuest know that they can get caught up in their emotions, positive or negative.
Hang's been left alone. He gets his first kill, second one is low, and he certainly gets the opportunity at it. Takes one away, and it's Vexside with a team kill. Quick little pistol pulled out, but it will not be enough. Child King has to do it all. Swinging in, great shots, great damage, brings it back to contestable territory.
Oh my god, he jumped through with the flash. Child King getting his one, and even while Vexside gets caught by another. The kills are coming through. Kaze cannot collect on his frag. And he'll try again. Liaz will find him. It's Summer that's left alone. And he just is not up to the task. FlyQuest deny Rare Adam's debut. Another chance at Shanghai, but it's FlyQuest that's done the victory instead, and it's death-defying. It's high octane all throughout.
FlyQuest have a date with a dragon. It's one that they might have been stood up on before, but now they come in feeling like they've got a little bit more wind in their sails. What a performance coming out, Micah, and you're right. Rare Adam have a lot. They have the fans, they have the home crowd, they have the lack of jet lag, they have a lack of excuses, but they do not have a Regali.
Yeah, they tried. They desperately did. There were moments where it looked like they were down and out. Hell, even in this Inferno, thought for sure that it was just going to be a complete blowout. But then we started to see those signs. We saw the belief come back. The fans start cheering again. There was even a personal, I imagine there was that personal belief from themselves that they could still make that game work. And then that play from Regali was just insane. They had every advantage. It's almost a shame, but when they start every map fighting from behind, what do you expect? FlyQuest started every game ripping and roaring, and it was always on Rare Adam to catch up.
And yes, we have had doubts about this team and their ability to hold down their nerve in difficult games. What a performance from them all across the tournament so far. You look over towards Talu, and I hope that they're watching right now. I hope that they're waiting right now for a super-powered, supercharged Australian side coming up towards them in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, we get some fantastic individuals, but we are, to be honest, I'm glad in this final map it did come down to some of the people we expected as well. Regali, Vexside had some really, really incredible rounds, but honestly, throughout this entire series, said it before, but Liaz was impeccable. Shut down the A play so consistently, was a steady hand, and actually was doing such a great job of just avoiding whole belts of utility that were thrown designated specifically for him. It was a pretty lights out performance through and through from the squad, and you didn't have the lacking in-game leader fragging department either. Ins seemed to power up as this tournament progressed as well.
I have to say, Netic, credit out to him as well for that 1/2 by round win that they're able to get. It feels like he has gone from looking incredibly uncomfortable on this team
he looked nervous
to looking like he absolutely belongs. These difficult situations, these clutch round places where he finds himself in, it's great to see a performance. And again, every time you look at it, you have to wince or celebrate depending on which side you fall on.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, after that happened, I think the belief all just left the color on Rare Adam's face had clearly left the server, and unfortunately they leave our road to Shanghai too.
Well, we know who's going to be in Shanghai, but also know who's going to be on our side. We've got Neokai being passed in here in just a second to sit down and explain what just happened over there.
It was a battle of who could have kind of, I guess, the better T side in a way, and unfortunately it was not to be for Rare Atom. But my God, that clip from Regali, I mean, this place absolutely lost it, and it was mainly wincing, if I'm being completely frank. But I think they all knew just how insane that was. I would say that's up there for me as clip of the tournament. I know we got that summer 1v5, but they peaked him 1 by 1. He had no right to win that round. A double sprayed down into a complete like 180 transfer.
First 3 bullets on the flick.
Insane work from Regali. That is one of the best transfers I've seen in a long, long time. But also not only just getting the transfer, just how important it was getting that round as well, right? So a massive kind of performance from FlyQuest. I think there's still definitely conversations to be had about, you know, you're up by such a margin, right? 10-2. Like, we shouldn't be making it as close as it was, right? I think that's maybe the only kind of negative we can talk about. But all in all that matters, a win here, guaranteed now going to Shanghai, and at the very least, and of course, get a chance at that rematch, right? Which is all that they could hope about. We take a look at the scoreboard here as well. You know, no surprise to see Regali towards our top end, but Vexite for me on that CT side, unbelievably solid.
I mean, you're looking out towards the spray transfers that Regali has. Obviously, Vexite had a couple of his own as well. A little bit easier when you're holding down the line with the A4, but no less important. It was a few critical rounds where Ray Adam actually felt like, you know, maybe that 10-2 becomes like an 8-4, and frankly, if they had that, that would have been all they needed.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just crazy to think some of the individual firepower that FlyQuest had and demonstrated within this map, and then it still became so close because, like, Rare Atom didn't have necessarily that same stopping power. Child King at a few moments. We saw some crazy antics from Li Hang as well, but it did feel like it was just a little bit lacking. And listen, throughout this entire series, Rare Atom did play the exact same way basically across all 3 maps, especially on those CT sides. It was just always hyper defensive. In a way, I think part of the reason FlyQuest looked uncomfortable on their T sides is that they almost weren't used to how much space they were getting.
Yeah, Vexite getting the MVP here. I mean, a very big debate to be said that maybe Regali might get it.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I always have my bias for Regali, but I'm saying, you know, he deserves, you know, got 1 more kill.
For this leg of the tournament as well, he's definitely the MVP, really.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, without a doubt, you know, we kept touting him in terms of being able to be adaptable and use the rifles as well, and I mean, that clip alone shows it, but very solid all the way throughout. But Vexite as well, you know, this is a guy who, like I said, his CT side anchoring was so damn solid, such a rock. The spray downs, the multi-kills he was getting to allow them to chain round after round. Having a player as solid as him is absolutely sickening. But let's take a look how this has affected the bracket. So, heading in towards tomorrow, our final day before we head to the finals. We've got Gigi Hao taking on Lin Vision. To follow that, Tai Lu taking on FlyQuest. So it's a day of revenge. In the first meetups, Gigi Hao took down Lin Vision pretty handily, 2-0. But Tai Lu squeaked by FlyQuest 2-1. And there's fair arguments to be said that that was undeserved as well. And FlyQuest want their second chance to prove why it was undeserved.
Well, absolutely. I think I'm personally looking forward a little bit more towards Gigi Hao versus Lin Vision because I want to see if that was a flash in the pan or if Gigi Hao are actually like genuinely just maybe the best team in the entire tournament. That's really exciting stuff for me. It's hard not to look forward to Tai Lu and FlyQuest though. It feels like there's so much it has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, both these games are going to really deliver on just whether or not these teams will see stark improvements. Will they have changed things from the last time they encountered each other? Will there be less randomness, less star power, less force buys? It's all going to be determined tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually still trying to figure out where Gigi Hao slot themselves in the grand scheme of things within kind of the Asian Counter-Strike, right? We don't know where the ceiling is for this side, and this tournament feels pretty indicative of what we're getting out of them. They're already in the upper echelons, which I think is absolutely deserved. The way they've been playing so far this tournament, they've been flying all the way through. Closed qualifiers, light work for them. Didn't really break too much of a sweat. And then heading now in towards this stage, there was probably expectation that they wouldn't be directly to the group phase, maybe had to go for that lower bracket, and now they've already punched up successfully and easily. I don't know where does this end for Gigi Hao. It really feels. I mean, we're gonna have to figure out. Tomorrow might be the real test of it. If they end up picking up a loss there as well, then we know sort of where they're at. But if they can go the whole way, who knows? Them at EWC could be quite spicy.
It's just cool because every time we see them play, there's another player that seems to have demonstrated growth. You know, some of it was Boros in the early stages. Now it's like Bibu's
late round Bibu.
Yeah,
a lot of Isa really as well as far as the calling is concerned. It doesn't feel like we know what the ceiling is for this team. And, you know, listen, to be honest, it feels that way for all the teams in the tournament so far. It is all a discovery phase for these last 4. And my God, I cannot wait to see.
It does feel like we've maybe found the ceiling there for Rare Atom. I feel like this is potentially now no major, no EWC. Some pretty hard conversations have got to be had, right? And I feel like, you know, as much as it's a weird way of putting it, it does feel like, you know, if this team doesn't make changes for the better, we are kind of wasting Chalkin's prime in a way.
It feels like I found the floor for Rare Atom today, unfortunately, as well. Not just the ceiling. I wish I could say that, hey, they came out and they gave it their all. I think this was an incredibly poor showing from them. Sure, it's exciting comebacks. Sure, there are moments of magic that are mixed in with the mids, but I just don't think this was what I wanted from Rare Atom. It's disappointing.
I would disagree. I would actually think this is the expected result, given the way that Rare Atom have habitually lost to teams in that top upper rung. That is their ceiling.
It is an expected result, but I don't expect things to be this one-sided.
Like, would you say they're better than FlyQuest?
No.
FlyQuest
But I just don't expect this to be like an 11-1 scoreline on Duster in the first half, 10-2 in front of right. I don't expect it to be this one-sided. That's all.
I think what they probably would benefit from is either a tactical coach or some kind of mental coach, because I think when they've played against these big dogs, they just play a completely different brand of Counter-Strike, which hasn't worked for them when they play against the better teams.
Or a Regali. Yeah, I was going to say, I hate to make the hard conversations, but maybe
or you make roster,
right?
or you make roster.
Unfortunately, you know, for Kaze, it just feels like he hasn't got the kind of the legs in him anymore to compete with some of these kind of more Tier 1 Scorpers in a way.
Regardless of whether you get rid of Kaze or you get rid of different pieces, I think something has to give, whether it's in the coaching staff or in the players. I just need to see direction given by Rare Atom further into the next season.
Yeah, it feels like the worst possible thing to happen for Rare Atom right now is nothing, right? That would actually be where they just remain in this limbo state, because we're now not getting invites. They're going to start crumbling down the rankings, where we're not qualifying to the majors, we're not getting sticker money, we're not getting, you know, the investment come through, and that's actually probably the worst spot for them. It feels like, you know, you always want to get ahead of things right now. You've not got a UBC, you've not got the major. Now is probably where these hard conversations have a change, regardless of what that might be. But the worst possible thing is just staying the same and hoping things will change. You know, Einstein already defined what insanity was, and it's basically that. So hopefully, you know, some brighter patches in the future, but it's been a really rough period for Rare Atom as a whole. Still getting good wins, still getting decent tournament placings, but it's just not enough.
And look, I don't want this to be a gatekeeper team.
Yeah.
Very frankly, I don't want a team with Chalking in it, with Lehang in it to be gatekeeper teams. I wanted it to be a team that flourishes, right? And maybe this is a choice for them to make as well, right? Because if they're not going to be given better, then they have to figure that out on their own. At the end of the day, it's a hard problem to solve, and I think it might not even be solved with just the addition of a coach or just the addition of an opera or something like this. This might be a team that needs a serious revamp.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is, as we've all seen, from the closed qualifier and the Chinese qualifier, some decent talent here.
Yeah.
Did somebody say Rare Atom poo-poo? I think I heard that on the grapevine. But no, generally speaking, we've realized this tournament. I think for a while there's been a misconception, especially for people who don't follow Asian Counter-Strike, that it's actually incredibly top-heavy and there's no real depth here. We've already seen this tournament. There's actually some really decent talent. Zero Fang, Poo-Poo. These guys who have come through and actually proved that they can hang with some of the decent, you know, he's the middle to top end
a
players.
lot of them just don't get on HLTV officials.
Exactly.
They don't end up with Liquipedia pages. They don't have as much exposure.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we're going to be throwing it over towards the stage for an interview. I think originally they were thinking ins, but after a certain spray transfer, Regali might have got the MVP. We're going to throw it over towards Rusty and Baseline J. We'll be back tomorrow for our final day here of playoffs.
Well, there we have it. FlyQuest soar to the top and walk away with a victory, taking us the full distance in. We have to reflect on the entire series. An incredibly dominant Dust 2 from you boys, but then Ancient, things were looking pretty promising, but it ended up getting away from you boys. So what do you think it was in particular that went wrong for you?
我们回顾一下整个系列赛，就是第一张图上2，感觉你们赢得非常轻松，然后图2一记你们上来也打得非常好，但是最后让对面翻盘赢回来了，你觉得就发生了什么呢？
I think we just made like really bad decisions and we were kind of like panicky a lot of the time, so it's really hard to play when we're like that, and the communication was like a bit off, and we kind of lost like focus after CT sides, so we tried to lock back in for Inferno and it was a lot better until like the T side half, so we just need to be better at that against Tyloo tomorrow.
我们图2就是做了有非常多决策的问题，然后我们队员们都比较慌，然后我们慌的时候，然后就变得很紧张，所以这个时候我们打的就非常不好，所以这个是我们一定要克服的困难，因为明天打天路的时候一定不能犯的问题。
Well, yourself in the past having taken on the IGL role, it seems like this time around, coming back into it, you're looking a little bit more comfortable. Things are clicking certainly a lot more as well. Are there any key differences that you've noticed this time around?
你之前也当过指挥，那么感觉你这一次再转指挥，感觉这个事情就是要更加顺利一点。你觉得你这一次和之前当指挥有做出什么调整吗？
I think it's just like the staff and the support behind me. It's very helpful, and I have a lot more firepower to work with as well, like a lot of good individuals. So that's definitely been a key part in it, and I think I've matured a bit as well, which helps. So.
其实我们队伍的这个我身后的工作人员给了我很多支持，还有就是我现在呢，我们的队员们的火力要比之前强很多。
Well, speaking about that firepower, you've been integrating Netic within the team as well. Talk to me about the progress you've been going through, how things have been going on that front.
就是Netic 来你们这个队都做了一些，你们都做了一些什么样的调整，来吸纳他进入你们的团队？
I think we've had pretty limited practice, so it's been tough so far. But he fits in really well. It's just about making our playbook a bit deeper and like making him more comfortable, and just everyone being comfortable.
我觉得我们现在的这个大家一起训练的时间其实非常有限的，所以说很重要的就是让他能在我们的这个阵容中打得更加舒适一点。
Well, it's no secret you're going to be facing Tyloo once again, another rematch. Previously, the series didn't go your way. What is going to make this time around different?
你们之前刚刚说过天路，那么你们明天又要面对天路了，那你们这一次会做出什么样的调整？
I think we just need to like play our own game and focus less on them, more on ourselves, and just try to be as calm as possible. It's not like it's the major grand final or anything, so we just need to focus on ourselves and take it one step at a time. And we probably should have won the last game we played against them. We just lost a couple key rounds in anti-force fires.
我们觉得我们就不要太担心他们，我们就要打好我们自己的吧。因为其实这也不是像比如 Major 总决赛，这不应该是那么紧张的比赛。我们其实上一场比赛就应该赢了天路，但我们自己出了很多的问题啊。
Well, you guys have guaranteed your spot in Shanghai. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that will be joining in the arena or the fans that are cheering on from home?
你们不管明天输赢，就肯定会去这个上海啊。那你觉得你有什么想跟上海的观众们说，还有你们就还有在澳洲本地的观众们说的呢？
Hopefully it'll be a good event for you guys to come watch. There'll be some good games, and it'll be a fun time. We'll see you guys there, and hopefully we'll take the win.
希望会是一个非常精彩的赛事啊，然后大家有空的话可以去看一下。
Thanks again for joining us up here, and congratulations to you and the boys. Looking forward to the rest of your journey.
Thank you.
And all right, that's it for us today. Congratulations to all the teams that made it to Shanghai. But tomorrow is when we find out who will actually get into the grand finals. 恭喜所有今天获得去这个上海入场券的队伍们。但是我们明天将要揭晓谁能来打这个总决赛啊。好了，那我们明天再见。
Grazie.